funded by the SS, not the mainstream armed forces, which were looking into power plants that could have propelled disc-shaped craft. Now, where are these disc-shaped craft? Well, funny enough, actually, I do know a guy at the moment who is doing some quite interesting digging into former top-secret Nazi research sites in the Czech Republic, who is hopeful of finding some interesting technology down there. He's also actually looking to raise funding for his dig, so if anyone wants to get involved in that venture, again, log on to my website, register your interest, and I can put them in touch with this guy who's really done some great work, actually, in validating a lot of this very top-secret work into German advanced propulsion techniques.
I'm very interested in that. If you get a call from somebody, Nick, who says they've got the Holy Grail, and you become sufficiently, I don't know, convinced by evidence tossed at you by whatever means, email or however you're lured in, do you actually get in an airplane, travel, and look at devices? And how many times have you done that?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've done that, and I wouldn't dream of putting anything in the book or in the new book that I haven't actually personally gone out and validated face-to-face myself. Of course, what you have to do is there's so much information out there, and so many people. I'm delighted that so many people have got in touch with me, but of course I can't follow up every lead physically. So I employ the filter. I find out which inquiries are based on, first of all, theoretical advances, which are based on hardware. And it's really the hardware stuff that I'm interested in, because anyone can talk up a theory. What we need to do is see hardware that works. And I think, actually, Art, that what will happen is, because this is so out there, it's so on the edge, that people tend to be, or seem to be developing, certainly in the zero-point energy generation side, hardware in advance of the theory. The theory is so sketchy that manifestations of these effects are being pulled from wherever, let's call it the vacuum of space or the zero-point field. But there is no good fundamental theory underpinning where these effects are coming from.
Right.
And I think that what's going to happen is, eventually, science theory is going to catch up with the hardware and will map out what's going on here. But for the moment, we are really, to a very large degree, swimming in the dark.
All right. One quick question I think we have time for. Hello there. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Nick Cook. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. It's a true pleasure.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a question regarding the German technology. I'm a researcher myself, and I've been dabbling in micromagnetic energy. And my name is Thurston. I'm from California, Southern California.
Yes, sir.
And I found a stunning similarity to what's going on politically and what's going on with the German technology, with the Third Reich trying to take over the world utilizing such a thing.
Well,
and what's going on right now?
Yeah, again, I guess there is a lot of old information to be gleaned about what the Germans were doing. I don't know if it's all out by now or not, Nick.
By no means all out. My research, and again, this will be detailed in the follow-up book. Let's call it the Hunter 0.2, is going to, I hope, really kind of take the lid off that very compartmentalized, very secret, and but very fundamental research into some of the things that we're talking about here. Advanced propulsion. They were into directed energy weapons, but all of this activity was contained in an environment not dissimilar to the way that the black world has been set up today, in a very highly compartmentalized way, very difficult to access, and in a way that history has not documented.
All right.
And that's where I'm going to be going.
All right, good. Nick, meanwhile, your first book is still available, isn't it?
Very much so, and I'm delighted to say doing brisk business, which is very gratifying.
So there you are, folks. If you want to know more about what you've heard, Amazon.com or whatever, and the hunt for 0 Point, and coming out soon. About how soon, Nick?
I hope to have it out next year.
Next year.
Yeah, it'll be, I mean, the research is, as I said, about 95% done, but we hope that the book will be available next year.
You don't really have a title, do you?
I've got a number of titles that I'm working on that are working titles, but there's nothing I'm putting out yet.
Okay, my friend, good luck and good night.
Thanks very much.
Take care. That's it, folks. It's been a wonderful weekend. Thank you all from the high desert this night, this weekend. It's good night. Crystal Gale has always just the right words.
Good night in the desert, shooting stars across the sky. We'll take us on a ride, filled with belonging, searching for
As a great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever time of day it might be in all 24 time zones covered by this radio program, ever growing tonight, including a new affiliate, KTYX-FM in Natchez, Mississippi. I like that name, Natchez, Mississippi. Something about that. GM there, Margaret Perkins. Margaret, thank you for putting us on the air. I hope you don't regret it. It's a pretty strange show, but boy, there sure are a lot of Phillies out there. Glad to have you all. Glad you're along. First, the war news. 3 American soldiers were killed and 19 were wounded in Afghanistan today when a U.S. bomb missed its Taliban target. The bomb, carrying 2,000 pounds of explosives, landed about 100 yards from the soldiers' position north of Kandahar, where the Taliban are making their last stand. Now, officials are saying it's a mystery and they don't know how it happened or what happened. Well, I do. There's no mystery to it. When you call in an airstrike virtually on your own position, or so close, it happens. It's happened in every single war. Anti-Taliban forces battled guerrillas loyal to bin Laden with tanks, mortars, and whatever else they had today, fighting their way through remote mountains toward a cave complex where they believe the terror suspect is holed up. Now, so in other words, they're getting close, perhaps, to Osama bin Laden in the White Mountain area. B-52s laid down some carpet stuff with 250 and 500-pound bombs. Now, I keep asking the question, and people don't know what to say. And the question is simple: what do we do if we catch bin Laden? What do we do with him? Does he die on the spot? I mean, certainly that can be arranged, and you can imagine there could be orders that, would include that phrase, terminate immediately with prejudice or whatever. Do we bring him back, put him on trial? What, war crimes? I mean, what do we do with bin Laden? Nobody really knows what's right because of the apparent or possible, no, apparent is more like it, repercussions if we put him in jail. Security and public health demands could cost states up to about $4 billion, that's serious money this year, in protection against bioterrorism of one sort or another. That's a lot of money. A lot of money. Wow. The Dow has finally made its way to the 10,000 mark. We'll see if it stays tomorrow, but another very good day for the markets, both the Dow and the NASDAQ. An escaped convict suspected of mailing hundreds of anthrax hoax letters to abortion clinics was caught at a copy shop in a Cincinnati suburb. Clayton Lee Wagner, one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, was arrested after employees at Kinko's, all right, Kinko's, recognized him and called police. Apparently he would go to Kinko's to do his dirty work, send, threats and messages and what have you, and somebody at Kinko's nailed him. Called the police and they got him. Way to go, Kinko's. Well, this is interesting. You may remember my visit to the Today Show on NBC about the coming global superstorm, and then follow-up interview that occurred about a year ago now. The Today Show this morning spent a couple of segments just on the weather alone. They showed scenes from one state in the mid-U.S., can't remember which one, with snow like you wouldn't believe. Not typical for snow, for this time of year, not even close. Then they showed lovely Buffalo, New York, where, of course, they get more snow than anywhere else in the world, except now they're expecting a high, or were, of 67 degrees, which is clearly a record breaker. And they haven't had any white stuff fall at all. No snow. No snow in Buffalo, but 67 degrees. It's a virtually unthinkable concept if you lived in Buffalo or live in Buffalo now. The residents there seemed rather thrilled about it. Well, why not? Sure. We saw scenes of folks hanging up their outside Christmas decorations wearing shorts. Scenes of other lightly dressed folks casually strolling down sidewalks. The reporter did the segment on downtown Buffalo, did have a sweater on, but the sleeves were rolled up, and this was at 7 in the morning. The same reporter showed news footage of a report he did this month last year from Buffalo. At that time, Buffalo had blizzard conditions. Anyway, says my faxer, Brian in Kennewick, Washington, Matt, Katie, and Al will come around eventually. So, yeah, I agree. I think they're beginning to get with the curve a little bit and recognize what's going on. If and when the coming global superstorm gets to be a miniseries, I think you should go on the Today Show just again to say, hey, I'm not going away, and either is the weather. Well, clearly the weather is in the middle of a very, very serious change. And probably, as far as mortal man is concerned, the ones that are alive now, permanent. And then I keep getting, I'm getting a million of these. Listen, hi Art. Was listening in on Monday night, heard one caller mention the problem he had with hearing voices prior to or when falling asleep. The caller mentioned that he could hear several hundred voices. And then, or just one voice calling his name, which would cause him to wake up. Since I have had the same experiences, I thought I should look it up on the World Wide Web. And it seems there are many, many others afflicted with this, in quotes, problem. And most of the psychological reference guides call it hypnagogic hallucination. Other sites associate these types of hallucinations with narcolepsy. However, I've only had one or two and sleep just fine the rest of the time. I can only think that it's an event triggered by stress or some other life issue, or it may well be the other side trying to connect with us through this drowsy dimension. This interesting, and it is a really, we should have some sort of sleep expert on the program to talk about this magical period of time between, when you're awake and thinking whatever thoughts you are, and that instant when you pass into sleep and, lapse out of a conscious state, but in that little twilight zone, good name, twilight zone of a time. Oh my. All sorts of magical, interesting things occur. We can move out of our bodies. We can see things we would not normally see. We can hear things we would not normally hear. And of course, the psychologists have explanation A for that. Nice and neat. They've got a name for it. But I'm not so sure at all. And I'm not so sure that they're sure either. They just write papers and have to publish or perish, and so they say what they say about it. But, you know, to me, it does seem possible that this little magical period of time is a time when communication with the other side or another side, we don't really know what we're talking about here, right, is possible, even probable. And so since Monday's program, when we got that call, we've had, I don't know, I've just been flooded with these. I could read them to you all night long. People having exactly the same experience. Fascinating. All right, let's try a call or two here. Open lines, the balance of this hour. Then next hour, David Sarita and Dan Aykroyd, yes, the Dan Aykroyd, are going to be here. And they're going to be talking a lot about NASA. And who knows what they're going to talk about. I mean, you get Dan Aykroyd on the air and David Sarita. David, we had on, last time we had David Sarita on, for the second time in the history of this show, the satellite connection went kaput. It was really weird. It was historical. It was on an anniversary of the same event. And I sort of don't even want to talk about it. Anyway, tonight, David Sarita and Dan Aykroyd in the next hour. This hour, oh, very much open lines. First time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, where are you, sir?
San Diego.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. You know, I have never listened to your program until after 9/11, and I've heard it almost every night since then. You really got some very interesting subjects on there.
You know, you're probably right in that a lot of people like yourself were traumatized and couldn't sleep after that event, after the 9/11 event, and I bet I got a lot of listeners that way, huh?
One thing I want to bring up, you know, I keep hearing you talking about what to do with Bin Laden if they catch him.
Yes.
I don't know if this has come up or not, but you know, truth serum to have him captured alive.
Yeah.
Truth serum and find out what he knows, not only about the area he was in, but the other couple of countries we've been concerned about. So that was my only thought about that.
In other words, and so for that reason, because of the intelligence you could get about Al-Qaeda's plans around the world, yeah, sure, strap him down, inject him with some irresistible juice.
That would not be helpful, huh?
All right, thank you very much for the question. Now, that's an interesting, there's a creative idea for you. While certainly the temptation is to want a quick piece of hot lead between the eyes, he would have the ultimate intelligence about what was going to happen, where it was being organized. Yeah, you know, he's really right about that when you think about it. You know, you want immediate vengeance, right? But a little truth juice might go a long way. Wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Wow, Art, this is wonderful. I can't believe I got through.
Well, yes, you have. Where are you?
My name is Denise. I'm calling from Tampa, Florida, listening on 970 WFLA.
Oh, of course.
I cannot believe I got through. You're not going to believe what I have to call and tell you about.
All right, I'm listening.
The night that you did the Princeton thing.
Yes.
This is so weird. Oh my God, my stomach is all sick. I work at night, and I had a Jeep Wrangler soft top, and I was listening, and I couldn't pull over and concentrate with everybody, but I was doing it, you know, as I was driving, and it was 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And I had the tingly feeling while I was thinking about it.
So did I.
I was a part of something.
So did I.
And a cat ran in front of my Jeep. I lost control, and it turned 2 times into a ditch and bounced off the utility pole.
Oh my God.
And I have no serious injuries, and I just feel like something was there protecting me, and it was just so incredible. And I've been dying to tell you this. Been meaning to email you, and I've tried to call a couple times, and I'm so excited that I was able to tell you.
What happened to the cat?
The cat lived. Isn't that wonderful?
It is. So well, I'll be doggone.
I have 6 cats at home. There's no way that I could not have swerved to miss that cat.
No, I know. I'm the very same way. There's no way I could hit a cat. I'd probably wreck my car.
Yeah, it was scary, and I never lost consciousness, and I have some bruises left and some scrapes, but I'm just so lucky. And I really appreciate your show and everything that you do. It really makes you think outside the box, right?
That's the idea. Thank you, hon. Take care. Yes, thinking outside the box is indeed the idea. Trying to imagine things that during the day you just can't spend time imagining and thinking about, because there's so much more to this world than what we tromp around every day doing out of habit or even love, or for whatever reason you do what you do. At night, things are calmer. People are more reflective about their lives in these dark hours. And you can begin to think of a few of the things that are probably much more important in the long run than whatever occupies your mind during the day's busy work. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
How are you doing tonight?
Okay, sir. What's up?
Oh, I just thought I'd call and ask you about a guest you had on there before. It was about that Rocket Man or whatever they call him. What'd you call him?
Oh yes, the Rocket Man, of course. The man.
1997?
The man who's going to blast himself into space, right?
No.
Oh no?
No, it was a different man. The one that you had, was supposed to have made that engine and went down to Area 51 in that.
Now I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Oh, it was in 1997. You had it on a while back, the best of.
That is a while back. Well, I wish I could help you out, sir, but I've had many, many people who fit the description of Rocket Man, one way or the other. And I've also talked to, collectively, quite a number of people who have been at Area 51, including one last night. So I'm not exactly sure. This was sent to me, written actually, by Bruce Cameron. And, it's called The 8 Simple Rules for Dating My Daughter. Now, you think you've heard them, but these are new rules. So, thank you very much, Bruce Cameron. When I was in high school, I used to be terrified of my girlfriend's father, who I believe suspected me of wanting to place my hands on his daughter's chest. He'd open the door and immediately affect a good-naturedly murderous expression, holding out a handshake that, when gripped, felt like it could squeeze carbon into diamonds. Now, years later, it's my turn to be the dad, remembering how unfairly persecuted I felt when I'd pick up my dates. I do my best to make my daughter's suitors feel even worse. My motto? Wilt them in the living room and they stay wilted all night. So, I'll call out jovially, I see you have your nose pierced. Is that because you're stupid? Or did you merely want to appear stupid? As a dad, I have some basic rules which I've carved into 2 stone tablets that I've actually displayed in my living room. Rule 1. If you pull into my driveway and honk, you'd better be delivering a package, because you're sure as heck not picking anything up. Rule 2. You do not touch my daughter in front of me. You may glance at her so long as you do not peer at anything below her neck. If you cannot keep your eyes or hands off my daughter's body, I will remove them. Rule 3. I am aware that it is considered fashionable for boys of your age to wear their trousers so loosely that they appear to be falling off their hips. Please don't take this as an insult, but you and all of your friends are complete idiots. Still, I want to be fair and open-minded about the issue, so I propose this compromise. You may come to the door with your underwear showing and your pants 10 sizes too big, and I will not object. However, in order to assure that your clothes do not, in fact, come off during the course of your date with my daughter, I will take my electric staple gun and fasten your trousers securely in place around your waist. Rule 4. I'm sure you've been told that in today's world, sex without utilizing a barrier method of some kind can kill you. Let me elaborate. When it comes to sex, I am the barrier, and I will kill you. In order for us to get to know each other, we should talk about sports, politics, and other issues of the day. Please do not do this. The only information I require from you is an indication of when you expect to have my daughter safely back at my house. And the only word I need from you on this subject is early. Rule 6. I have no doubt that you are a popular fellow with many opportunities to date other girls. This is fine with me as long as it is okay with my daughter. Otherwise, once you have gone out with my little girl, You will continue to date no one but her until she is finished with you. If you make her cry, I will make you cry. There's a couple of more rules. 2 more, I think. I'll get to those after the break. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Or my daughters.
On 800-618-8255, east of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
Top of the hour coming up, Dan Aykroyd and David Sarita. Let's see, where was I? Rule 7, right? Those were the 6 rules, but there are actually Rule 7 about dating my daughter. As you stand in my front hallway, waiting for my daughter to appear, and more than an hour goes by, do not sigh and fidget. If you want to be on time for the movie, you shouldn't be dating. My daughter is putting on her makeup, a process that can take longer than painting the Golden Gate Bridge. Instead of just standing there, why don't you do something useful, like changing the oil in my car? And then finally, Rule 8. The following places are not appropriate for a date with my daughter. Places where there are bed sofas or anything softer than a wooden stool. Places lacking parents, policemen, or nuns. Places where there is darkness. Places where there is dancing, holding hands, or happiness. Places where the ambient temperature is warm enough to induce my daughter to wear shorts, tank tops, midriff t-shirts, or anything other than overalls, a sweater, and a goose-down parka zipped to the chin. Movies with a strong romantic or sexual theme are to be avoided. Movies which feature chainsaws, however, are okay. Hockey games are okay. My daughter claims it embarrasses her to come downstairs and find me attempting to get her date to recite these 8 simple rules from memory. I'd be embarrassed too. There are only 8 of them, for crying out loud, and for the record, I did not suggest to even one of these cretins that I would have these rules tattooed on their arm if he couldn't remember them. I checked into it and the cost is prohibitive. I merely told him that I thought that writing rules on his arm with a ballpoint pen might be, ink washes off after all, and that my wood-burning set was probably a better alternative. One time when my wife caught me having one of my daughter's would-be suitors practice pulling into the driveway, getting out of the car, going up to knock on the front door, he had violated rule number 1, so I figured he needed to run through the drill a few dozen times. She asked me why I was being so hard on the boy. Don't you remember being that age? She challenged. Of course I remember. Why do you think I came up with the 8 simple rules? By the way, we have got a really, 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 really cool photo for you to see. If you'll go to my website, we've got a link to it, and it's called Why Did the Salmon Cross the Road? And here's this salmon, this monster of a salmon, crossing the road. Now, there's been a little bit of flooding going on. It says a male chum salmon tries to get across the Skomish Valley Road to re-enter the Skomish River and continue its journey to the salmon hatchery upstream. The fish and the others along the side of the road seem to wait for the wake of a passing vehicle to make their dash across the road. And this was a photograph taken by a Seattle photographer for the newspaper there. And so we've got a link to the page, Seattle Times. Harley Solt, S-O-L-T-E-S, took the photograph, and it's amazing. God, it's amazing. Here are all these salmon waiting on the side of the road in some standing water for their shot to cross the road. And here this guy's taking his shot as the car's coming down the street. And this is one big mama of a salmon. So they crossed roads to get in stream. And we've got the photograph to prove it. Now, how do you get the photograph? Everybody's going to ask me. It's really a cool photo. you go to my website, artbell.com. You click on What's New, and then you make your cursor go up instead of down. When it goes up, you go to News and Other Websites, and it is the first listed link. Why did the salmon cross the road? It's worth seeing. I mean, it's an amazing, amazing photograph. Absolutely amazing. This fish is just wiggling his way across the road. I wouldn't believe this unless I've seen it for myself, and there's a whole line of them waiting their chance to go across. God, amazing. All right, back to open lines. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
It's great to talk to you. It's Jeff in White Plains, New York.
Oh, welcome.
Okay. I just want to say that listening to your program has made 3 years of law school evenings go by quite nicely.
You're going to be a lawyer, huh?
Well, if an environmental lawyer trying to protect the nation's treasures out there.
Uh-huh.
But
so you're going to be a poor lawyer.
extremely poor, but hopefully happy.
Good for you.
My question is regarding shadow people, and I've been involved in investigating people's sightings of ghosts for some time, about 5 years. I've been involved with some organizations here on the East Coast, and what I've come across, I wonder what you think about it, is that it seems that some of the top theories are revolving around what ghosts actually are that they're actually imprints of energy on particular areas.
It's what we spent most of last night talking about. Did you catch this?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch last night.
Oh my God, that was exactly what we were talking about. What a ghost, the definition of a ghost is, an imprint or an actual consciousness, and the answer would appear to be both.
Correct. That's right. That's why, as far as I believe, I think there's two categories, and I think the shadow people might be an extension of that first category of an energy imprint, because like a photograph, there can be that negative image and created something like, that there's a dark shape.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Too many people called me, sir, and I've had now thousands of emails and hundreds of calls about this. And too many people have said, when confronted, when somebody sees a shadow person straight on,
okay,
two things happen. One, they appear startled, and two, they take off like a bat out of hell.
Oh, well, that changes everything then.
Yeah, it would seem to.
Yeah, they're certainly one of the most frightening people that I've heard. I've collected many stories and spoke with many people, and these shadow people seem to scare people more so than any other specter or paranormal experience.
Well, and there are so many of them. One has to wonder what percentage of us might become shadow people.
Yes, in our time after here on Earth, I don't know if that's the way I want to spend my time, but
I very much appreciate your call.
Okay, thanks a
yeah,
lot.
that does. You see, it does change everything. It indicates there's some sort of a consciousness, some sort of intelligence. To be recognized and then to flee requires, well, you know what it requires. Says a lot. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Art. How are you?
I'm okay, sir. Where are you?
I'm in Wilmington, Delaware, enjoying this wonderful tropical weather.
Yeah, I hear it is rather unusually balmy, huh?
Yes, indeed. I've been out in the garden quite a bit today.
Well, if our weather really is profoundly changing, sir, people like yourself in normally cold places really are going to, for a little while, in the short term, they're going to love it.
Right. I'm with you on it. I met you in New York at the book signing.
Oh, in New York City, yes.
You and your wife and Whitley, and it was just great. I got a couple books signed, took a lot of pictures, sent you a few pictures, so that was kind of nice.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Had a couple interesting experiences. I've had a lot of them. I'm a registered nurse. I work at night, long-term care, helping people at the end of their life.
I remember you.
Oh, good.
How's that?
Many, many pictures, yes. I've got plenty more on that to send them to you. Well, let me tell you a couple things that have happened recently. Being on the East Coast and so close to D.C. and New York, I've had the opportunity to pass both sites. And first one was the Pentagon, and that was pretty amazing, just amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that happened, being kind of lost because of the way the traffic is rerouted, I happened to pull off into what I thought would be a service road, and it was blocked off by a guard shack.
Oh.
And immediately, my wife and I were immediately, there was a big black sedan and a big black car immediately on our tails. It was very frightening. Now, the scary thing about the whole thing is, just before we left home in Wilmington, we got on 95, had a major gas leak. Our fuel line had disconnected, and after we settled down after our close encounter with our fearless government, we kind of thought how terrible it would have been if the gas line had come apart at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
That's not something that kind of don't want to have happen. And then I took, my wife and I were in New York. We had to be up there. Well, we had a friend that we lost in the towers.
Now, I don't want to cause you to think thoughts you haven't thought otherwise. However, has it occurred to you that there could be any relationship at all between your encounter with we'll call them the men in black, and your broken gas line?
Oh, well, they would have had to know that we were on our way down there.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, anything's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Anything's possible. But now, in New York, that was, just, you know, the smell, the sense of the spirit, the very spirit in the whole area is, it's just, you can't put it into words. It is one of the saddest experiences I've ever had in my life. And, you know, I took photographs of it. You know the camera that I had, it can really get in there. And I took a couple hundred photographs, and out of all those photographs, with a 20 power lens, I saw one object that was recognizable, and it looked like either a desk or a tabletop.
All right, well, do me a favor, if you would, please, thank you, and send some of those photographs as well as any of the earlier ones you have. I would really appreciate that. Oh, yes, I know. We have a set of exclusive Ground Zero photographs up on the website that are astounding. Simply astounding. The whole thing is astounding, and I suppose this event is going to be imprinted on the American psyche the way Pearl Harbor was. It's going to be in that category, and it's happened in your lifetime, and succeeding generations will speak of this as we now speak of Pearl Harbor. No question about it. It was the day America changed. Forever. You know, nothing is ever going to be the same. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Barb from Meadville, Pennsylvania.
Yes, Barb.
About David Blaine.
The man who...
The magician.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
He is amazing. And after...
Now, dear lady, I must ask you, did you see him do this?
Yeah.
All right, here's why I'm asking. All right, this is really important. Now, I've got a guy on my website who sent a video. I don't know whether you saw it, but he simulates what Blaine did, or what he thinks Blaine did. And by God, it looks like he's levitating. Now, to me, it is kind of a giveaway the way he's standing. But if you were really an eyewitness to David Blaine's levitation...
Right out on the street in broad daylight.
And you're absolutely certain that one toe was not touching the ground... Are you sure?
Both of his feet, his entire feet, was off the ground.
You're sure? You had a view that allowed you to see the front of his...
We all did, yeah. All of us in the group did.
See, that's why I'm so interested.
But the trick he did on me, I have spent so much time trying to figure out how he did that, and I cannot.
And what was it he did?
Well, he does street magic.
Right.
And he, it's always in broad daylight.
Right.
And all he has with him is a cameraman. And he's he stood 2 feet away from me.
Yes.
And I was with 2 women in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And he walks down the street
so what did he do?
He walked up to us and, you know, excuse me, can I do something with you? And my one friend, she was going to say no, and I said, of course you can.
Sounds like a pickup line.
Yeah, right. And so he picked me. He honed in on me, and he said, do you have a piece of paper and a pen? And I said, sure, and I fished it out of my purse, and he said, would you write your name on the paper, please? So I did. And he tells you not to let him see it.
Right.
And I wrote my name. And he says, will you hand it to me? And I did. Now, he touched my hand and I touched his.
Right.
But I was no more than 2 feet away from him. And he held it in his hand and he put his hand down, and I was watching his hand the whole time to see how he was going to do this. And he says, do you know where the paper is now? And I said, no. And he says, will you check your shoe?
What?
Will you take off your shoe and look inside of it?
Yes.
Now, I did not have my shoe off while he was standing there.
Oh, I understand.
And I had loafers on, and I slipped my shoe off, and there was a piece of paper inside of it, and I picked it up, and it was my name in my handwriting. And I don't know how he...
Now, during all the time that, from the point where he received this piece of paper from you...
He didn't bend down.
He didn't bend, that's what I was going to ask. He didn't bend down.
I didn't bend down, and now all your 5 senses tell you that this is impossible.
That's right.
And yet your common sense says he had to have done it somehow.
Yeah.
And it was my handwriting,
Uh-huh.
and that was inside my shoe, and my foot was pressing down on my shoe all the time. I don't know how it got in. He's amazing.
Well,
You don't want to see another magician.
Maybe it was magic. I mean, look, there's always going to be people out
There's
there.
no such thing as real magic.
How do you know that?
It's all illusionism, but I don't know how it
But how do you know that for sure, ma'am?
Oh, I know. I'm a realist. I'm in my right mind, Art.
Oh, ma'am,
I'm not 5 years old anymore.
No, there is real magic, though. It's not that most magicians are just that. They're magicians, illusionists, and he may be, too, for all I know.
And I did see him levitate.
Well, then how can you say there's not magic?
And...
No, wait. Answer that. If you...
The first thing I thought of...
Hold it. You just said you saw him levitate, and you said it without question, and I asked you, are you sure you had a view of both feet? Now, if that isn't magic, what is it?
And the first thing I thought of was air.
Air beneath his feet.
He's using little air jets or something inside his trousers, and there's no sound.
I don't think so.
So you don't hear air hissing?
I don't think so, ma'am. Magic.
No.
Well, all right. See, so in other words, this lady saw it with her own eyes, right? I'm only questioning what she told me. She told me, without equivocation, this man levitated. She knew it. She saw it. But, there's no such thing as magic. Well, if he really levitated, then there is too magic, right? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Diane from Loomis, California.
Hi, Diane.
Hi, and I'm listening to you on Talk 650 in Sacramento.
KSTE, of course.
Yeah, and I remember back, quite a while ago, I guess, you talked about how some people were having memories that possibly Nelson Mandela had passed away when he was in prison.
You bet. And memories of other things that never, that as far as we know, historically never actually happened.
Okay, well, when I heard the Nelson Mandela part, I said, you know what? That does sort of sound familiar.
Huh.
But today, I had the same exact feeling come over me. I was watching, I think it was Access Hollywood or Extra, I can't remember which one it was,
right.
And they were talking about Robert Duvall's new movie. And I said, I thought he died. And I remember watching a special about him, and it was showing all of his different roles, and I remember saying to my fiance, oh, that was my favorite role when he played an apostle, because I thought that was really awesome. But I swear I remember...
Well, here's the thing, ma'am. here's the thing. If time travel is real, most of those who say it would be possible say that if an event were changed, the world would continue. There'd be another little bubble created, and everything would continue down a completely different road, and that there would be as many of these alternate universes created as there had been tamperings with time. So
I remember Dr. Cocker saying that.
there you are. So maybe that's what, but still, you might have a vague remembrance of what really did happen in another timeline. Listen, I've got to go. The show's
Okay.
We're going to be talking with Dan Aykroyd here.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks, Art.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Dan Aykroyd and David Sarita coming up next on Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell.
East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 775-727-1222 or call the wild card line at 775-727-1295. To talk with Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is indeed. David Sarita and Dan Aykroyd are here, and they'll be here in a moment. David Sarita, last time he was on the show, we had a magnetic anomaly occur that took out all land-based microwave and satellite signals, including my satellite signal, the one that goes to the network. It is the second time in the history of this program that ever happened. Something took us out, and I think intentionally. David Sarita, born in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, was first introduced to meditation by his dad, Dr. Lynn Sarita, psychology, UC Berkeley, when he was 13 years old, began a deep and lasting quest to find God and the answers to many of life's most perplexing questions. He's met and studied with many Hindu, Buddhist, Native American, and Christian teachers while maintaining a daily meditation practice for 17 years. David worked mainly as an environmentalist, has planted over 900,000 trees, wow, in British Columbia, Canada, helped to clean up oil spills, direct the LA-based Tesla Foundation, which prompted scientific discoveries for a better environment, president of the Green and Blue Corporation, trying to bring eco-technology projects to private investors and corporations, president of High Energy Micro Devices, a small company developing leading-edge technology for the detection of buried landmines. You know who Dan Aykroyd is, right? For over 2 decades, Dan has brought his brilliant comedic, dramatic style to films and TV. Born on July 1st, 1952 in Ottawa, Canada, Aykroyd had 4 years of undergraduate study at Carleton University in Ottawa in the fields of psychology, political science, and criminal sociology. In addition to those pursuits, he was also active in the university's Sock and Buskin Drama Guild. 72, he went into show business. You know what he's done. 75, Saturday Night Live. Dan helped to forever change the face of TV, forming the Blues Brothers band with John Belushi. They two recorded their big hit Briefcase Full of Blues album in 79, starring in the hit comedy feature The Blues Brothers, and embarked on a live 10-day tour. And the Made in America live album, of course, duo also appeared in Steven Spielberg's 1941 and Neighbors. Remember the movie Neighbors? Aykroyd's screen acting career has included starring roles in Trading Places, opposite Eddie Murphy, Ghostbusters 2, in which he also originated, by the way, and co-wrote, Spies Like Us, again, an originator and co-writer, Dragnet, co-writer, and Coneheads. Coneheads is one of my wife's favorite movies of all time. She watches it over and over and over and over. Other films credits, you know them, Dr. Detroit, The Couch Trip, The Great Outdoors, My Stepmother is an Alien, Loose Cannons, My Girl 2, North Exit, Eden, Tommy Rowe, and Rainbow, with guest star appearances in Into the Night, Twilight Zone, the movie, and Caddyshack 2, of course. Great movie. In 1986, Aykroyd produced the feature film One More Saturday Night for home video and cable markets, and you might be asking, why is Dan here tonight? In a moment, you'll find out. David Cerrito, are you there?
Yes, I am, Art.
David, welcome back to the program.
Thanks for having me back, Art.
You bet, and thank you for, by the way, the last time you were on, David, that was easily the second strangest thing that has ever happened on this program, and I personally believe it was intentional.
Well, you mentioned the following couple of nights that there could have been an NSA, national security connection, and in that letter that you read, it stated that these scientists that I had been speaking to at NASA that I personally know quite well would never be speaking to me so openly in the future. So I decided to test that theory, and I contacted Dr. Newth at NASA and many of the other scientists at NASA and really asked them a very simple question, nothing really about UFOs, just a very simple question, and they ignored me. I didn't get one answer, and normally my answers come within 24 hours.
Yes.
And even a month later, none of 5 scientists that I wrote ever spoke to me again, so that made me very, very suspicious.
Well, you have brought with you Dan Aykroyd. Dan, welcome to the program.
Hi, Art. Thanks very much.
God, it's great to have you.
Wonderful to be on. Of course, I'm an avid listener, driving across country through the desert, through the great southwest of America. Listening to your program is one of the peak experiences of life.
Well, that is the way to do it. At night, it's dark. You're on a road without many other cars, and this kind of program will get right inside you.
It's really, it's really wonderful. I've had people with me, and we've been wrapped and just gripped for the hour or two that we've been able to receive you in that.
So you're going to be doing a program kind of like this, aren't you?
Well, one can never do a program with the scope and quality of the Art Bell Show in any medium. I don't think.
Very kind. However,
I am attempting to catalog on video on the Sci-Fi Channel and treat with the proper degree of respect and humor and perhaps skepticism some of the theories that have been put forth and that will be put out there, which is the name of the show, by the leading experts in the fields which I've been interested in, I guess, since being a teenager and being exposed to my family's interest in supernatural and paranormal occurrences. Now, this ranges from healers to the apparition at Fatima to religious rapture to spontaneous combustion. All of the things are basically that interest us
yes.
as folkloric inquirers. I'm not a scientist, and I'll never say I am, but I am an entertainer, and it is entertaining, and I am a folkloric researcher, and so under that sort of umbrella, I think I'm going to be able to make some very interesting inquiries and have really fascinating guests on, and hopefully open up to get some answers and maybe look where we're going in the future as a species, as a body of spirits, and point to maybe the fact that there will be some positive revelation that will affect mankind in a good sense, and God knows we need it today.
So you'll probably touch base with a number of guests I've had on the program.
No doubt, of course, and we'll get them on camera there, and I will attempt to open up to the sci-fi audience, which I imagine, it's about 700,000 people, we estimate, given their current ratings, some of these ideas, and hopefully expose some of these people for commercial purposes, so they can sell their tapes and books and get a living out of the way that they've devoted their lives, like Stephen Greer and Linda Moulton Howe. They've devoted their lives to this.
They sure have.
They should be compensated for their efforts and for their continuing research, and I'm happy to plug stuff like that.
All right. Before we dive into anything pretty, and we've got a lot of serious stuff to dive into, the one question I really do have for you is, when you made Ghostbusters 2, did you have a lot of fun? Was that fun?
I had a lot. Well, I made both 1 and 2 with Bill Murray and Harold Ramis.
Right.
It was brilliant. He's into Velikovsky and those guys, and he knows he can talk about Madame Blavatsky and the false spiritualists. I mean, he's brilliant. And then Billy, a brilliant comedian. Ivan, a great director. Myself, we were this pool of talent that came together at a very special time. And
I mean, I know it's work, but at the same time, it really did look like you must have had a lot of fun doing it.
I always have fun when I work with those guys and Murray and Ramis. It was really great. We took over New York, or a good part of it for that. And then we built on the Columbia Soundstage in the valley there for perhaps one of the biggest sets that have ever been constructed. We had the full soundstage for the top of the building in the first movie, and it was great to have the resources behind us, and to just to come to work and see that anything you write can be created if you have enough labor, time, and money. See the terror dogs there, and the Slimer model, and Mr. Stay Puft. They had a small person walking down Broadway. He was about 4 foot tall, and they had a scale model of Broadway there. And these were just wonderful days. And
when you were, it must be hard. And here's the other thing I wanted to always ask about. When you were firing your weapons, and you did that many times at various apparitions, obviously, when you made the movie, you had to sit there firing the weapon without anything really coming out of it. How do you learn to do that?
Well, actors can act. They can pretend and believe that there's some kind of an entrapment particle beam coming out of the instrument. But for most of it, Ivan would just if there was an apparition we were pointing at, he'd be up on a stepladder way up high with a grip spotting him, and he'd be waving a pie plate at us.
That's your apparition.
And, yeah, that was of course, it takes direction too. He's going to say, you're slack-jawed, you're what? You laugh, you're nervous, you're scared. He would be, basically talking us through all the emotions, and then he picks it later in editing so that the most genuine reactions are used.
And how cool is it later to see the finished product and see how right it all was?
Well, it's a miracle how movies get made in the movie place. You have 150 people coming together for 3 months, all of different trades. It's still a business that hasn't changed since 1928, since sound came in, because you have the picture recorded separately and then the sound recorded separately, and it's all married later. That still hasn't changed. The lighting essentially hasn't changed. There's new types of lights and trucks and that, but basically it's the same technologically, really, except there's video assist now, and editing is done on video. But the way a movie's shot is essentially the same as it is in 1928. You have this primitive system. You have, still, I believe, negatives sometimes are being cut by a negative cutter with white gloves. You have all these different trades contributing. It takes a long time. You have a star actor working for a week or two, and then that actor might go away for a week and come back. You hope nothing happens to them.
Yeah.
It's amazing how these films have come together. I've just been gratified to work with the best people in my career. I mean, my success is due to the people I've worked with, and it's always great when you sit in that screening room and or with an audience, even better. And all the jokes are working and all the moments are working. That's it's the peak of creativity and I guess satisfaction as an artist.
Yeah, you really know when you're on, don't you?
Well, you hope you know when you're shooting it, and then they're depending upon how it's been executed. Everybody has the same vision. All those moments connect.
Yeah, but you can feel it. When it's clicking, you can absolutely feel it.
Feel it in an audience. Yeah, I mean,
That's right.
The personal experience of really feeling a performance click is when, like, doing music, you come out there and you rip into a song, and then the audience is up on their feet and they're there filling into the concert. And Jimmy Belushi and I have been doing that quite a bit across country for various corporate, private, charitable events.
So that immediate feedback.
Yeah, that's really great. It's harder to do, harder to tell in a movie, but frequently it does connect. And
Well, Lloyd, somehow you got involved in the serious side of this. You met, I don't know how you met David. In fact, you might tell me how you met David, and maybe that'll explain how you got involved. I don't know.
We met through a mutual friend in L.A. Who is doing a really interesting documentary cataloging all of the elders, spiritual tribal elders in North America, the native elders who are left, getting their wisdom, getting their images and visages on camera.
Oh.
And she is a native Canadian, an Aboriginal Canadian, from one of the tribal bands up there. David, is that not the Dene?
It's the Stolo.
Stolo, yes. And so David is a colleague of hers, and I guess we met just to kind of hang out in L.A. at the House of Blues, and then she told me that David had some interest in subjects that I was interested in, and then we got to sitting down and, of course, shared all the common references about UFOs and UAPs, among other things. David is very, I would say, spiritually advanced, very healthy, and I need some of his DNA.
I once did a program, by the way, Dan, if you're on a portable phone, you need
I'm not, actually. I'm on I'm on the landline here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm hearing a little
I know. I'm not sure what that is from. I hope it's not on my end here.
That could be in my end. I'm sitting next to a computer here. Maybe I should turn it off.
Turn it off, yeah.
Okay.
Why not? Give it a try. Listen, I did a program. It was very arduous. I had a number of Hopi elders on the program, and it had to be translated, so that made it kind of arduous to listen to. However, what they had to say, oh my God, what they had to say was a little worrisome. They said they would normally never speak in public. They would never come on the air. However, times were so urgent and time is so short that they felt compelled to come on. And I wonder what you have heard from other elders, either one of you.
Well, working with Ms. Sean Muscle on the Native Elders Video Library Archives, which is how Dan and I had met, basically the idea of the project is that Native elders transmitted most of their spiritual knowledge in oral teachings. They didn't really write things down. And today, there are very few elders alive who really have kept an accurate record of ancient teachings.
Right.
And a lot of the very sacred elders are passing away, and a lot of the younger generations are getting so distracted by the modern world and a lot of the difficulties of modern life. They're not spending the quality time they used to spend with their elders.
Yes.
And the idea of her project is to video archive the elders' words and oral teachings at great length, not like a normal documentary film, but at great length, and preserve them in a video library so that future generations can learn from them of all nationalities.
Did they, in listening to all of that, though, did they have anything to say on a large worldwide scale that you found either interesting or worrisome?
Well, extremely interesting. I mean, the Hopi Indians are so advanced in their ability to store and accurately transfer ancient knowledge for so many generations. I mean, they basically tell us, as we've been told by Robert Ghostwolf, that we're now in the fourth world, that we've done this 4 times. We've reached the same peak of civilization and technology, and 3 times in a row we chose the wrong road, and because we chose not to live in harmony with nature, the earth, in a sense, had to protect itself and temporarily destroy mankind, humankind, and those elders would receive visions, just kind of like the same way Noah received a vision of God, and they would preserve the people and hide in the high mesas in the mountains, and many other tribes have the same type of stories. And then the world would go through another great cycle. The Hindus also say the exact same thing. In fact, there's a lot of evidence now when we consider the discovery of Atlantis and the new story about what was discovered off the coast of Miami.
Oh my God, what a story that is!
Yeah, we're seeing evidence of what the Hopi elders were saying. We're not just, it's not just a myth anymore. Also in India, they have discovered a site, and I can't quote the exact location, but they found a city that is covered by 2 or 3 inches of radioactive ash that's over 12,000 years old. And we wonder, how could an area that large be surrounded by a radioactive layer of ash 12,000 years old? The only answer would be a nuclear explosion. And we go into the Mahabharata and the Hindu Bhagavad Gita, we learn of a war that was very similar to Armageddon 5,000 BC, 5,000 years ago, or 5,000 BC.
Do both of you think that the human race could handle understanding that others have been here with almost virtually all of the evidence of their existence almost erased, almost not quite erased? Do you think the human race could understand and grasp the fact that it's not as we have believed it to be all our lives?
I think a lot of people could. I think people need to see evidence, and I think
And some couldn't.
And some couldn't, absolutely couldn't. But you know, now we found evidence of the Great Flood, of the time of Noah, and we're now finding evidence of Atlantis. So the story is starting to unfold as we get closer to yet that same turning point that the Hopi elders spoke of. And I think that is why at this time in history there are so many sightings of UFOs and what may possibly be actually our ancient gods and goddesses from other stars.
Oh, there's an interesting thought. Hold it right there. We'll be right back. It's the bottom of the hour. David Sarita and Dan Aykroyd are here. I'm Art Bell.
There'll be days like this, there'll be days like this, Mama said. Mama said there'll be days like this, there'll be days like this, my mama said. I went walking the other day, everything was going fine. I met a little boy named Billy Joe, and then
From west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Dan Aykroyd, David Sarita are here. We're going to talk of all sorts of things. Yes, if you never heard that show with the Hopi Indians, we'll try and get it repeated one of these days. It was absolutely awesome. Only word I could use. Awesome. Really was that. And if you heard it, you will never, ever forget it. Until your last day, and maybe not even then. Stay right where you are. All right, Dan Aykroyd, David Sarita, both back. Dan, let me ask you a question. You are going to do a new show called Out There, but you did do one called The Sci Factor, and a lot of people, I've got a little computer next to me, and they can send me messages during the show, and a lot of people are asking about Sci Factor. They loved it.
Well, to address your first question about the human race being ready for revelations.
Yes.
I would say that 50% is ready, half is ready.
That's not enough.
No, but the other half has to be introduced to such stuff, and I guess that's why
you're doing it.
We do this,
yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Sci Factor was the outgrowth of case files that my brother and I found. Which was the property of a technology company which was formed to specifically develop hardware and software out of the field of supernatural exploration, and out of it came some incredible studies and some incredible cases that were, when I read them, they read so genuinely that I actually went to syndicated TV with them. The first year of Sci Factor, we stayed right with the cases. There was the case of this growing black void in the corner of a guy's house, and it just kept eating. It was in Argentina. It kept eating and eating and eating everything in sight, and finally they found a connection between that and a black void in a container ship in China.
Really?
They sent a paperclip through. So here we had an Einstein-Rosen bridge or wormhole or something, and it was...
You're telling me they sent a paperclip from China?
From this place in Argentina, yes, through into this container. That's the way the original case read. Now, we had to change it in our story, dramatization and all that. The first year of Sci Factor was really, really great. The second year, we had to develop the characters. The third year, people were falling in love with the characters. Therefore, we had to make some of the cases more revolve around the characters at the risk and the peril of not being as accurate as we were in the first year.
Did you begin to grieve at that?
I did. I was disappointed, but I understood that to have a success in television, you've got to follow what the audience wants.
That's right.
And still, we did get into some interesting topics, and at least we were there trying to address some of these things. I'd love to take those case files and maybe, do a couple of feature films. There were some incredible stories that were broken down along the criteria of, is it a hoax? Is it a climatological event? Is there something real going on here that's an anomaly, a mystery, or can it be explained through real physical, empirical terms? And that's why I went into it. Now, subsequently, I am the recipient of the Stuffed Candle Award. You've heard of that?
I have it, too.
I know.
Signed by Steve Allen.
And, that's good, because when people ask me about the paranormal and supernatural, I say, well, it's really wonderful, and it's entertaining, and it's great, and it's where inquiry ought to be going, but look at all the things that are happening in legitimate science in terms of genetics and electronics and healing and medicine and astrophysics, quantum physics, particle physics. All of these are where the keys to the supernatural and paranormal are. So if you want to be in that for life, go and study quantum foam, and that'll give you start to give you.
There you are. My Stuffed Candle Award is up next to my FCC licenses, my Marconi award nominations, all the important stuff. It's really important to me. I'm proud of it.
Well, it's just maybe there's a threat there in terms of some of the conventional views, and and that makes us recognize that there's that some of what we talk about is threatening. But really, it keeps us in check a little bit, because we can get out there when we start to talk about Jersey Devil and
sure
sort of spontaneous combustion, which I'm still sitting on the fence over. I'm not quite sure.
Have you seen the photos of the doctor?
Of the doctor?
Yeah, there was a doctor who spontaneously combusted. Probably the most famous case. I've had them on the website, and he completely was consumed. His chair was consumed, and only a tiny spot on the floor, not another lick of flame or fire anywhere.
Yeah.
Totally inexplicable.
The FBI sort of says that the fat burns so hot that it consumes itself, and there's nothing else to consume, and then the fire's out. But again, this needs real physical, this needs real, scientific inquiry. Someone has to get interested. We have to get someone who's an expert in adipose combustion, and I guess there's more to be studied there. But Sci Factor was fun, and we had 4 years in syndicated TV. That was great, and then the market completely dried up, and all of a sudden all these syndicators were producing Saturday morning programming for kids, and our dollars dried up. And but we still run on I think one of the Turner networks, TBN, I think, or TBS. And so it all has a life. And
by the way, are you familiar with Philip Corso, Colonel Philip Corso?
I am. Is he still alive?
He is not. I had the honor of interviewing him 3 times, and his story was absolutely spectacular. He did what you were talking about. He had documents, and he had actual artifacts from Roswell, which he parceled out, apparently, he said, on direction to private industry to engineer some of this stuff. Like some of the major inventions we've got now, he claims, came from what he parceled out to private industry. So you believe that has gone on?
I read Corso, and it's I just don't know how we're benefiting from it today. Certainly, there's no propulsion system evident in conventional aircraft that even mimics some of these interdimensional machines that wink in and out of our world, just like they're at the corner of 7th and 42. There's no propulsion.
He claims fiber optics. Fiber optics,
yeah. Perhaps. But the conventional science and the scientific community was thinking along these terms. The studies and research into photonics has been going on for a long time.
Oh, yes.
Certainly, he's got the credentials, military man, and all that. Again, it bears inquiry and investigation. I guess some of the cloaking, the stealth materials, maybe alloys, maybe graphite bonds, that type of thing. Maybe there was some insight. Look, hey, there's a theory that, as we all know, in the abduction world, about a hybrid program and about eggs and sperm being taken and about, an intervention on a genetic level from afar that had happened in history many times, many years ago, centuries ago, eons ago, and so why not technology too?
How do you feel about our doing that? We're taking cells from eggs and then a little hank of hair or a little scrape of skin and on the verge of creating a human being or a clone.
Well, they're finding out that a lot of these cloned animals have strange growths. The lifespan is shorter.
That's right.
I don't think we're creating perfect replicas. To me, human life is sacred. I can't say that I'm a fan of abortion, but I do believe women have the right to choose. I think that if you're harvesting, if you create a full being for the purpose of harvesting, well, then obviously we're into a legal area here and a moral area that is that gets us into some reprehensibility. It's not right to do that. But I think where you can maybe grow a liver, grow a heart, grow skin.
That sounds good.
I think that's good. I really do. I think that's part of what medicine should be about. What do you think, David?
Well, I mean, as far as the issue of abortion goes, I mean, there's so many views about when the soul actually comes into the body.
Right.
And I've cross-sectioned religious studies, many Hindu masters believe it comes in somewhere around 31 days after conception. So prior to that, technically to a Hindu, there is no suffering. There's no death upon terminating a life. The idea in Catholicism is that it's murder. That basically to kill an unborn infant is murder. But in Catholicism, they don't really have any philosophy, or in Christianity, of when the soul actually is conceived in the body. Most fundamentalist Christians believe the soul and the body are not separate, and nor can they separate.
What do you believe, David?
Well, I think Catholics, believe that at conception is when the being comes into.
Yeah, at the moment of. Oh, you mean at the moment? Sorry, at the moment of birth.
Conception, I think is mostly. I mean, that seems to be the Catholic and Christian.
Yeah, that would mean that you cannot abort. So really, the issue is whether there's suffering and whether there's murder. And again, when you cross-section religion, if you go to Buddhism and you go to Hinduism, you get different views. Certainly, it's a very sensitive subject, and I do believe from profound evidence from researchers like Zechariah Sitchin and other ancient Gospels, such as the Nag Hammadi Library, the newfound Gospels of Christ that were found in Egypt in 1945, reveal a much different story of the creation of the human species. And it is possible, just as we are now embarking on modifying DNA and improving DNA. In fact, there are scientists now who can actually stop aging in single-cell tissues. I believe a scientist named Dr. Michael West at the University of Dallas Southwest Medical Center years ago had discovered how to stop aging in single-cell tissues.
Well, that's his company, and not.
Yeah, and all of this means that in the future we may, if we can reach the stars, if we can break the speed of light and start branching out into our universe, we become demigods. We become co-creators in our universe, and that has some very powerful implications. And I believe also, if you consider the size of the universe, that life may have actually originally seeded on Earth from other star systems, and that means we have grandfathers and grandmothers out there from other star systems that originally seeded life on this planet.
Well, if we can live forever, virtually, then we will get to the stars.
We will get to the stars, and I think one of the things that's happened in this NASA UFO investigation is we are seeing a clear link from what appears to be a powerful case, and you can never be 100% certain, but what looks like a powerful case and a connection to a particular star system that represents the foundations and the founding of the early civilizations on our planet.
And that's what we're about to get into NASA. Dan, have you seen a UFO? Have you seen something that you absolutely, simply cannot explain?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yes, I have.
I've heard that rumor. What have you seen?
Well, I'd like to preface all of this by saying there's something very comforting in all of this to me, and that is that all of it, the multiverse, everything, these creatures, whether we are linked beyond to some interdimensional species or extraterrestrial species, all of it comes and was created by a god or a godhead or the cosmic engineer, a great divine being. I believe that. I'm not a fundamentalist. I'm a lapsed Catholic, an ex-altar boy, ex-seminarian, but I do believe that there is a divine presence behind all of it. David, what do you think?
Oh, I mean, as part of my life's work, I've worked in the environment, I've worked in high technology, I planted trees, but I've also, as Art has mentioned, I've spent 20 years under the influence of my father, who was a PhD in psychology from Berkeley, teaching me how to meditate since I was 13 years old. And in meditation, you don't just look for a belief in God, you actually look for the direct experience. And without going into massive detail, I've had experiences that have verified that for me, that there's absolutely a supreme creator behind all this.
You're very lucky.
And whatever that creator might be, he certainly facilitated the technological advance that I was witness to, and that is that I was in Martha's Vineyard, I was asleep, and I woke up to go outside and basically take a leak off my stone terrace there, the house I have in one of the hills on the island, and I stood up on the terrace, and it was about 3 in the morning, and I looked up, and at about 100,000 feet, it was about 50,000 feet up, because I know it's 50,000 feet up because it's exactly the height that the Concorde makes that right turn to go to Europe, and I've seen the Concorde do that at 50,000 feet from that very stone terrace. So
right.
I have an aeronautical reference there, and I saw 2 glowing white discs side by side flying tandem or edge to edge or wing to wing or what have you, completely round, completely white and glowing, very luminous. And they crossed from the southeast horizon right across the sky to the northwest in about 20 seconds. And, they were really, really moving. And this was not a helicopter, not Venus, not the North Star, not the Kite Formation.
Sure.
This. And I called my wife out, and I called my friend Larry out, and I called his girlfriend out, and the 4 of us saw these discs go across. Now, this is way high up, and they were little dots, but they weren't a satellite. It wasn't, the Nortel satellite or whatever. The telephone satellite going across. It wasn't the space shuttle. It was something that was going really fast, probably 15,000 miles an hour.
Once you've seen something like that, you've actually seen it with your own eyes, and I have too, in 2 separate instances, life is never going to be quite the same, is it?
Well, it makes for, exciting conversation and exciting sort of reaffirmation of why we should go out at night and watch the skies and witness things in the heavens that are there naturally and perhaps unnaturally. It was very exciting, and of course, to this day, I relate that experience and still get a tingle thinking about the moment that I saw that, and now I can turn to my wife and she can turn to me, and when someone brings up this conversation, or this subject, we can say, well, we've had an experience, so we believe that there's something there, that some species that has this technological ability.
After you saw this, did you debate with yourself and the others who saw it about public disclosure?
Whether we should publicly disclose?
That's right.
Well, at that point, they were so high up, it wasn't as if they were disturbing air traffic, and they weren't a threat, they weren't a harm also.
Oh, no, I just meant going to the public in whatever venue and admitting that you have seen something that is...
Well, probably at that time I didn't really have an arena to do it. I didn't really have a voice. I should have called your show and gone on, I guess. I just didn't have an outlet to really discuss it, but of course, I've talked about it with many people. I have a friend who you should have on your show, and I shouldn't mention his name on the air, but afterwards I'll give it to you and you can contact him. He's a very famous director and writer, and he had a vivid UFO experience in the 70s. So seeing him, we swapped our stories, and that was recently within the last couple of years. So it's just great to have a real point of reference and say, hey, I've shared something like this, you know.
Well, there is a certain danger, of course, in going public and saying this sort of thing. And I thought pretty hard about it, even though I do this kind of program. When I saw it, and I had a close-in experience, 150 feet above my head, a triangle soundlessly passing over myself and my wife.
Yeah.
Gigantic thing. Stars went away, moon went away, almost close encounters, you know.
Right.
And I thought really hard before I went on the air. I dragged my poor wife on to be my witness.
Yeah.
And I thought kind of hard about it because people have sort of an attitude, although that is now changing.
It is changing, and you know, there's a tremendous document, the Rockefeller Report.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, of all the anecdotes, and I mean, that's a first-hand reference right there. And, you know, Stephen Greer's work and all of that, I think, is going to open things up. There's so many people in
Have you met Stephen Greer?
I haven't. I hope to get him on my show.
He's an amazing man. Just amazing and absolutely driven. Driven is the only word you can use to describe Stephen Greer.
You know, Ronald Reagan said he saw one in his Beechcraft aircraft plane coming from Sacramento to L.A.
That's right.
And also Jimmy Carter spoke of it and reported it to NICAP. You know, you have many people claiming that this is part
well,
of
if they're really there, NASA would certainly have plenty of experience with them. And when we come back, I want to talk to you, too, about things that I know you've seen, NASA footage you've seen, and NASA footage I've seen, for which there is no logical explanation. Both of you hold on. We'll be right back. Dan Aykroyd, David Sarita are here. And we're talking about the stuff we usually talk about here. Because of it's real. And I tell you it is because I've seen it with my eyes, as has Dan Aykroyd and David. It's important. We'll be right back.
Kingdom of Nye from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
Well, I'll tell you, this song describes Osama bin Laden right down the line. Dan Aykroyd and David Sarita are here, and they'll be right back. Once again, Dan Aykroyd and David Sarita, and just one last question, Dan, before we blast into NASA for a second. Do you believe, flat-out question, blunt question, do you believe we're being visited by extraterrestrials?
I do. I believe that extra-dimensionals, extraterrestrials, I believe that we're being visited by beings in possession of a superior advanced futuristic technology that enables them to wink in and out of beyond the fourth dimension that we perceive every day, and possibly bend gravity to skip through time. And David's book has an extraordinary theory about how this would be technically and scientifically possible. There was a British Defense Ministry spokesman, I forget his name, I know Nick Pope would know about him, but he was a guy in the Lord something from the Ministry of Defense. He postulated that we are being visited by as many as 23 different species, and that it's been going on since the beginning of recorded time. And certainly people say, where's the proof, Dan? Where's the evidence? Well, there's paintings, there's now photos, there's extraordinary amount of videotape now that you can get, and those things on videotape. It's not helicopters, it's not not the moon, it's these machines. Now, is it us in the future coming back to re-engineer our DNA to make us in the future stronger? Or is it a foreign species in a foreign star system? And I think that David's book presents a very, very plausible and believable and compelling evidence that we are being visited by a benevolent and beneficent species that really cares about us and our environment.
Well, they must, or we'd already be gone. They certainly would have the power if they can do what they're doing, whether it's traverse, dimensions or traverse the amount of space required to get here. They could instantly get rid of us if they really wanted to. So the question is, what are they doing? Observing? This is for either one of you. Do you think they're observing? Do you think they will step in at some point if we're about to wink ourselves out? Or why have they not contacted us after all?
Well, they're abducting. Some species are abducting people all the time. And
yeah, I know.
And so that's a contact. It's not a. It is kind of a positive contact. Many of these abductees, and I've been in a room with them. You say, would you want to be visited again and taken again? And 3/4 of the hands go up. Yes.
I know.
They don't feel it's invasive. They've been given knowledge. They've been given information. They've been given an insight into why the particular species of being that abducted them came to do so. But the species written about in David's book. First of all, David, let's just put an image in the listeners out there. Tell us, describe to me, and tell Art and I, what is a Dropa stone? What does it look like, and what is its significance in world culture?
A Chinese professor named Chai Pu-Te in 1938 led an archaeology team of Tibetan and Chinese archaeologists into the high mountains of Bayan Kara Ula on the Tibetan-Chinese border. And that's 1938. They found the skeletal remains of what appeared to be tiny people with large bulbous heads in a grave site with interlocking caves. And that's an image I think that stands out in everybody's mind.
Where was that again?
That's in the mountain. It's on the border of Tibetan China in the mountains of Bayan Kara Ula. Professor Chai Pu-Te in 1938. Now then, when they go through the grave site, they find these round stones, round discs. They're quite large, not maybe 2 feet in diameter roughly. They find 716 of them. They're round. They have a hole in the center, a notch. Many of them have a notch cut out of the side, and they have a spiraling groove of closely written characters, not unlike hieroglyphics, that actually were later translated. So,
like a lightsaber with a notch out of it.
Exactly. And so what does this mean? We know that ancient civilizations and ancient peoples recorded history in stone. That's how a lot of the ancient peoples recorded their history, the same way we record things on paper and in computers today. So what did it mean? And basically what happened is that there were two answers that came. One, another Chinese professor in 1962, Dr. Sum Nui, actually translated the characters in the Dropa stone, and when he was about to publish his findings at the university, he was banished from the university for what what he was about to state publicly.
And what was that? What was he going to say?
He was going to say that the translation revealed that these round discs were emulations of giant spacecraft that crash landed in these mountains 12,000 years ago, and actually described this burning disc.
These were replicas, like miniature replicas of.
Right.
They're miniature replicas of the craft that came crash landing into the mountains, and then they found these small people from another star system. And then the answer was, okay, where were the people from? I mean, there's not a lot written of them other than the fact that they crash landed from another star system. Inside of the cave, they had little pea-sized dots connecting between stars and the Earth. So these pea-sized dots were theoretically telling us where the origin of these ancient peoples were from. In 1947, an English scientist named Dr. Carl Robin Evans went in under an audience from the 14th Dalai Lama, our current Dalai Lama. He got an audience with him, and then he went to study with the local tribes people in the area, learned the language, and then he learned from a local tribesman named Lurgan Law that this crash saucer and these ancient peoples came from the star system of Sirius 12,000 years ago. So then we got an answer to what a Dropa stone was, what it emulated, and where this ancient civilization was from. So we get a connection to a star system.
And so I bring that up just first to put that image out there of this stone with the significance, and then cut to modern technology today, the space shuttle number 79, mission 79, was it not?
Yeah.
SES-75, February 1996.
Okay, which on board there are numerous recording devices, audio and video, for the work of the astronauts and for ground control and monitoring.
There are also cameras outside in the shuttle bay when it's open, and they look at the Earth's horizon and the Earth, and they get all kinds of views. And after all, folks, if these things are really going on, these things we see, they would have to see them, wouldn't they?
And I believe the evidence is that they have. And all of these images, if a picture is taken and it's transmitted back to ground control, well, that comes down through the ether and can be received by satellite, by receiving dishes on Earth.
That's right.
Let's go to Vancouver, David, and talk about your friend at the cable station there and the massive material he gathered over the years. And explain the body of the material that he gathered and his process.
Yeah, the audience should,
and how it was interrupted.
Audience should understand there's something called NASA Select. I can receive it here on C-band, and you receive, at least certainly in those days, it was not tape delayed. You received live transmissions from the shuttle, and this man apparently was dedicated to recording them. Is that correct, David?
That's correct. We no longer have that availability today because NASA has encrypted their broadcast. But back then, in about 1994, when I had been working with many of the top physicists from the United States and Russia in the field of nuclear fusion, and had access to some of literally the top physicists in the world. And Martin Stubbs, the program manager of a cable TV station, through a photographer friend of mine named Michael Boyle, had approached me and said, would you do an investigation into this space shuttle phenomena, into what may be UFOs? And I said, yeah. I mean, I myself, in 1968 in Berkeley, California, was one of hundreds of witnesses to a daylight UFO sighting. So for me, I knew they existed, so it wasn't an absurd question to me. And I take a look at the footage, and I looked at it, and originally I thought this would be a very quick investigation that would have some sort of a plausible answer. And what I started to do was Martin Stubbs, the program manager of the cable TV station, started getting more and more of this footage. He had spent around 6 or 7 years of his life recording live NASA broadcasts and cataloging what appeared to be UFOs, or at least in the true sense of the word, unidentified flying objects. So I started studying them, and I started writing scientists at NASA and talking to other physicists about them. I had a lot of knowledge in science and physics myself, from being a fly in the wall to many Nobel Prize winning physicists and having them at my disposal. So I knew how to do a lot of thinking myself, and I started dialogue at NASA at the highest level. I've been talking to scientists like Dr. Earl Van Landingham, who back in 1989 was the head of propulsion, power, and energy at NASA. I had talked to Dr. Joseph Noose III, who was NASA's head of astrochemistry. I had talked to National Space Act Award-winning astrophysicist Lou Frank and Edgar, Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell. And there were quite a number of other physicists that over the course of the 6 years I was sharing the footage with and looking for answers.
And on the footage, and the reason that David made this inquiry is because it is very, very compelling. You see the NASA, and Dave, you'll correct me as I go along here, you see in this particular piece from STS-79, you see, and you can get it if it's available.
Hey, he says 75, and then there's 80. There's quite a number of missions that have it.
The one that's really compelling is the one with the tether of the satellite that breaks off.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah,
you have the shuttle. It releases the satellite, a tethered satellite, hopefully to go up and get into the trajectory that they wanted to achieve. But there was a mistake, and the tether broke. Correct, David?
That's correct.
So you see the satellite come out. You see the tether, which is long, 1 mile long.
12 miles long.
12 miles long, the tether, and it breaks away and floats away from the space shuttle to a distance of about what?
Starting camera is about 77 miles away, drifting to 100.
Right. So you see this long, glowing straight cord, which is the tether, and that's the phenomenon you see.
Glowing is right.
And then in the background, slowly, these objects begin to float in behind this 12-mile-long tether, which is 100 miles away. And these objects are round, with a hole in the middle and a notch in the side.
That's right.
Like the same symmetry as the Dropa stone.
And they also, when I freeze framed these pulsing phenomenal discs, I got a spiraling wave exactly so showing all three phenomena matching the Dropa stone: the notch, the hole in the middle, the round shape, and the spiraling wave.
And I suppose both of you are aware of some of the astounding UFO sightings in Europe that show exactly what you're talking about, with a notch and all.
Exactly. There's a woman in England who's seen it a couple of times.
That's right. And she caught a hell of a photo, and I think she sold it to somebody for television. But
yeah, that was Robert Kvyat.
There, Kvyat. Yeah, that's right.
And it's round. It's got the notch. It's got the spirals. Now, David, the dimensions of these craft, if in fact you've got the shuttle, you've got the 12 miles away is the tether. 100 miles away is the tether. 12 miles long. What are the dimensions in scale as you look at this footage? What does it seem the dimensions of these craft?
Now there's a couple of ways that I take the measurements. Firstly, we have a 12-mile-long tether, and again, I've done very deep research at NASA into this. We have
it's all on tape, folks. All
on tape. I mean, right now we finished a 3-hour documentary, so people can order it. People have been going through Art Bell, your site all day today. So everything we're talking about, you can now actually see in the documentary and also read about in the book.
Your measurements are taken how?
The measurements are taken. Okay, first of all, the tether is 12 miles long.
So you've got a reference.
You've got relativity.
Sure.
You can clearly see the objects are going behind the tether. So that absolutely confirms that you're not looking at an optical illusion. If I put a piece of fluff near the camera lens and I measured against something 100 miles away, I couldn't get a true relativity measurement. But we can clearly see they're going behind, and so...
Many of them, David.
There's many of them. And the largest, measuring the diameters of the UFOs against the 12-mile length of the tether, I estimate 2 to 3 miles in diameter minimum sizes, and if they're farther behind the tether than I think, they could be much larger than that even. These are...
But at minimum...
2 to 3 miles wide.
Those are big objects. Now, let's backtrack just a little bit. The tether broke. Now, it was a fascinating experiment that, as far as I know, they have not yet repeated. Who knows why?
It was an energy gathering thing, right?
It sure was. And as a matter of fact, they gathered so much energy. When we say the tether broke, that's not exactly what occurred.
No, that's not exactly what occurred. What occurred was that the the 12-mile length of the tether, first of all, they ran a charge of electricity through it, just like you would charge any antenna. And they were trying to produce energy as the tether dragged through the Earth's ionosphere, the magnetically charged part of our atmosphere, and also collecting highly charged particles that are basically permeating space in the zero plane of space all day long.
And what they got was so much more than they expected that it just literally melted.
Exactly.
It melted. So, you know, you might speculate, at least I might, I can do that, that these beings were, they were aware that we were on the precipice of discovering a new energy source that might change this planet forever. That's what I think, personally.
Well, that's what NASA discovered, and it really gets quite advanced, the tether, is that space has a lot more energy. In fact, in the tether, the measurements were 10 times more than physicists had predicted.
Thank you.
So there's a lot more energy in the zero of space and what's now called the quantum void than scientists had ever previously thought. And that energy field in space may be what some of these great civilizations from other star systems are tapping into to traverse the great distances of our universe.
Well, maybe they're not ready for us to tap into it just yet.
Maybe not. Maybe that could be part of it, but also there seems to be a benevolent intervention here, David, and in your book, you go on to postulate a theory as to why these crafts are visiting our outer atmospheres, our ionosphere, stratosphere, and that would be why. Why is this particular species with this particular crowd? What are they doing with these huge? Are they just observing, or are they acting on a benevolent impulse here?
Well, the first thing, I have to backtrack a bit to answer the question. My original investigation at NASA started with Dr. Newth, the head of astrochemistry at NASA, talking about a discovery NASA had made in space of something they couldn't explain. Giant 40-ton balls of water doing 35,000 miles an hour were entering our atmosphere at a rate of 10 to 20 million impacts a year. And
David, you're going to have to hold it right there. That really is an interesting point to hold it to. Dan Aykroyd, David Sereda are my guests. And this footage exists. As a matter of fact, he's got tapes that you can get your hands on through my website, and when we come back, we'll try and explain to you how you can do that. You really should see it for yourself. Seeing is believing. I'm Art Bell from the high desert. This is Coast to Coast AM.
East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach out at 1-775-727-1222 or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach out on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Well, it has to be that NASA knows these things are there, right? So that means they're lying to us, not telling us the truth. And the question would be why? Why would they lie to us? And I'm sure we'll cover that shortly with these two gentlemen. Dan Aykroyd, the Dan Aykroyd, and David Sereda are my guests, and they'll be right back. Once again, Dan Aykroyd and David Sereda, gentlemen, welcome back. We're talking about these balls of water, or I suppose if they were in space, ice, water when they get here, crashing into Earth. David?
Yes, okay, that's where we left off.
David, you were in correspondence with this Dr. Newth. Now, how did you find out about the NASA research, which was revealing knowledge of these huge balls of water coming into the atmosphere and avoiding satellites and avoiding shuttles and somehow seemingly being directed? What was the origin of the NASA study?
Well, basically, in about 1985, a scientist named Dr. Louis A. Frank, who was operating satellites that could see into the ultraviolet light spectrum, Incidentally, the ultraviolet light spectrum is the spectrum of light that we can't see as humans, but because it's too high in energy for us to see. They had developed cameras that were looking into these upper spectra of light, and Frank started to detect these moving objects that were quite large and moving and entering our atmosphere, and they were only showing up in these ultraviolet light spectrum, something that no one in the history of space science had ever observed before. Normally, when you take a picture of an object, if I have any gas, liquid, or solid object in space, I can take a picture of it in infrared, which is heat, a spectrum of light that's lower than the human eye can see, and then you could also take a picture of it in the visible spectrum, which we can see with our eyes. But this was something completely different. NASA was looking at something that was only showing up into the near and far ultraviolet. That immediately cued my attention for a particular reason. I'll have to backtrack a little bit. In 1989, I was speaking with Dr. Earl Van Landingham, who was then NASA head of propulsion, power, and energy. We had a long talk about nuclear fusion. And I decided to candidly ask him, had NASA ever made contact with an extraterrestrial civilization? And Dr. Van Landingham didn't laugh. He took the question very seriously. And he said, no, we haven't. And he said, when you consider the amount of energy it takes for a spacecraft to do the speed of light, to arrive at Earth from another star system, Alpha Centauri A and B are like 4.3 light years from Earth, and Sirius is 8.7. It takes a tremendous amount of energy to get velocity in a spacecraft. And then, of course, you have other problems. Another problem you have with a spacecraft attaining the speed of light is Einstein's law. I'll make this very simple for people. Basically, E equals mc squared tells us that solid mass, a spacecraft like the shuttle, can't go too fast. It can't accelerate too fast because the faster it travels, the more the impeding force of inertia. If you use the example of wind, if you stick your head out of the car doing 70 miles an hour, the wind impedes upon your face and pushes you back. The faster you want to go, the stronger the wind gets. When you go through space, there's not as much inertia, but as you start to get into incredible speeds, it starts to impede upon you. And Einstein said the physical mass cannot attain light speed because the faster you go, the greater the inertia, and then you've got to increase your energy to the point that you can never actually attain light speed. So where am I going with this? Basically, what eventually physicists discover is that the only way you can go light speed is if you could, theoretically, if you could change the solid structure of a spacecraft and turn it into light, turn it into actual energy, so that it no longer has solid mass, it's actually waveform or pure energy.
Make it vibrate at a higher light speed.
At a higher level.
Actually, I thought Einstein suggested that if you did achieve the speed of light, that is exactly what would happen.
That's exactly, and you're right. I think that's the next evolution of it. If you did achieve the speed of light, you would literally have to transform into light. So if you look at why a photon can do the speed of light, it's because it has no mass. It's called a massless particle. So again, where is this going? Dr. Earl Van Landingham, the Director of Propulsion, Power, and Energy at NASA, told me, again, the energy part of the equation, and that when you consider that, the great amounts of energy that it takes for a spacecraft to do the speed of light, he said we would detect a signal well advanced in the arrival of the spacecraft. Well, where do we detect high energy signals? When we look at how we actually observe phenomena, as humans, we observe things in light speed time, and we actually look at things in regards to light. How do we actually make high energy observations? Well, in the electromagnetic spectrum, at the bottom of the spectrum, you have radio and TV waves. Higher in frequency than that, you have microwaves. Then you have infrared. All of these spectrum are invisible but detectable to humans at this point with our current technology.
Right.
And as you go higher into the spectrum, what you're actually observing is higher and higher levels of energy.
Mm-hmm.
So in regards to Van Landingham's statement, where we should be looking to see greater energy signals is not down in radio where SETI is looking, but rather up into the visible and the near ultraviolet, the far ultraviolet, the extreme ultraviolet, and even higher into X-ray and gamma ray waves. And that's exactly where NASA is looking.
And by the way,
Frank was looking.
Yes,
And that's exactly where Frank was looking.
SETI is also moving in that direction.
And SETI everyone's starting to figure this out now, because when you take the energy part of the equation that both Einstein and Earl Van Manningham are stating to us, we need to be looking at higher energy signals. And so NASA's video cameras on the space shuttle, which all of this footage of the tether was taken on, is a special camera that is kind of, they basically take an off-the-shelf video camera and they soup it up kind of like you would soup up a hot rod car to see into the near ultraviolet light spectrum. So when something only shows up in the ultraviolet light spectrum, it means the entirety of the object. It means every single atom is vibrating as pure waveform energy in a spectrum of energy that is actually radiating with so much energy that we can't see it. That's exactly what, in regards to what Van Manningham is saying, where we should be looking to detect such a signal, and that's exactly where these UFOs are showing up. So,
all right, so how are they explaining this?
Now, when he started to find these water balls only showing up in the ultraviolet spectrum,
Going 35,000 miles an hour and hitting our upper atmosphere.
hitting our upper atmosphere, doing 35,000 miles an hour, I went, oh my God, this meets the criteria of unidentified flying object phenomena for what we should be looking for. And then I got in the middle of this huge debate between Lou Frank, all these other scientists, and Dr. Joseph Newth III, the head of astrochemistry at NASA, trying to find out what these things were. And that's where it all began. What we ended up with was a war. On one hand, Frank really did appear to be seeing giant water balls entering our atmosphere, but on the other hand, there were so many of them, and they weren't showing up in infrared, which they should, which showed me they were highly quantized phenomenal objects. And then Newth was pulling his hair out of his head because he said, with this many objects impacting our atmosphere, no satellite nor the space shuttle has a chance of surviving days, let alone years, if these were actually naturally occurring water balls, or what are now called small comets. And so there's a huge disagreement. The only answer in the end that I could come up with in the debate was that these water balls were being intelligently directed around the satellites, and that was the only way we could describe how the only answer to explain why they aren't hitting the satellites.
Hitting them. Well, is it so hard to imagine? After all, there's a very strong theory that that's the way life was seeded originally on Earth.
Water is the matrix of all life. It is.
You bet.
Every living thing is made of water. And then the other part of the problem was that water cannot survive deep transits in space, not small amounts of water like this, without burning up under the intensely hot rays of ultraviolet and gamma rays and X-rays. In fact, it shouldn't even be here. So then I postulated to Newth that the only possible answer is that they had a phenomenal membrane around them, kind of like a radiant barrier. Let me explain to people what a radiant barrier is. In space, the temperature of space is minus 273 degrees, so it's freezing. But as soon as you have a gas, liquid, or solid exposed to space above the atmosphere, it basically gets bombarded by cosmic rays from our sun and from other stars, and you get temperature. So because you're getting temperature on the water at such a high degree, the water should theoretically burn up. It shouldn't have arrived here. So the only way to protect anything in space, satellites, the space shuttle, or these alleged water balls at this point, is if they had a foil-like or a gold reflective radiant barrier to bounce out those harmful rays. Kind of like, the same way down on the Earth here, our atmosphere actually filters out all the harmful rays, the more intense cosmic rays, from entering our atmosphere. So, at this point, the only way we could see these water balls surviving is if they had a barrier around them, and that would start to look like some sort of an intelligence, and that's something that NASA could not agree to. So the debate has remained stagnant to this day. I filled in the blanks. The answer was clear to me. The only way they could be going, that there could be so many of them impacting our atmosphere and not hitting the satellites is, for one, they were going around them, and two, they must have had some sort of a thin or protective shell, and that starts to lead to the idea that we're dealing with intelligence.
Yes, but NASA then is well aware of this, and all of the other NASA footage that I'm sure Dan has seen a lot of. Yeah. I've seen it too. Mm-hmm. You can't watch this footage without your mind getting blown, and you're saying to yourself, well, then we're being lied to.
I think that the rank and file of NASA, I think that there are many there who are big fans of this footage. It's known that many were big fans of the Mission to Mars movie, which laid out and postulated the seeding scenario, and that I think that your public relations mechanism at NASA is just operating under this. Is it the Space Act of 1958, David?
Yeah, exactly. It was the Space Act of 1958.
There's a blank, government employees and people in aerospace and astrophysics and in the military are prohibited by United States Code, by, I forget what title it is, title something, subsection, paragraph, you'd have to have a lawyer look into it, but are prohibited from talking about UFOs.
Well, I had two NASA public relations guys on the air with me, and it was very instructive. Their answers were very instructive in essentially denying everything. I mean, it was an obvious, full-blown, we're going to deny everything, ice crystals, propulsion, any reason at all one can give, the reasons they do give, and they just flat denied everything.
And that's what I did for this 6-year investigation. And again, in the middle of this conversation, I'd actually like to point out that if people can buy this video, the 3-hour documentary.
This is a test of the Rochester, New York Emergency Alert System. In the event of an emergency, this system would bring you important information. This test of the Emergency Alert System is now concluded.
And why are they being hurled at us by this intelligence?
Okay, so this gets incredibly interesting because, again, I didn't know where this investigation was going. This was day one. Basically what happens and what I started arguing with Dr. Newth about is, first, he agreed with me. He said one of the problems with Frank's hypothesis is that these water balls theoretically could not be coming here. They couldn't survive the intense temperatures of space. I eliminated tailings from the recent passings of comets such as Hale-Bopp. He said no, these are definitely not melted tailings from the passing of a comet. Because it's something that's been occurring even when no comet has been passing by. So we eliminated that. We eliminated shooting stars, space debris, space junk, just about everything in the argument. And then I said to Dr. Newth, well, wouldn't the enormity of water, you got 40 tons of water, they're evaporating as they hit the upper atmosphere. I said, wouldn't the intense radiation from the sun break the H and the O, water is hydrogen and oxygen, separate the two, at 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, hydrogen separates from oxygen, and the oxygen, as it got bombarded, the oxygen that was released from the water would be bombarded by solar radiation and produce ozone. So we all know our ozone layer is dying, and yet these mysterious balls of water would be producing oxygen, which would then transmutate into O3, which is ozone. So I said, oh my God, actually my first question to Newth about that is there a God? Is someone hearing our call? Are these things actually producing ozone? And he agreed with me, yes, they would actually produce some ozone. He didn't know or understand exactly how much ozone they're producing, and it's a very difficult conversation to have with a scientist like Dr. Newth at NASA, because first of all, they're not able to take accurate measurements about how much ozone has been depleted and also how much these things are producing. So if we're seeing a retardation in the damage to the ozone layer, it could be related to these giant water balls. Now
Well, we do know how serious the ozone depletion is becoming. I mean, 3 to 5%, I believe, over the North American continent, for example. Zillions more cancers, all kinds of problems as a result of it. So
exactly. Now, I used to know the scientist at NASA, retired now at Berkeley, Dr. Johnson, who did the original calculations on ozone depletion for NASA about 15 years ago. And his calculations showed me something so terrifying. He said within 30 years, that was about 10 or 15 years ago, life could end on this planet.
Right.
He said we don't have to lose all the ozone for life to end. We only have to lose some of it. And yet that hasn't happened. So I'm quite interested. I don't know how much ozone these things are producing, But it seems to be an act of benevolence because what later happened in this investigation, we were talking earlier about the Dropa stones and how they looked identical with the square notched head at the side, the hole in the middle, and the spiraling wave to a Dropa stone. Now, I didn't know where this investigation was going, but many years later, basically 5 or 6 years later, when I had made, through a researcher named David Ballard, made the connection to the Dropa stones, and I researched how they were connected to the star system Sirius, and then I decided to read Robert Temple's book, The Sirius Mystery, and I learned, oh my God, here was my answer. The ancient Syrian gods were known as the masters of water. They were known as the water gods who were from watery planets in the Sirius star system. And everything came crashing together. In Temple's book, The Sirius Mystery, he talks of a tribe, an African tribe called the Dogon tribe in northwest Africa, who prophesied the return of these Syrian gods. And in the day of the return would be called the Day of the Fish, which is quite interesting to describe the aquatic or watery nature of these gods. And lo and behold, during the STS-75 tether incident, the tether and the satellite and the shuttle were passing directly over northwest Africa, moving on over to Egypt, the precise home and location of the Dogon tribe, who prophesied their return. So was all this a coincidence? Was the original investigation into water and the intelligence around water, and then the enormous UFOs and how they led me to the star system of Sirius, and then finding out that the Syrian gods, which again you can learn about all of this in great detail in the documentary, were the masters of water, and that they had mastery over water. And in fact, if we look back in biblical history, we can see the God of Moses parting the Red Sea. We can see Jesus Christ walking on the water and commanding the sea to a calm.
Right.
We can see all of these great gods of Egypt who were known as masters of water. So it really looks like we're looking at something far beyond coincidence, that we could not have so many coincidences if this
And to
was just...
extrapolate it right out, there could be a benevolent species which is grafting the damaged ozone layer with a view towards healing this planet, and that gives me a lot of hope if there's any grounds for credible for credible evidence here. And I believe David's book and the documentary set it out as far as one can. He's laid it all out here. And,
all right, we're at the top of the hour. You guys good to go for one more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, good. That number to order the tapes, 1-877-UFO-NASA. I bet NASA loves that number. UFO NASA. Yeah, they've got to love that. All right, you two, hold on. We'll be right back. From the high deserts, this is Coast to Coast AM with Dan Aykroyd, David Sarita, and of course, moi.
East of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
It is. Dan Aykroyd is here along with David Sarita, and we'll get immediately back to them. Once again, Dan Aykroyd and David Sarita back on the air again. Gentlemen, continue. Where were we?
Well,
we've got a Dropa stone in ancient culture that is like a lifesaver with a notch cut out of it. We have a picture that a woman took in England of such a craft in the sky. We have the NASA STS-75, their own cameras recording the tether with these objects in the background. Looks like a lifesaver notch out of it. We have water balls hitting the planet producing ozone to hopefully heal the atmosphere. In this theory, we have the Syrian connection, and David, you spoke of the launch of a shuttle at a particular time, and
Yeah.
and
That was
you get into that at
actually-
the end of your book, and David's book is called "The Best Evidence: The Case for NASA UFOs." It's a must-read and incredible volume with a great theory about a life-affirming, benevolent presence. Hopefully that.
Well, Dan, how much trouble do you think we're in environmentally?
Well, when you've got frogs, missing limbs and growing extra limbs and missing eyes and tumors, when you have species dying out around the world, in South America, in formerly pristine areas like rainforests and jungles, when you have acid rain eating the paint off my farmhouse, air pollution at such degrees now that even towns along here where we are in Lake Ontario are suffering. Formerly, they didn't have that kind of a problem. I think we are in. We're probably, as David Suzuki, the great environmentalist, says, we are a minute from midnight, and midnight being catastrophe.
The weather would also seem to be undergoing a fairly profound change at the moment. Even the major networks are beginning to take note.
Yeah, I'm up here in eastern Ontario, near Ottawa, the capital city of Canada, which is on the same latitude as Moscow. And, it is, today it was like almost 65 degrees, and we're sitting at night. I got the door open here.
Really? On the other hand, Dan, I'm about 20 miles from Death Valley.
Yeah.
And it's presently 29.5 degrees.
Oh, it's that nice cool desert air. But, David, tell us about the shuttle launch and the Syrians being the proponents of water, these beings that are the masters of these water balls in your theory.
Well, basically, where we left off is, again, we've made a connection here. We started an investigation 6 years ago at NASA into water balls that defied all logic and all physics. They seem to be, to me, to be intelligently driven, and ultimately, in chemistry, water breaks down into hydrogen and oxygen, and the oxygen transmutates into ozone, and that would definitely be producing a significant amount of ozone in our atmosphere, and that would obviously have some sort of a healing or benefit to our failing ozone layer. And then, of course, we made the connection to the Dropa stones, and the Dropa stones led us to Sirius, the star system of Sirius. And when I read Robert Temple's book, which is another book I really urge people to read, we make the connection to the Syrian gods as the masters of water. And the ancient Egyptian gods and goddesses were known as, in Temple's research, the masters of water. So again, it all came crashing together. There were so many coincidences. And further, that the space shuttle and during the Tether incident was traveling right over Northwest Africa, the home of the ancient Dogon priest and the Dogon tribe who live in Mali, Northwest Africa, and prophesied the return of the Nomos, what they call the Nomos, or the ancient gods from the star system of Sirius, and said it would be called the Day of the Fish and the Star of the 10th Moon, and this would mark their return. And that Temple actually wrote in his book that the Dogons described these ancient gods from Sirius traveling to Earth in watery spacecraft that would be encapsulated in a thin metal shell. And inadvertently, Temple was actually describing Dr. Frank's discovery of water balls that had a radiant barrier, or some sort of a foil protecting barrier around them to prevent them from burning up under the intense radiation from the sun. So there was just so many coincidences in this investigation that it just doesn't look like many of NASA's scientists trying to slough these things off as some sort of explainable phenomenon.
Yeah, but here's the problem, David and Dan. It's this, and I've talked to NASA people, and I tell them about the kind of things you're talking about right now, and they say, my God, if NASA knew of something like this going on, some program like this going on, extraterrestrials visiting us, we would be the very first to tell you about it because we depend on a budget. And nothing would get our budget going like, the discovery of extraterrestrials. So there's got to be some much larger force at work that would prevent them from, feeding their own budget. What about that?
Well, actually, actually, just before we went on the show tonight, I got off the phone with a friend of mine who was working on the space station. I can't really tell his name because he has since become a massive fan of the NASA footage. I've shared it with him and his family.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying NASA's falling apart. Under Bush right now, in fact, Dan Golden, who is actually resigning from NASA because of arguments with the president, and the president trying to cut funding, cutting back the space station, cutting back everything at NASA. And I think that this is a mistake. I think that we have to...
Well, so do I. But again, explain, after all, they could announce this, and the funding would go through the roof, wouldn't it?
Well, here's the question. A lot, again, I've worked with in the association of many of the top physicists in this country, including people like Glenn Seaberg, who chaired the Atomic Energy Commission and invented plutonium, won the Nobel Prize for it. They're responsible for all the nuclear testing out in Nevada under Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon. And people, these people are not really trained to understand how to look for. Again, going back to Earl Van Landingham's statement, how would you recognize a high energy signal? And I don't think they really, when they were looking through these cameras and seeing these glowing giant discs, and then they pull their eye away from the camera and there's nothing there. I think that they didn't even really understand what they were seeing. But when you understand...
It would be very difficult, I think, for the conventional publicity mechanism of NASA to present this theory and have it be believed.
Yeah, I think they'd have a hard time with it, yeah.
They would.
Yes, I know, but we have this evidence, though, of these craft traversing our atmosphere at, 25,000 miles an hour going across the Atlantic. There's some pretty impressive radar confirmations and visual confirmations and photographs and all the rest of it. So somebody there has to know something.
Well, I think they know, Art. I mean, again, people I know at NASA, there's a couple of physicists that I mentioned in my investigations who are absolutely baffled by these videotapes. Dr. Louis A. Frank was so baffled, and his research team was so baffled, he couldn't even... He said, we've seen the tape over and over several times, and I want to speak to you about it because it seems... Basically, he's saying he's mystified. And this is a National Space Act Award-winning astrophysicist admitting to me he can't explain what these things are.
I understand, but again, playing the devil's advocate, this is what the NASA guys said on my program. They said we would at least announce something about this to get our budget cooking. So there's got to be some
you've got
great...
a good point, Art. I think you have a great point, but I think some people at NASA have figured out what I figured out. And I'll tell you, again, you had Richard Hoagland, a profound space research scientist, on your show. And two incidences he reported that really got my attention. Again, I've been in the business of detection with physicists, and I understand how we make detections on a vast level. I think it was called the Pegasus incident. Remember the Pegasus incident?
I remember it very...
Remember the giant disc that showed up on radar but didn't show up in the visible spectrum?
Yes.
That's exactly what I'm looking for. You're looking for a high energy signal of something that isn't appearing in lower dimensions.
Well, I don't think there's a big argument.
Those were 200 to 300 mile wide circles, and they were moving, and they showed up on radar, but you couldn't see them. That is exactly what we should be looking for in regards to considering Einstein's law that a solid craft can't do the speed of light, but if you turn into pure energy, you can. That's what we should be looking for.
How does that happen? How do we take mass and turn it into light, and how is it possible that these that from 8.5 light years away, these craft are able to make this journey in much less time than that?
Well, that's a subject that in the video, in the documentary, and also in the book, I treat with incredible respect. What I did is with a zero-point energy scientist named Steve Okerlund in Maui, we got a giant TV, plugged the tether tape into an incredibly good quality VCR, and we watched the pulsing waves, the UFOs that are actually pulsing as they move over the top of the tether.
That's right, I've seen it.
Okay, I freeze-framed those pulses with an incredibly accurate VCR, and I started studying the wave pattern. And you're going to see this in the documentary, and it's really hard to explain it on the air, but I'll basically tell you that the wave patterns revealed to me that the propulsion system of these craft and the energy generation system of these craft, and I'll explain. Basically, extremely high frequency waves that are obviously stronger than light are pulsating through the craft. And what happens when you pulsate mass steel with high frequency waves of energy? A Canadian scientist named John Hutchison, who is discoverer of the Hutchison effect, is actually doing the exact same thing. He's been pulsing extremely high frequency waves from Tesla coils and Van de Graaff generators and really high frequency radio waves at steel and solid objects.
With what kind of result?
He actually levitated a 70-pound cannonball. The 70-pound cannonball starts to absorb the high-frequency waves, and it starts to levitate. And he's actually got it on film, and you can see it in the documentary. What is actually happening is everything. Nikola Tesla basically measured the Earth vibrating at between 6 and 7 hertz. Or is it 7 and 8 hertz? It's a very low frequency state. So matter, as we know it, is just energy vibrating at a very low frequency. If you can change the frequency of mass into a lighter frequency, it actually becomes, its mass is actually reducing. It's becoming less and less mass.
So with reference to gravity...
So what ends up happening is you're seeing, when I looked at the UFOs and I see these high-frequency waves pulsating through their mass, they're telling me how they're levitating and moving their craft. Hutchison proves the point by, in his experiments, he's pulsating a 70-pound cannonball with high-frequency waves. Eventually, the solid structure of the cannonball becomes so high in frequency that it starts to defy gravity and levitate.
All right, maybe you can answer this. So many of the reports we've had, Dan mentioned it a little while ago, are of craft that come into the visual spectrum for a period of time, and then, to us anyway, virtually wink out, and then may appear later at an impossible distance away.
I can completely explain that with what I'm explaining to you.
Yes.
Actually, in the NASA UFO documentary, we have footage from the space shuttle looking down at the Earth. You'll see a UFO materialize suddenly in front of the space shuttle cameras, as if from another dimension. Again, when we consider the space shuttle cameras looking into, say, the near ultraviolet light spectrum, the spectrum of energy that's too high in frequency for us to see, these craft are able to take their solid mass, like Hutchison's cannonball, transform them into a high-frequency wave state, which makes them turn into mass becomes energy. And as mass becomes energy, it basically is transforming into light. As it goes higher in frequency in that spectrum, it eventually can go so high in energy that we can't see it anymore. So it appears to go into another dimension. If the UFO started vibrating in the near ultraviolet, for instance, suddenly it would appear to disappear in front of our eyes. The reason it's doing that is because the higher its frequency it's becoming lighter and lighter and lighter. And once it becomes as light as a photon, it's easy for it to do the speed of light. In fact, it requires very little energy in the form of propulsion to move a solid spacecraft made of photons, made of light, because they have no mass. So,
is it your opinion, David, and or Dan, that what's going on at Area 51 and other secret areas is experimentation in exactly this technology?
Probably not as advanced at this, David.
Probably not as advanced, but I can tell you one thing about Area 51 that I've done some research into, and that is that a company called EG&G.
Oh, I know them well.
One of the top 4 defense contractors in 1968 boasted that they had a successful demonstration of a nuclear propulsion system called Phobos 2A. Now, that would be a radioactive nuclear propulsion system. Because we know that we haven't actually developed truly non-radioactive nuclear power sources yet.
We think we haven't.
I worked with some of the top nuclear fusion scientists in the world. I spoke in Congress in fusion in 1992, and there is definitely a retardation in our country to funding truly non-radioactive types of fusion, and we haven't gone there yet. So one of the signatures you could look for in discerning between an experimental craft such as those being developed at Area 51 that are nuclear propulsion systems, is that there would be radioactivity evident. and that would mean during a sighting or encounter you might receive radiation burns. We can't assume that someone coming from a star system like Sirius or Alpha Centauri is going to be exposing themselves to radiation because they would die long before they got here. So when we see radiation around spacecraft, harmful radiation, I should point out, we might be seeing a signature that we're looking at something that was developed at Area 51 or somewhere else on the Earth. That is some sort of experimental craft. But non-radioactive nuclear energies, and certainly getting into zero-point energy and gravity beyond light-speed theory or magnetism beyond light-speed theory craft, which is what I think we're looking at in the video, they're obviously far beyond nuclear fusion. I'll give you an example. In about 1989, 1990, I met Dr. Glenn Seaborg, who chaired the Atomic Energy Commission under Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon. And he was getting involved in a type of non-radioactive nuclear fusion called helium-3 fusion, developed by a scientist I know very well from MIT named Dr. Bogdan Maglish. And I asked Seaborg about zero-point energy and these alternative energy developers, and he said, if anyone had developed a gravity generator, they would have the most advanced form of energy, so far advanced that even it would make nuclear fusion obsolete. And he said, I don't believe anyone's developing anything like that on the Earth today.
Well, they should be, because look at the rate.
And I think that's what these UFOs, again, another benevolent signal. The pulsing waves coming off of the UFO and studying those waves and revealing how they're levitating their craft. And then when I met Canadian scientist John Hutchison, I saw he was doing the same thing and it was working.
Well, I think we're on to this technology to some degree. I just think that it's being suppressed. For
it is. Hutchison has had McDonnell Douglas, Lockheed Martin, all of the defense contractors come up and try to study his technology and try to duplicate it. And I think they're on to him, and I think we're heading in the right direction, but again, we're very slow. We're very, very slow.
All right, you two, hold on. We'll be right back. I'm Art Bell. Dan Aykroyd and David Sarita are here. This is Coast to Coast AM, roaring through the nighttime like a freight train. Stay right there.
From west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach out at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach out on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
From space, you surely can see miles and miles and miles. And if these things that we're all seeing, or many of us, are real, then NASA has seen them. NASA, in all likelihood, has a pretty good idea what they are. And I still think it's a really good question. Maybe a hard political question, but a good one. How come they're not telling us? Dan Aykroyd's new show is going to be called Out There on the Sci-Fi Channel. Dan, are you going to have David on and some of this footage?
Oh, absolutely. David is one of our key guests. Very excited to have him on. Show the footage, discuss the topic of the Syrian, the benevolent Syrians who may be helping us heal our ozone, and on many other subjects, hopefully in subsequent shows. I know that we only have a half hour with each guest, but we're going to get into a full range of subjects, and I'm sure David will be a frequent guest. And Art, in answer to your question about why they don't reveal this, why there's no open discussion here on these matters.
Right.
Well, there was a congressional study done in the 50s about what this knowledge would do to a Western society. And, you know, it was concluded in that study that there'd be a general breakdown of respect for authority.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, oh, wait a minute.
That's the Brookings report. You're talking about the Brookings report.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, what are we going? We're supposed to respect the teacher, the cop on the street, the military man, and the president when there's a higher being and a higher force up there. Wait a minute, hold on, get out of the way, get out of the way. We want to talk to him. We want to talk to that entity.
That's right.
And you'd have that breakdown in society and that disrespect for authority. People not going to work, people not going to church. Well, this is the theory anyway. I think humankind at this point, today, in the year 2001, with all that's happening on the planet, with 50% of the people in polls taken all the time believing in paranormal and supernatural events, that there is much more beyond the four dimensions that we live in, much more than we see. I think people are ready to handle it. And I think that that Brookings report was done, you know, a half a century ago, and times have changed, technology's changed, and I think people are ready for a revelation.
Well, to some degree, perhaps, Dan, but I'll tell you, I talk to a number of fundamentalists on this program all the time. They're not ready.
But it's all from God. It all comes from God. It all comes from the divine being. It doesn't undermine God in any way. I don't see where it undermines God or anything Judeo-Christian at all.
You've done your movies about ghosts, lighthearted stuff. Do you believe in them?
Oh, yes, absolutely. All one has to do is read the tremendous books that were out in the 70s and 80s about the Ghost of Flight 401, Lockheed L-1011 that crashed in the swamp in Florida.
You bet.
That is a compelling ghost story, and that's one I frequently tell around the fire here in Canada. There are many, many books out. I have photos that were taken. We took a bike ride up through Louisiana and into Mississippi, and we went to the Myrtles plantation there. And with our Harleys, we pulled up on our leathers. We were walking around, and I have Polaroids of things in behind my friends' heads, shapes, shrouds, shrouded figures, right there on camera. And people purport that the Myrtles is one of the most haunted places in America. I've spoken to United States Park Rangers who work at Ellis Island, and they say that walking those parapets at night, they have seen gray apparitions. They've felt cold spots. They've heard voices. You know, Hans Holzer was a great researcher of all of this stuff, and he's got audio tapes of otherworldly voices that just are again, you know, compelling evidence.
Well, okay, I agree with you. I too believe in ghosts. I've heard the stories for years and years and years. So compelling, and I've seen a lot of very compelling photographs. So I believe. What I'm interested in though is the possibility that these ghosts or these entities are hard to separate from some of what we're talking about with David. We don't really know that they're from necessarily Sirius or who they are or what dimension they're from or anything else about them, in quotes. And I'm not so sure that all of this is not connected.
Well, remember, Art, I mentioned how the higher spectrum of light, which is essentially higher energy.
Yes, well, David, if you look at NIDS and people who have done work in UV, for example, they have seen things that would just blow your mind. They've seen openings in midair with creatures crawling out in light spectrum that we can't see. All of that relates to what you're talking about.
Exactly. I mean, one night I was going crazy because you had a woman on in the Los Angeles area who was taking pictures in the ultraviolet and seeing these UFOs show up that weren't showing up in regular view, and I knew the answer, and I was trying to get through in the line, but I couldn't. But also in regards to Sirius, and when you mentioned NASA, do they know? Your most profound space science researcher, Richard Hoagland, stated on your show that on May 27th, 1999, NASA launched STS Mission 96 at 6:50 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time with Sirius at 33.33 degrees on the horizon. And that number, 33.33 degrees, is the highest number in symbology in Masonic wisdom.
That's true.
And we know the founding fathers of our Constitution were all Masons. And we know that people very high up at NASA are also very aware of Masonic symbology. So
Yes.
why, again, was it serious 3 years later, after STS-75, which was in 1996, and now we got 3 years later and 33.33 degrees and Sirius. It's Sirius that's on the horizon. So I postulate that NASA may know and have figured out the same thing I have, and I'm just one step behind them.
There you are.
And that they know who our visitors are, and they've said it in a very subtle way. And all we had to do is decipher it, and thanks to Richard Hogan, we have that fact.
Right. What about their quest for zero-point energy? Do you think there's any evidence that...
Well, now, again, in 1996, mysterious or not, the same year as the mission of the STS-75 incident, NASA opens up a new division headed by a very young physicist, around the same age as me, Dr. Mark Millis, into research into zero-point energy, quantum ideas, and even beyond light-speed theory high technologies. So NASA suddenly became very interested in 1996 and funded this new division into zero-point energy, something that previously they weren't interested in. Why was it all happening around that year? Also, an astronaut who was on board that particular mission, Dr. Franklin Chang Diaz, who saw whatever we're seeing on the videotape live that day, we saw pulsing UFOs. Dr. Franklin Chang Diaz became the head of the Johnson Space Center's propulsion lab, and he developed a pulsed plasma rocket just a few years later. Was he trying in his own way to reverse engineer the kind of physics he thought he was seeing that day? There's just so many coincidences as we go through this investigation, and I think people should look and take a look at this documentary and the video and see and read the book if they can, and make their own decision. I've shown arguments on NASA's side as to why they think they're not UFOs, some scientists at NASA that are mystified, and from the viewpoint that these are unidentified flying objects. And I think I've shown all sides in this case, and people can make up their minds in the end who they want to believe.
Well, the people who would have seen a lot of this are the astronauts. Now, the astronauts, those, including those who went to the moon, have all had incredibly difficult lives since their missions, as though they are aware of something, and they're keeping it inside. I mean, they have had bouts with alcoholism at just an astounding rate, loss of families, divorces, all kinds of very difficult things have happened to these guys who had the right stuff.
But a few have come out and said that they've seen things.
Yes, sir, they have.
And so there are NASA employees, NASA first-hand astronauts, space travelers, star travelers of earthly origin, of you know, who are humans, who are of our consciousness and intelligence, who are admitting that there is much more.
You bet.
One of the most compelling shows, Art, that you ever had on was the night that you played the 911 calls in Liberty County, Ohio.
I agree.
Remember that?
Oh, of course I do.
That was a fantastic show because you had, and you went with it, because you played 45 minutes of these cops chasing UFOs, you know, all over the countryside.
Yes.
Culminating with the guy climbing up in the water tower and seeing 4 of them go over his head. Incredible.
It didn't need comment. We just laid it out on the air. You can hear it for yourself.
It was beautiful. It was just vivid and wonderful. You know, it's that kind of thing. And as just a blanket sort of, anybody who comes up to me and says, well, how can you believe in ghosts and the supernatural and the paranormal? What proof is there? I say, well, go to Marfa, Texas.
Oh, yes. The Marfa.
Go to Alpine and go 30 miles west of Alpine and park your car at the state-certified paranormal mystery parking lot. Because the state of Texas has right there Marfa Mystery Lights, and gives you a little table and a chair and place to pull your RV over and watch those lights, and they appear every night between dusk and dawn, and they hop around, they change colors. I've sighted them with an infrared viewer. I've seen them with the naked eye. I've had people with me. The thing is, there's nothing out there to produce them. There's no gas. It's not a car. It's not a generator.
But they're there.
They're there. And that is a true paranormal mystery, and one recognized by the state of Texas.
Well, by the way, here in Nevada, to give ourselves a plug, we've got something called the Extraterrestrial Highway.
Recognized by the state of Nevada.
That's right.
Yeah. I almost hit a cow there a couple of years ago on a motorcycle. Going up to the Little Alien Inn.
Oh, yes. Oh, you've been there.
I've been to Rachel, seen the mailbox. And what is great about the Little Alien is you go into the corner as you're eating your burger and having your milkshake, and with all of the fine people there, Pat and everybody, on the wall is just the most vivid and spectacular collection of home assembled photos of UFOs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people just, they tack these photos up, and they've been coming from all over the world for years, and there's a great display there that kind of rivals the one at the Roswell Museum.
Well, I think, personally, that that this is all very obvious to my listeners, to the two of you, to myself, and I think that you're right. I think that the Brookings Institution study is still in force, and I believe that at the highest levels in this country, they've determined that this information cannot get out. Simply cannot get out. And I don't know, with shows like mine, with shows like the one you've got coming, Dan, and the information you've got, David, if it's really this serious, they're not going to really let this get out. Not to the point where there's a public epiphany, you know, and everybody suddenly realizes that it really is true. They're just not going to, they can't let it happen.
Well, thanks to people like you and Dan, that you guys have had the courage to open these doors and let people know, and that's why so many people stay up so late at night just to hear this, because they want to know the truth.
Well, Dan, how do you, there are stars in Hollywood that lend themselves to political points of view or whatever. You've done something else entirely here. You're lending your voice, your celebrity, to this cause. So you must feel awfully strongly about it.
Well, I do. I like truth to be told, and you know, there are thousands and thousands of people out there who around the world who've been taken, and we haven't even gotten into that phenomenon, into the work of Bud Hopkins and John Mack, and you know, you can't, and these are people from all walks of life, and you know, Herb Shermer, the highway patrolman in Nebraska, who went aboard a ship.
Oh, yes.
And spoke of that. Barney and Betty Hill, the Allagash guys, the Pascagoula guys, the Hopkinsville incident, you know, these people told their friends, and their friends told their friends, and so there are people out there who know.
Are you pretty well convinced, Dan, that these creatures have our best interest at heart? Or, you know, there's people like Dr. David Jacobs who write that they may not be what we think they are, and those who come back, you know, from these kidnappings or these abductions may have...
Hello, you guys?
Yes, hello.
Oh, sorry, I had my handset cut out here.
Oh, okay. Are you familiar with the work of Dr. Jacobs? Dr. David Jacobs?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, it's simple. He doesn't think these are such friendly creatures at all, and he thinks those who have been abducted have been brainwashed, and he said we should be very, very cautious. Now, you obviously seem to think they're pretty friendly.
Well, the ones that David writes about, the Syrian theory, those are benevolent species. I believe that there are non-benevolent ones at all, and I think there are probably training programs underway at certain levels of the military, and there should be, with a defensive stance. Now, Stephen Greer says that we should not be developing the missile defense shield. We should not be developing space-oriented weapons at all, because they, I guess, will act as a deterrent to these species coming down to try to make contact. But I
Well, Dr. Greer,
I think it helps to have something in reserve.
Dr. Greer thinks we're crazy to be developing space-based weapons systems, and he thinks we've been shooting at these things.
Well, there is that footage, David, that you showed me of some kind of a high-speed craft coming towards Earth, and then a beam comes up from the planet, from Earth, and it misses it, and then the thing makes a right angle turn and kind of
Yeah,
flies away.
I actually have a lot of research, and I didn't go into it in this investigation, of what are known as ultraviolet light weapons, which would attack them in their frequency. But the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Technology, a wealth of information in that agency as to the most advanced defense capabilities we have, I'm very well aware of.
The footage that Dan just talked about, is that in your...
Yeah, we have several incidents in this documentary. The tether is only one.
Yeah, you actually see a beam come up. I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things there. We've got a gathering over Africa of about 8 or 9 UFOs gathering in a circle. We have a UFO manifesting from another dimension. We've got a UFO that I'm able to calculate speed on at over 900,000 miles an hour, moving over the curvature of the Earth and disappearing on the horizon. We have a high-speed, nearly 90-degree turn, which is something that just baffles physicists' minds. There's an incredible amount of footage and investigation and a lot of compelling theories and arguments going along with each piece of footage.
All right, and this is available again at a phone number right now. I presume now?
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
For $24.95, a 2-video set, it's 1-877 UFO NASA.
This is the real thing. Now, incidentally, the Brookings Institution was an American sponsored document, and in Europe, in Belgium, you know, you had the Air Force general on there talking about his F-15s chasing craft that were going 7,500 miles an hour. There doesn't seem to be this blanket denial in the public relation mechanisms of many European governments. There's people who are quite open in the French have just come out with a large disclosure project there in the last couple of years.
Even the Mexicans, Dan, they've had collisions with UFOs out of Mexico City.
Right, and they talk about it.
Yeah, they talk about it.
Yeah.
But we don't.
And the Brazilian defense guy there who was in the last couple of years speaking about his activities and his studies and the investigations that he undertook.
Well, listen, to we're out of show. We're out of time. Boy, that went fast. that was 3 hours. Boom, just like that.
Well, we've got to do it again sometime. And Art, if I can convince you to come to New York City, I'd love to have you on my show. And I've got to get out to the high desert because I need a good dose of that pure, beautiful air and that great endless sky.
Dan, thank you. Thank you, my friend. David, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Yep. Good night, all. All right, there you have it. David Sarita, Dan Aykroyd. I'm Art Bell from the high desert. It is really happening, you know. Ta-ta.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, bathed in darkness at this hour, I bid you good evening or good morning for cases than not on Halloween. Across all these many, many time zones where it's not Halloween in the West, Hawaiian, Asian island chains, eastward to the Caribbean where Halloween's been underway for some time now. South into South America where it depends. North to the pole and worldwide where it really depends. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Ghosts. To Ghosts AM. that time of year again. And tonight, we will do what we do every year at this time. Now, what we do is tell ghost stories. So the following recommendation is for you. Turn down the lights. Better yet, turn them off. Turn the radio up as high as you can handle it. And get ready, because you're about to hear some very, very weird stuff. Now, let me tell you how we handle it. Number one, we don't take jokes, although I'm about to make one. All we take on Ghost the Ghost is serious, real ghost stories. Now, those of you who happened to hit the program with Brad Steiger last night, it would be, by the way, repeated over the weekend at some point if you didn't hear it. It was an excellent, excellent, excellent program. Brad is always a very good guest. And when I say real, I mean in the sense that it bit me in the butt last night. And boy, did it bite me in the butt last night. I can't recall at what time it was during the Steiger interview. But something happened here last night. And it may have been because of the discussion we were having. I suspect that. I suspect when you invite these things in the sense that you talk of them, they probably notice, particularly on an international program like this. At any rate, we were in the middle of discussing any number of ghostly type things. And at the end of one of my breaks, or at the beginning, more likely, of one of my breaks, really, as I ran the bumper music and prepared to get up and go into the other room, I removed my headsets. And I'm telling you right now, I've got a door, to my radio room here, what I call my shack, my radio room, and somebody sent me a little placard that came from a ship that obviously at one time sailed the high seas, a real placard that says radio room that obviously was in place on the ship's radio room, and so I tacked that to my door long ago. And that is the only feature that adorns the outside of my radio room door. And as I removed my headphones and prepared to get up and turn around and go into the other room during the break, all of a sudden, and I'm going to simulate this for you, but there was a crash on my door. And I don't mean there was a knock. I don't mean there was a house settling sound. I don't mean that a jet somewhere broke the sound barrier and impacted the house. I mean there was a crash on my door. One so loud, so strong, that it would have, if I'd seen it, I didn't. It was just as I was turning around, one that would have buckled my door inward. Not in the horror sense of the movies where the door sort of turns into rubber and buckles inward, but I meant, I would have seen it buckle. It was about this loud, if I can simulate it, like that. And I almost lost it. And I ran, of course I was already on the way, so I turned around, I opened the door, boom, like that. There was nothing. I was so concerned that I got a weapon and began to check the house. I went and woke my wife up. And I woke her up and said, "Did you do that?" And, she came out of sleep and was properly annoyed that I had awakened her. I said, "Of course not. What are you talking about?" I have 3 cats. One might suspect they had done something of that magnitude, and my 20-pounder might have thrown himself up against the door, but wrong. They, too, were all 3 asleep on the bed with my wife. 3 of them. Crowded. So, something hit my door last night hard. Really, really hard. I don't have any idea what it was, but I can tell you this. It was not nothing. It was something, and it scared the hell out of me. It really, really scared the hell out of me. This morning somebody sent me something that I thought was genuinely funny. This is probably going to be the only funny thing that we do this night, because we tell serious ghost stories on Ghost to Ghost AM. But I felt that I had to read this to you. A vampire bat came flapping in from the night, covered in fresh blood, parked himself on the ceiling of the cave, and prepared to get some sleep. Pretty soon, all the other bats smelled the blood and began hassling him about where he got it. He told them to piss off and go get some sleep. But they persisted until finally he gave in. Grudgingly, "Okay, follow me," he said, and flew out of the cave with hundreds and hundreds of bats behind him. Down through the valley they went, across a river, into a forest of trees. Finally, he slowed down, and all the other bats excitedly milled around him now. "Now," he said, "do you see that tree over there?" he asked. "Yes, yes, yes," the bats all screamed in a frenzy. "Good," said the first bat, "because I effing didn't." And I thought that was one of the funniest things. I wish I could tell it in true form, but you can't use those words on the air, so I got as closely like it. You get the idea. Covered with fresh blood his own. Slammed right into that tree. Anyway, I couldn't resist. All right, so what we do tonight again is tell real ghost stories. And I know a lot of you out there have real ghost stories. Last night should have prepared you to do this. Now, here's the way I look at it. And I've been asked all week, when are you going to do Ghost to Ghost AM? And I thought about it, and of course, Halloween is officially on Hallows Eve on Friday. Well, in some time zones, it's already Friday. And even in this one, in an hour and 45, it is going to be Halloween. So my plan is sort of a non-plan. We are going to do Ghost to Ghost tonight, and then maybe even a little tomorrow night, too. That's the way I'm going to cover it. Because were I to begin Ghost to Ghost tomorrow night, it would already be over in some time zones by the time I begin. The opposite problem of tonight. So obviously more hours in the show this night will be in Halloween than they would be tomorrow night. Definitely a difficult decision for me. But I thought, what the hell, we'll do it tonight, then maybe we'll do a little more of it tomorrow night too. But this is one of the most genuinely frightening shows you will ever hear. That I guarantee. So we'll get to it in a moment. All right, so we're going to tell ghost stories tonight, real ones. Let me give you the appropriate phone numbers. Now, this is not a guest-driven show. This is a program driven by all of you, wherever you are. If you know the genuine ghost story, if you or one near to you has had an experience that you know to be true, then we want to hear about it. Here are the appropriate phone numbers to respond. First-time callers at area code 702-727-1222. You might want to write these down. 702-727-1222. The wild card lines are area code 702-727-1295. 702-727-1295. West of the Rockies, toll free. It's 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. The east of the Rockies, it's 1-800 800-825-5033. 800-825-5033. Now, you may be somewhere else in the world. Accounts of spirits are not limited to America or Canada or Mexico or really anywhere in the world, because all of this, occurs on a regular basis worldwide. So we have an international toll-free Halloween Ghost to Ghost Show line, which is as follows. Contact your AT&T operator. Get the AT&T operator on the phone in whatever country you reside in, and have her call 800-893-0903. And from whatever location you reside in worldwide, it will be a toll-free call from Japan, from Germany, from Great Britain, from the Scandinavian countries to Russia to China. It doesn't matter. Wherever you are, just get that AT&T operator and tell her you want to call a toll-free number in America, which is 800-893-0903. Now, ghosts. What are ghosts? Well, we had a long talk with Brad last night about what ghosts are, and we're not exactly sure. Ghosts may, of course, be a sort of horrendously repeating tape loop image of what was once here. We do know that frequently spirits, or the remains of what once were human beings, seem to appear as apparitions, doing the same horrible thing again and again, particularly in instances of suicide, murder, death by various violent and rather immediate means, many times unrequited love. Those who die while they're passionately in love with another seem to linger. And then there is a second category of ghosts that is truly frightening, because one might imagine a sort of lingering presence, not really of the soul of the departed, that is replaying some action, a sort of a weak echo of what once was. One might imagine that as a lesser horror than the soul of the departed one, truly trapped on earth, or a disembodied spirit with evil intent, poltergeists, perhaps the more playful, and then the more serious, the really evil presences. Many of you have met up with them. So there are all kinds of categories of ghost stories that I can imagine one might tell. But one thing's for sure, if you listen carefully, if you listen to the people who are going to tell these stories for the most part, you'll find they are very serious, and you will find it is indeed a very frightening process. East of the Rockies, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM.
Hi, Art. It's a privilege to talk to you.
Where are you calling from?
This is Peter from Syracuse, New York.
Hi, Peter.
Hi. Well, as a hobby, I'm a parapsychologist when I have the time. I've had many ghost encounters, but the best one that I feel like sharing with you tonight, I had a couple friends out in Syracuse who lived in Oswego, and I had them stay at these people's house, for dinner. We're good friends. And I noticed that they asked me if I wanted to spend the night there because it was such a long trip and I didn't have a vehicle.
Sure.
And I said, sure. Well, I stayed there, and at night in the living room on the couch, and as I was going to sleep, I felt hot spots and cold spots. And from what I've studied before, they were present in the spirits, I assume. And
the only indication, though, cold spots.
Cold spots, yeah. And Well, nothing really happened but spots. And the next day, I mentioned to my friend, I said, what? Yeah, I felt cold spots and hot spots, and this is kind of strange. And she said, oh, that's my dad. He died many years ago. He looked after me. And I said, well, you know, that's kind of spooky. And I got a little scared. He said, oh, don't worry. He's not going to bother you. He just protects me. Well, I stayed the second night, and there was footsteps down the stairs, the hot spots, the cold spots again, and I'm getting scared. I'm getting the cold chills up the back of my spine. I can feel the hairs going up and everything.
Oh, yeah.
And then I heard a big, loud bang in the attic.
A bang.
A bang.
And it's not a bang. Yeah, the kind that I was talking about that happened last night during the program?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I agree with Brad 100% in his findings.
All right, look, we're going to hold it at the bang, which is a good point of suspense, and bring you back after the break, all right?
All right, thank you, Art.
Stay right where you are. This, of course, from the high desert, is Ghost to Ghost, AM.
Oakville is taking your calls in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico at 100-618-2255. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. That's 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
You're not going to believe this. We got up to the point with our caller where there was a crash, like the one on my door last night, and I lost my caller during the break. Well, that's what happens when you hang them up right at the crisis point. I can't believe it. Anyway, sorry about that. I guess we'll have to pick up on that story when he manages to get back to it. At any rate, the lines are jammed with those who left those stories, so we'll get to it here in a moment. Now, one other little item, and I haven't even seen it myself yet, so you're going to have quite an opportunity here. Coming up tomorrow night, I believe tomorrow night, on Strange Universe, is going to be yet another piece of footage of an alleged alien. And I spoke earlier in the day with Renee at Strange Universe. We have very close connections. And she said, hey, Art, how about if I send you a still photograph from the video that we're going to show on Friday? You know me. I said, by all means, fire it along. And so she did. I fired it to Keith, and my sense would be that by now, if you go to the website, as of about 5 minutes ago, a photograph of this alien, as a matter of fact, a little sample of what you're going to get tomorrow night on Strange Universe is now residing on my website. So if you want to see it, judge it, make comments on it. Is it an alien? You'll get the full look-see tomorrow night on Strange Universe. You'll get a peek preview on my website right now at www.artbell.com. That's how you get there. www.artbell.com. All lowercase, no spaces. So there should be at this hour, at this moment, a photograph of an alleged alien on my website. I, too, will go and take a look Actually, I foolishly have announced it before I went to go look, having just received the call from Keith, so the website will probably get jammed and I probably won't be able to get through. Anyway, we'll try and take a look here in a moment. It is up there. There's a lot more coming in the next few days. Sightings in Arizona, sightings in California. And I've got photographs coming of both, along with interviews from the people who took the video. That's kind of an update for you. Arthritis pain. Halloween, any night, it's horrible. It's two bones rubbing together. You see, there's supposed to be cartilage in there, in between the bones, and that cushions the movement. And when that cartilage is eroded or gone, then you have two rows of bones rubbing together, and it's damn painful. Glucosamine and chondroitin sulfate can help. Gelatin is a third element that actually assists your body in regrowing cartilage. It is a long-term solution to arthritis. Now, when you order a 90-day supply of Arthritis Assist with all of those nutrients, you get a pain relief cream that gives immediate relief to you, free of charge, with your order. This is guaranteed to work or your money back, and you cannot get it in stores. Only here and only by calling 1-800-232-5665. That's 1-800-232-5665. 5665. All right, back now to the lines, and let us see what we can dredge forth in the world of ghosts. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art Bell. This is Howard. I'm traveling to Ohio right now in my truck.
Hello, Howard. You're traveling to Ohio. Where are you roughly now?
South of Finley right now.
Finley, Ohio, all right.
Yeah, I'm a commodity relocation engineer.
A commodity relocation engineer. What is that?
It's a truck driver. It's an honor and a privilege to talk to you.
Glad to have you. Do you have a ghost story for us?
Yes, I do. Back when I was a youngster, my grandfather was very ill. And the whole family went down to Missouri to see things through. He was in the hospital at the time. We knew he didn't have much time left. Now, I was 12, and my older brother, me and him both were sitting out on the concrete bench out in front of the house. It was about 9 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
This is a bench where, as kids, we used to sit out there with Grandpa,
Sure.
whittling away.
Sure.
It wasn't too long after it got dark. I looked down the street. It's an old country road, gravel road. You can hear when people are walking down the road, and we see a figure drifting across the road.
Not walking, but drifting.
Drifting. It was a black, shadowy figure, like a black robe.
Mm-hmm.
And the driveway across from where we're sitting is real thick gravel. A mouse cannot go across there without making a sound.
Right.
This figure drifts across the gravel right to the edge, about 15 feet from where my brother and I are sitting. We looked at each other, and I was thinking to myself, Grandpa is dead. As I thought that thought, the figure just bowed its head as into a formation bow as a yes, and drifted back. I looked at my brother, he looked at me, and I saw it too. I think Grandpa's dead. When we went into the house, I told my mom, my dad was at the hospital with my grandpa. So my mom and my grandpa just died. No sooner than we said that, did the phone ring. It was my dad stating the obvious. I think it was a close encounter with the Grim Reaper.
It's not unusual. The story you just told, thank you very much, is not unusual. Many, many times. And we'll have to think about why this might be. Those who pass on, in the very few moments after their spirit has been separated from their body by death, somehow managed to get back to relatives, those who still live, those they have loved, those they care about, somehow they make their appearance to those people moments before there's any notification of death. All of this, of course, very important in considering the incredibly giant question about whether we continue after this life. One of the reasons ghosts, images of what was, are so important is because they move towards proving that there is more after this life. Now, let me read you an Associated Press article that just now cleared the wire. Washington, Associated Press. Working at the White House has turned some of President Clinton's aides, including his spokesman, into firm believers in ghosts. I believe it. Press Secretary Mike McCurry told reporters Thursday when asked about a long-standing rumor that the White House itself is haunted. McCurry says he's heard that President Lincoln still lurks around the Lincoln bedroom, and that some aides have seen a former usher walking the halls, refusing to let death keep him from his job. There have been serious people who have serious tales to tell about these encounters, said McCurry. Of course, Clinton and First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton haven't met any ghosts. They shouldn't stay confined to Eleanor Roosevelt and safer territory, said McCurry, referring, of course, to Mrs. Clinton's much ballyhooed imaginary talks with her predecessor. For years, White House visitors have reported seeing famous ghosts in the mansion, such as First Lady Abigail Adams toting laundry to the East Room, and Lincoln gazing sadly out a window, bent over tying his shoes or knocking on his bedroom door. But there have also been sightings. Remember now, this is AP you're hearing. There have also been sightings of the less famous usher, a distinguished-looking black man with gray hair. He is said to have walked past a staffer in the White House residence once during the Clinton term, all dressed up in his black suit and white shirt. As the story goes, the aide didn't recognize the usher and asked, "Can I help you?" And he replied, "No, I'm just passing through." When the aide later asked other ushers who the guy was, she was told he had died a while ago, but comes and visits every now and then. McCurry declined to discuss how the White House deals with its ghostly intrusions. You may want to see if the Secret Service will be willing to comment on their Power Natural Division spokesman joked. He cautioned reporters not to assume that they are seeing a ghost if they find one scribe too many among their ranks Friday. So there you have it, the Associated Press now actually seriously reporting on manifestations in the White House itself. West of the Rockies, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hi.
Hello, Art. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
And to you. Where are you?
This is Peter from Lakewood, Colorado. I talked to you 2 years ago, and strangely enough, it was about this time.
Okay.
Many years, this is a true story. It did happen to me. And many years ago, I was in the ministry and studying the ministry, and I had taken my grandfather out to for an evening sporting event, and he lived in the country. And I took him back home around 11:30, 12 o'clock when the sporting event had finished. And after leaving him at his home, which is a farmhouse, I was coming down the country road, and there was like a bend in the road. And looking out my car window, I saw something was stirring the horses out in the field. And being, those are our horses, I decided to park my car just past the bend and walked my way back to the bend, and I started looking over the barbed wire fence to see what was stirring the horses. As I started looking out toward the horses, I heard a rumbling in the weeds in the grass only a few feet in front of me.
When you say rumbling, what do you mean?
Kind of a moving of the grass or kind of the crackling of weeds. You know?
More like a rustling.
There you go.
Okay.
And as I looked, this is where everything starts getting strange. As I looked into the weeds and the grass there, I saw a sort of a vision of a man and a woman laying in the grass. And I thought to myself, I said, oh, this is stupid. You've walked on to some in private here in the middle of the night. And I just couldn't cogitate what was going on. As I looked again, these two figures kind of shrunk. I don't know how to say it, but they just kind of shrunk.
You mean literally?
Literally, this vision kind of shrunk and inside and became something black and white and furred and just ran right toward me. As it came right to me in the bend, there was a water pipe, you know, that runs, or the ditches that run under the dirt roads.
Yes.
It went right into the ditch, into this drain pipe that goes under the road there. Anyway, to make it, as to go on, I was very confused, and I kept on looking at the end of this pipe that went under the road, and as I looked further, two little hands emerged out and grabbed the edge of the pipe. And I kept on looking, and out of the pipe came the face of a little boy. And it was a grayish, white, ghoulish-looking little face, and it had black fur all over where his hair was. And he looked at me, I looked at him, and startled, he wrestled back into the pipe. Well, I was afraid. I walked.
Afraid? My God, I'd been running on that as fast as my feet would carry me long before it came back out of the pipe. I mean, when the thing shriveled and went into the pipe, I'd be gone. How did you stand your ground?
Well, Art, I was confused. When you see something starting like that, I wasn't scared. It was more like, first of all, it was oops. I walked into something, all of a sudden it shrunk, and I got confused. I didn't know what to make. When I saw that little face come out and then go back in, I headed back for my car. I got in my car, started it up, and then I said to myself, hey, wait a minute. You are a divinity student. You're a minister. There's nothing that can, harm you. So I stopped, turned off the car, went back out there to the bed, got down on my knees and started praying. And after I said a few prayers, I just got back up, got in my car, and took off. The next day, I went to my grandfather, and I told him about what happened, and he said, I don't want to tell you what went on here. I want you to tell your father the same thing and see what he has to say. I said it to him, and I went back and told my father, and my father said that many years ago, he and my grandfather were at the farmhouse, and there used to be a little house, a small little one-bedroom house, right where that bend was, and a woman had lost her child, and they had heard that she had turned to black magic to try to have some kind of connection with her dead child. And one time, they thought she was performing, they saw a fireball come out of her house, the front of her house, roll across the yard, roll across the gravel area in the bend, the road there in the bend, jump over the fence and roll around in the field right about where the horses were. And I know it sounds like a fantastic story, but it is a true story, and I think it was what I saw in that pipe was the ghost of that little boy.
And the only question that I have to have answered
is
whether what you saw really was what was left of that little boy, not gone elsewhere, but trapped here, or whether it was just some sort of weak image, some sort of barely visible, horribly repeating little loop of, what had occurred. Until I find out the answer to that question, these kinds of stories will forever scare me. Because it was the soul of that little boy, then obviously he wasn't where he should have been.
I'm in my 40s, and I've tried to figure that one out, but I can tell you, the face of that little boy, that grayish, The only other time I've seen something like that was I was volunteering in the hospital and I saw a little child who was about to pass away. He had that same rage pallor. And if it wasn't something supernatural that the black magic had produced, it definitely was that little child who's caught in that corner and maybe will be there forever. But I told you this story 2 years ago, and you had kind of the same response. And it's one that will puzzle me for the rest till my grave, that's for sure.
I appreciate you telling it, or in this case, retelling it. Thank you, my friend.
Art, we love you here in Denver.
Thank you. Take care. That will haunt me forever with regard to this subject. Truly, it seems impossible to believe, though I suppose it is possible, that an innocent youngster dying way before his time would have his spirit trapped through some horrible cosmic joke here on Earth. I don't want to believe that. First time caller line, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm all right. Where are you, pray tell?
I'm calling from Boston.
Boston, Mass.
Yes, and my story is a little less spooky than your previous caller, but it is in fact the truth. My father passed away 3 years ago, and I was driving from Boston from my work to my home on the Mass Turnpike.
Mm-hmm.
And my car died in the middle of the Mass Turnpike, in the middle of traffic.
Just done.
It didn't sputter, it didn't do anything, it just died, everything shut off.
All right.
I got out of the car because everyone was piled up behind me.
Oh, you mean you stopped in a lane?
It was in the middle lane.
Oh,
So the back lane was on my left-hand side, and the slow lane was on my right-hand side, and I was in the center lane.
That's a horror story all by itself.
It really is.
Anyway, go ahead.
And so all of the traffic started to pile up behind me, and I got out of the car to look for help, and on the turnpike, anyone who's familiar with Boston, there are not any areas to pull off on the turnpike between Boston and the next toll. There's no lane. And so I decided I was going to get out of the car and get for help, and I took the keys in the car to sort of start it. Anyone can explain that by saying there's some sort of an electrical wiring problem, there's some sort of a whatever.
Sure.
I got in the car, and I just said to my dad, who had passed away, please get me out of this, and please get me to safety, please, please, please. And the car did start, and it moved, and it pulled up to where there was a turnoff area, and it died there. And I was able to get into that place.
Wow.
And it's not nearly so spooky as some of your callers.
No, it isn't. But obviously, your dad intervened long enough to get you to safety.
Well, that's what I feel. And you asked earlier, why do these things happen to people, or why do these unexplained phenomena happen to people that they love?
Yes.
And I think that it can be explained in a number of ways, and I don't think that a certain religion or a certain belief needs to be offended by the question. In my dad's case, I'm a Catholic, and Catholics are brought up to know that when you die, you go to heaven, and heaven is everything that you love. And my father loves me and my family, and therefore his being around us is not spooky.
I consider it
common sense.
Totally possible.
And
But
so,
we're at the top of the hour, and I've got to go, but I want to thank you for the story. That's exactly the kind of story we want. I take it you're listening to our new affiliate, WRKO, Boston. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. We'll be right back.
You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. International callers may recharge in the Kingdom of Nye by first dialing their access number to the USA. Then 1-800-893-0903. 1-800-893-0903. And you may fax Art by calling area code 727-8499. That's area code 702-727-8499. Please limit faxes to 1 or 2 pages. Now again, here is Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. Good morning. This actually is Ghost to Ghost AM this morning in some time zones. And it's not guest driven. We have a lot of, believe me, I have a lot of guests who would want to be on this night, but intentionally, I don't do it. I leave this night and perhaps tomorrow for you, all of you, to tell your ghost stories. So far, the one from the pipe is the winner. That one will haunt me for some time to come. So we'll get back to it in a moment. And yes, I just checked the website, and the photograph, courtesy of Strange Universe, is there. Somewhat dark, because of course it's from a video grab, part of the video you'll see tomorrow night on Strange Universe. But this alien, if you want to call it an alien, and it certainly is alien in nature, looks to me, in the still photograph, now it's just me, but it looks more like a horrid creature that you would meet in a nightmare. I mean, it's pretty horrible. But it's on the website right now. They just sent it to me. We got it up there about a half hour ago. If you want to see it, dare you take a look. You've got to click on the little image to get a full picture. Otherwise, you'll lose all the impacts of this full photograph. It's on my website right now at www.artbell.com. And I want to thank Renee and Strange Universe for giving us the preview of what apparently is going to be on tomorrow night. My God, that thing looks absolutely horrible. Horrible. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
I'm Bob from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
Hi, Bob.
I've had so many ghost encounters that it's hard to know which one to pick, but
Well, try and pick the best.
I'll pick the most recent, because they're all pretty good.
All right.
This wasn't particularly scary, but I guess it taught me a lesson. About 2 years ago, I worked as a motel desk clerk, and there was a gentleman who was a permanent resident at the motel in room number 3.
Right.
I did the night shift, and I'm not particularly a night person, although since listening to your show, I've somewhat become one. Nonetheless, I found that generally between the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., I wasn't a particularly sociable person.
Kind of like the hours you've got back there right now. It's a little after 2 o'clock in the morning there now.
Yeah. And usually I would sort of run out of steam because, as I say, I was essentially a day person.
Sure.
Well, there was a gentleman in room 3 who would come over every morning at about 4 o'clock and drive me crazy with really inane conversation about how about them Yankees and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know those people.
And it used to be a test of my patience to be courteous to this gentleman. And he would always end his conversation with a long tribute to his mother and what a saint she had been. And he would go on and on and on. She had passed away about 10 years ago.
Sure.
Well, he did this for maybe, just about every night. But one night he said, I think the spirit of my mother may be visiting me because the other night there was a knock on the bedboard. And I'm thinking, yeah, right, well, he probably bumped it with his elbow.
Sure.
Okay. So I didn't think much of it. And shortly thereafter, he was invited by his brother in Connecticut to go visit. So I thought, well, finally we're going to get some decent quiet here. So the time came and he took off to Connecticut and his room was empty. And I was looking forward to a night of peace. And it was pretty quiet until about 1 o'clock in the morning. And all of a sudden, the phone rang at the desk, and it indicated that there was a call coming from room number 4, which of course was the room next to his.
Yes.
And I thought, this is odd. I don't remember anyone being in room 4. And I looked at the registration sheet, and there was nobody registered for room 4.
I wouldn't like that.
But I thought, well, maybe the maid left the door open or something, and one of the guests walked into that room.
Logical.
So I answer the phone, and this voice from 1,000 miles away, an old woman, says, "Oh, I guess I have the wrong party," and faded out to nothing. So I thought to myself, well, maybe I better go look. Because as it happened, room 4 was directly across from where the motel office was.
Yeah.
So I walked over about 30 feet. I opened the door. Absolutely no one in the room. The phone was on the hook. And it occurred to me that maybe what happened, this gentleman's mother had come to visit him in room number 3 in spirit, found that he wasn't there, became confused and decided to look into room number 4, and somehow managed to manipulate the phone to work. And I have no other explanation.
I appreciate the story, thank you. Interesting because, of course, a motel phone system is utterly private. In other words, that call could not have come from anywhere else but room 4. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. There are many accounts of spirits making phone calls. First time caller line, you're on the air. Good evening, you're going to have to get good and close to the phone and speak up good and loud. Where are you calling from?
Calling you from Texas.
All right,
I have a very good story for you.
fire away.
Okay, this happened when I was 19 years old, and I was looking for my first apartment. And I had an apartment locator help me out.
Sure,
Of course, trying to find something that I could afford on a student salary.
you bet.
Now, I do believe, because of what happened to me at this age, that spirits try to trick us. They try to make us think that they masquerade, that they are good people, that they are indeed only masquerading as good departed, and their intentions are different
Sure.
than what we believe.
Yeah, I can't rule anything out. I mean, there are obvious good deeds. You heard the lady on the freeway in Boston.
Yes, well, that was indeed a good deed. Well, but sometimes I think that they masquerade as good when they really are evil.
So do I.
Some of them are evil.
Yes.
Anyway, this apartment that I inherited, they called me on the phone. They told me they had this great apartment for me, that it was furnished, and everything was in it. Equipped kitchen, everything, towels, you name it. It had a bed sheet. It was belonged to an old woman who had died, and she had nobody left, so they didn't have anybody to give these things to, and they were trying to rent it to someone like me. I, of course, jumped at it because it was quite economical.
Okay.
And as soon as I moved in, funny things started happening.
Like what?
Well, the first week when I was cleaning house, and of course it had cleaning supplies there, I didn't have to buy a darn thing. And I was cleaning my house. Oh, and I have to tell you, the windows had locks and bolts on them. The door had deadbolts. It had 2 deadbolts. It had chains, the chain that goes over.
Right.
Plus, it had, the regular locks, and then the little, those little tabs that go up and down into the floor and the ceiling.
I do.
Okay, the windows also have those. All right.
So this was somebody who had been very security conscious.
Yes, she was quite elderly. So anyway, I was cleaning, and all of a sudden the phone rang. I had this mop and the soap and everything out, and I go to answer the phone. I come back. Well, all my cleaning supplies are gone.
Gone.
So I thought that was weird. Another time I was cooking, and same thing, either a knock would happen at the door or the phone would ring anytime I tried to use something that belonged to this woman. And this time I was cooking. I had the food on the stove. I had everything, the cutting board out, the knives, everything. The phone rang. I went to see what was happening, picked up the phone, nobody there. I come back, and the whole kitchen was clean.
Oh boy. The whole kitchen is clean?
It's clean. There are no dishes dirty in the sink that I had used that had belonged to her. It was as if, the spirit was saying, hey, this is mine, you can't use it.
All right, now, at this point, I would freak out.
At this point, I'm getting, as you say, okay? Well, one night, there are 2 other eerie things that happen here, and each time they just start getting eerier and eerier. one night I'm asleep, and I would say I live by myself. I'm 19 years old. I'm not going to tell you about my cat. Okay, my cat just started going totally berserk. And I'm asleep, and I wake up in the middle of the night, and I feel somebody staring at me. And I said, nah, it's just me. And I go back to sleep. And in the morning, I wake up, and the windows are all open. Including the one in the kitchen, the one in the living room, the one in the bedroom. They're all open. And mind you, they had all the bolts and everything on them. The door is standing wide open.
Okay, at this point, I've got to ask, how could you stay there?
Well, I just started thinking, okay, well, I'm going to feed her at her game. Okay, I would call my mom and say, Mom, this is happening. She says, nah, you just, you can beat this. And I'm going, okay, well, I'm going to play this game. So I started saying, okay, if you're good, you can stay. If you're bad, you must go. And anytime something eerie would happen, like my cat started attacking people when they came in, and my cat was very docile. And I just started saying, okay, spirit, if you're good, you must stay. If you're bad, you must go. And the spirit would disappear. Now, another time.
But then come back.
But then come back for more, yes. Well, as a 19-year-old, you think, okay, well, this is okay. Anyway, the very last straw, a friend and I took another friend to the airport. We were at my apartment. We left. I locked everything up. We went to the airport. We came back. Okay, just my other friend and I.
Yes.
We tried to open the door, and again, I had my keys in hand, and I opened the first lock, and I opened the second lock, and I opened the third lock.
Sure.
And I'm trying to open the door, and the door is unlocked. You can tell it's unlocked. Because you try to push on it, and it would open just kind of like an inch, but
Sure.
not open any further than that.
Yes.
And my girlfriend at my hair standing up on my arms.
You're trying to tell me somebody's on the other end holding the door closed.
Exactly. And we're pushing on the door, and finally she's with me. I say, help me, something's happened. She won't let me in. And we're pushing on the door going, let us in, let us in. And all of a sudden I said, oh wait, I'm supposed to say this. If you're good, you may stay. If you're bad, you must go. All of a sudden the door flies open, and we're in the apartment.
I'd be out of that apartment so fast, cheap and goodbye or not, I'd be gone.
We were gone.
That was enough, huh?
I packed up my cat, and I said, we're gone.
While we're on the subject, cats absolutely sense the presence of things that we do not.
That is true.
There's no question about it. A lot of people will have things that... Listen, thank you very much for your call. And listen on the air. I can tell you as a cat person, that's absolutely true. Cats, haven't you ever noticed? They always see things that we don't see. Now, you might imagine they're just sort of concocting a little playful mouse or something in their mind, and maybe they do a little of that, but they also unaccountably and totally freak out. And I have been convinced for years that they see things that we don't. And we don't know a lot about the difference between humans and animals and what we see and what they see. And it may well be that they see in a spectrum or a dimension that we don't. Cats are uniquely sensitive to the presence of, I think, things that we don't know about. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
Hi, this is Terry from Kinston, Ohio.
Welcome.
Hi, I love your show.
Thank you.
My story isn't as good as hers.
That was a good one.
Yeah, it was.
Or a bad one, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, our house was built in 1880, and we moved in, and some funny things have happened here. Like at night, the chairs, sometimes if you're in bed, you'll hear the chairs move in the kitchen by themselves.
Oh, not good.
Well, it's scary. And, I thought it was my imagination or an animal, but the dog was in bed with us. And it happened another time, and my husband, he heard it, and I was asleep. So, things like that, and I went to a clairvoyant, and he told me that spirit was trying to get my attention. And that's,
you know, he would say open the bedroom door too. And, you know, then I noticed that the door, you know, occasionally will open by itself in the bedroom. We've also seen spirits in our barn and upstairs in our house.
What did you see?
It was like it's like a flash. I mean, it wasn't like it stood still for me to really see it. It's just, you see an outline of a person. It's like in gray and white. I could tell it was a
Now,
man.
how can you... I really have to ask people this, and I suppose there's, you know, a practical side, but how can you stay in any place after you've seen something like this?
Well, you know what my reassurance was? That I was just told that, you know, it wasn't anything bad, that, you know, and when you're opening clairvoyantly, you know, sometimes people are more sensitive to seeing these things. But thank God my husband sees it too. I think I was a total nut, you know.
Well, what did he do? Most husbands would muster up what testosterone they had and go into the other room trying to figure out what it was, probably with some kind of blunt instrument or gun or knife in their hand or something.
I know he thought of that. He said he was afraid to come downstairs, but he came down and checked it out, and everything was all right. But we've noticed, and other people when they come over, they'll notice like the scent of rose.
Oh.
And, yeah, you'll smell that in here, and it'll be in the middle of winter. And if you're working outside, sometimes you'll smell the scent of tobacco, like pipe tobacco.
Yes.
But I know what you're saying. It makes your heart pound. But I guess since I've been reassured, you know, that it's spirit, it's not anything harmful. You know, that it's okay.
Well, I would hope that I could react that way, but I don't know how much of it I could put up with. I had, if you listened last night, I had something very weird happen to me last night.
I heard about that.
Yeah, and if there was a lot of that went on,
Yeah.
I'd be out of here. I mean, I'd be out of here. There wouldn't be any two ways about it. I'd be out of here. I appreciate your call.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had a horrible bang on my door last night, right in the middle of the interview with Brad Cypher. Right at going into a break, as I took my headphones off, as I told the earlier audience and last night, this tremendous crash on my studio door. And there was no mistaking what it was. I have no idea, not even a clue as to where it came from. But I can surely tell you, it was nothing alive in this house. It was nothing external to the house. It was not on the wall. I had taken off my headphones. My ears were clear. I could be able to hear it, and it was a crash. It wasn't a minor thing. It was a crash on my door. And I totally freaked out. Now, it may well be that when you talk about this kind of thing, which gives me a little bit of pause tonight, that you bring it on. I don't know. But I don't want to hear any crashes tonight. I like listening to those stories. I don't like living them. That's one thing. We all like to sort of vicariously be scared. And that's a subject unto itself. But when it happens to you, believe me, it's a horse of a different color. We'll be right back.
Aykroyd Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies, dial 1-800-825-5033. That's 1-800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, call Art at 1-800-618-8255. That's 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers dial Art at area code 702.
727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art.
All Hallows begin in about 25 minutes in this time zone. And tonight, we are telling ghost stories. All right, I've got one for you here. We're taking occasional fact ghost stories, but you've got to keep them fairly short and succinct. Listen to this from Leone in Sandy, Utah. Art, here's my story. I'm an RN, registered nurse, and I was working my usual night shift, 7 to 7. There was a patient in our 120-bed facility, whom I will call Dorothy. Dorothy was 68 years of age, had never been married, had no family. She was a, in quotes, proper woman. She had 3 doctorate degrees, spoke 7 languages fluently, had a private room decorated with articles that she collected, as she had traveled the world several times over. Her pillows always had to be fluffed, her bedspread wrinkle-free, her hair was always done a certain way, her nails could have been modeled in Glamour magazine. She was on her call button quite frequently, asking for fiddly things. She drive many of the staff crazy with her multiple demands. She suffered from Epstein-Barr virus, and as her disease progressed, she was transferred from her private room to my Medicare hall, continuing her frequent demands. I came to work one night, and during the report was informed that Dorothy took a turn for the worse and would probably die on my shift. I hadn't been to work for an hour, and one of the CNAs came and told me that I'd better check Dorothy because she had stopped breathing. Myself and 2 CNAs, I presume those are nurse assistants, came into the room with me. As I went to listen to a heartbeat, she opened her eyes and took a deep breath. She continued with normal breathing. At 11:07 p.m., again, I was asked to come and look at Dorothy. The CNA was sure this time. So we walked into the room, and I listened to find no heartbeat this time. As I backed away from the bed, she opened her eyes again, sat up, and fell back to the pillow. Now, I don't know if you've ever had the experience of watching an involuntary muscle movement with a dead person, but it will scare the pants off anyone. This about sent us leaping out of the windows, but to finish the story, yet another CNA came running into the room, pale-faced, stating the weirdest thing that just happened. 6 alarm clocks, 6, on my 30-bed hall went off, each one at exactly 11:07. No one there even used their alarm clocks. By now, we were all scared out of our wits. Every noise made us jump, accelerating our heart rates and breathing. When I got back to the nurse's desk, I got a call from another nurse in the facility. She asked if we had a power surge or something, because the call light in Dorothy's empty room had just gone off at 11:07. Dorothy rests in peace. Wildfire Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi there, how you doing?
Okay, where are you, sir?
I'm in lovely Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz, California, KSCO.
Right close to you, and I'm glad you're on KSCO.
So are we, yes. You have a ghost story for us.
Yeah, I do. Actually, I've had a couple of strange experiences, but I'll just list the one that sticks in my mind the most. I have to preface this by saying it happened when I was around 7 or 8, so it may have been colored by previous years.
Could be.
But who knows? Anyway, it goes like this. I grew up with, my mother was a medium and my father was a musician. Strange life. We were on the road a lot, and
you bet.
Never stayed in any place longer than a couple of, 2 or 3 months at a time.
I know the life, yeah.
Well, we just moved to a place in Minneapolis, and it was a new apartment, and we were all sort of camped out before. It was a big sort of studio apartment with a kitchen offset and a bathroom and a large sort of bedroom, living quarters, whatever. And there was my mother and I and my father also was on the floor, laid on blankets and things, and I just started to nod off, and she woke me up, and she said, honey, look in the kitchen. And look up, and I didn't sit up in her hand, just sort of opened my eyes and sort of peered through the blankets, and there was a party of probably somewhere between 15 and 20 people in cocktail outfits. I don't remember enough to remember the period or whatever. They were well dressed. I remember women had jewelry on. Men were wearing.
Wait. This is in your private place?
This is in our kitchen.
In your kitchen, you walk in and there's 15 to 20 people?
I didn't walk in. I was laying on the floor.
Yeah.
And my mother waked me up. I was lying next to her, and she woke me up and she said, "Look what's happening." So I sat and watched for a while, and I watched men that I will never forget how he looked. He was wearing a dark suit. He had brown curly hair, and he was talking to a woman. And he had a drink in his hand. She had a drink in her hand. And I watched him for a while, and he saw me, and he saw my mother. We were awake. My dad was laying next to my mother, asleep, and I was there, laying next to her, and she said, she whispered, and I said, okay. And he made a motion to the woman, and he came right over to me, leaned right over me, and my blankets were down sort of 6 inches from my chin or whatever, and he grabbed the blankets, tucked them around my shoulders, and my eyelids were like half open and getting weird chills, I'm talking about this, but, and tucked them in, and walked right back to the rest of the party. It happened for a few, less than a couple of minutes maybe. They sort of stopped, and I remember asking my mom what happened. She said, well, I think that we just saw a cocktail party that happened here a while back.
Well, when you say they just stopped, I mean, we're talking about 15 or 20 people. You mean they just vaporized?
That's right. Yeah, and it sounds really, really terrible and really cheesy, and I really hate to be a part of the whole cheesiness when it comes to this kind of paranormal stuff,
but it really happened.
It really happened, and also they were semi-transparent. In other words, you could see things through them, but they did seem to have a sort of three-dimensional quality.
And they were dressed in what manner? Do you recall? I mean, was it a period? Could you identify a period of dress?
I don't know now. I mean, now the way I remember it, yes, it was a period of 30s or 40s, but that could definitely be colored in my part as far as the things that I've seen and learned.
Was there any attendant flash or other phenomena that accompanied their coming and going?
Well, as far as the coming goes, I was woken up by my mom, and she.
So you wouldn't know?
I wouldn't know. As far as the going, no, they just sort of left. I mean, just sort of drifted off.
That's a weird story. You've got to wonder if occasionally there's not a kind of a slip in the space-time continuum.
I very much believe that. I very much think that's what happened. And more than being scared, sort of that are walking around this world, I wonder if I didn't just sort of see back in time, or who knows. And the odd thing is, my mom's dead now. She died of cancer. But before she died, in my adult life, I brought this up several times. And I mean, shortly before she died, I brought it up to her. And I mean, everything is exactly described as far as her memory and my memory goes. So there may be coloring there, certainly from my youth.
But your mom recalled it as you did.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a weird one, sir. That's a weird one. I really appreciate your call.
Yeah, well, thank you for taking that live show.
Thank you. There you are. I've heard of these things before. I don't know what it is that we're talking about here. But as I said, I think a kind of a slip occasionally occurs. Maybe a dimensional slip, maybe a space-time continuum, little crack in the wall, in the dimensional wall. I don't know. But something comes across and it's there, or it's almost there, and then as quickly as it came, it's gone. Why is it so interesting? Because of what it tells us about what we may be living in, and that may be our own dimension that is occasionally broached or touched by another. East of the Rockies, if I can press the button, there we go. East of the Rockies, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Hey guys, this is John from Oakdale, Long Island, New York.
All right. Long Island, welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you, Art. I enjoy your show very much.
Thank you.
And what happens is that a friend of mine diagnosed with CB. I never met him. He said that he was fooling around with a Ouija board. And the thing was that him and another friend of his was playing around with it. And it spelled out death on it. It scared the living daylights out of both of them. They just got rid of that thing like right away after that.
Well, how many people were operating the Ouija board? 2?
I believe it was 2 on.
As everybody knows, or maybe they don't know, you put your hand, or 2 people do or more, on this little movement piece, and it will go seemingly automatically to the various letters. And you're telling me it spelled out death.
That's what happened.
And was there a death?
I haven't heard anything yet. If there was a death or not.
Well, you're right about one thing. If I were playing with the Ouija board, thank you very much for the call. And it spelled out death. That'd be the last of that. But I know better. I don't play with Ouija boards. In fact, my one experience with a Ouija board, I don't even really talk about publicly, even today, even after all these years. Thank you very much. West of the Rockies, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Good morning.
Hi there. My name's Judy. I'm calling from Reno.
Hello, Judy.
Hi. I have kind of a pleasantly eerie ghost story for today.
As in now?
I'm sorry?
As in now? You mean it's occurring now?
No. But it happened about 10 years ago.
Okay.
My grandmother had died about a week previously. And my mother and I was living in California at the time. And my grandmother lived about a half hour from where I did. And my mother and I were on our way to clear out her apartment and take care of the last minute details.
Sure.
And we're driving along Highway 99, which is one of the 2 main, highways in California. And we're about halfway there, and all of a sudden I smell this overwhelming sense of smell of flowers in the car. And I just kind of glanced at my mother who was driving, and she glanced at me, and I said, flowers?
Yeah.
And she said, yeah, she smelled them too.
Right.
And I don't know if anyone's familiar with Highway 99, but there's, in the center divide, there's oleander bushes. We're quite a long way. We're about an hour and a half south of Sacramento. And our first thought was that it was the oleander bushes, but for some reason, we were able to smell them, though we'd never been able to smell them before. So we rolled down the windows thinking that, such an overpowering smell of flowers in the car, it would have to be amazing outside. So we rolled down the windows, and there was no smell coming from outside.
What do you imagine you smelled?
It was flowers.
But why? From where?
So we talked about it and immediately thought of my grandmother who had died a week previously.
Why? Why would you identify flowers with your grandmother?
Well, I didn't know this until later. I'm not real familiar with the scent of flowers, but my mother told me later. I don't know if this was, she's pretty familiar. She's a nature girl. But she said it was the smell of carnation, which was my grandmother's favorite flower.
Very easily identified. We sell miniature carnations, and they have a very distinctive, very pleasant smell.
Yeah, and I smelled them since, and, can recognize them now, but at the time, I was 20 years old, it wasn't, too known in the ways of the world, but,
sure.
We're in a van, my mom had a little Volkswagen van, but there was nothing in the car that could have caused that smell of flowers.
Interesting. You're not the first one to indicate a presence by odor.
Oh, it was very strange.
Many times, spirits are apparently identified by
by odor. I don't know why that would be, but I imagine it could be certainly true because it is one of our senses. And
Right.
so there you are. All right, well, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much for the call. It's one of our senses and one of the ways that a presence could make itself known. No question about it. First time caller line, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Okay.
I have a story about 15 years ago. By the way, my name is Lauren. I'm from Nevada, California.
Yes.
About 15 years ago, a boyfriend of mine was killed very violently. And it was a horrible loss to me. He used to wear, you know, the clips that you wear in your belt buckle that have the key for your key rings.
Sure.
After he passed away, I would hear between the bucket seat of my car and the passenger door where he used to ride, I would hear a bell. And after the first time I heard it, I hit the brakes and almost had somebody rear end me. It scared me so bad. I continued to hear it. I told a friend of mine about it, and she didn't think I was nuts, and eventually she heard it.
Oh.
Now, I have to tell you, I cleaned my car out from stem to stern. There was nothing in my car.
That would be my reaction, too. That's what I would do.
Eventually, she had told me a story after I told her mine, you know, what I was hearing, that she had seen her father after he passed away when she was a young girl. So I'm assuming that my boyfriend felt comfortable enough to let her hear him as well. And she convinced me to go to a psychic because this had to be him and to find out what was going on.
And so you did.
And I did. And this man described him to a T and said that there was unfinished business between us, which there was. That I needed to sit down in the quiet by myself and talk to him. Well, I felt stupid doing that. I wasn't going to do that. There was an occasion not too long after this began that I was in the shower in the bathroom that had no ceiling fan, no window, and the door was shut and locked.
Right.
I was facing the shower head with the wall on my right, and if you were to take a straw and blow on something,
yes,
it didn't hit around my ear, it blew into my ear. And I turned around knowing there's a full well that there's a wall there.
Yes.
And it scared me so bad. And I know it was him because that was the kind of game player he would be.
Well, my question is the following. How could you possibly have another relationship with your old boyfriend still there?
Well, this is interesting that you say that because my friend that heard this as well, there had been another guy that had asked me out several times and I politely said no.
Yeah.
Take you anyway. And he had asked could I give him a ride home one night.
Right.
And my girlfriend said, I'm going with you. And she's the one that had heard it. And this guy asked me, I had to get out of my side of the car to let him out of the back seat.
Sure.
And he asked me to walk into the door. And he was a friend, you know, I'd known him, and I said sure. And I was gone maybe 2 minutes. And I came back to the car, and she was waving at me, get in the car, get in the car. And I got in and I said, what is the matter? And she said, he is really mad, meaning my boyfriend that had passed away. And I said, what do you mean?
Yep.
And she said, as soon as you closed that door, that bell started going and going and going and didn't stop until I was almost back to the car.
Well, wouldn't such a thing utterly interrupt and disrupt your love life for a long period of time?
Well, his death affected me in such a way that I wasn't interested, you know, for quite a while in a relationship anyway. I contacted his sister and asked, you know, if there was a book that her mother had received as a gift, and I wanted to know the name of this book, On Death and Dying.
Yes.
And she just immediately, why do you want to know?
All right, we've got to cut it there because we're at the top of the hour. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You take care. We'll be back.
taking your calls on the wild card line at area code 702-727-1295. That's area code 702-727-1295. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
I bid you welcome to Coast AM. If you're just joining us at this hour, this is that day of the year, now in this time zone officially All Hallows Eve, when we tell ghost stories. We don't have a guest. We turn it over to you, the audience, and we let you tell the stories, real ghost stories. You think they exist? I know they do. I don't know what they are, but I know they're real. There's something real occurring. There's no question about it. And so this is the night we tell those stories. And we've been doing so for the last 2 hours, and we'll probably do so to some degree tomorrow night as well. We do this every year. You're invited to participate if you have the intestinal fortitude. You're invited to listen if you have the intestinal fortitude. We're looking for real ghost stories, really scary and true ghost stories. If you want to participate, well, we're as close as your telephone. We'll get back to it all in a moment. Oh, one other thing. It's not a ghost, but it sure almost looks like one. I spoke earlier in the day with Renee from Strange Universe, and they have received more video of a purported alien. It's going to be shown on Strange Universe tomorrow night. So Renee sent me a still grab photograph of this. You know, she says alien, but in the still photograph, I think it's something closer to a monster. I hesitate to say Chupacabra doesn't exactly look like that, but it sure is nothing you'd want to meet up with. You go take a look and let me know. It's on my website right now. You'll get kind of a sneak preview of what you're going to see on Strange Universe tomorrow night. It's ugly, there's no question about that. It's on my website as of about an hour and a half ago. At www.artbell.com. www.artbell.com. Go take a look, let me know what you think. Anyway, we'll get back to ghost stories in a moment. All right, the following short story, Pax, comes from a fellow ham, John, and it reads as follows. Art, years ago, I lived in eastern Oklahoma, operated a recording studio for a well-known rock star at his remote lakeside facility. Famous musicians would come to visit, stay at the house, which was built to accommodate them. The recording studio was built high on a hill with a view of the lake, cove, and surrounding hills. I had been in charge of building the studio and had spent a lot of time in solitude there. One night, while I was drifting off to sleep, a very dark cloud formed in the upper corner of my room. Its presence was so malevolent and frightening that I literally thought I was going to die. It felt as if it was going to suck the very soul out of my body. I stayed up all night long, praying, crying, trying to dodge this damn thing. As it approached me time and time again. Its presence was palpable in the room. It was freezing cold in there. Whatever this thing was, whether on the ceiling or drifting along the wall, solid matter seemed to disappear. It was as if this thing was coming from an entirely different dimension and somehow was coming through or out of my ceiling and wall. By morning, it had gone. Months went by, and the studio was finished and ready for its guests. The first guests arrived and went into their rooms for the night in preparation for the next day's recording sessions. My room was located several hundred feet away. In the middle of the night, I heard screams and shouting and went to see what was the matter.
The guests were running out of their rooms, yelling about something unseen, terrorizing them. When I went into the house to investigate, I heard chains rattling. It was ice cold. Covered doors were banging uncontrollably. It was a scene out of a B-horror picture. The guests got in their cars and left right at that moment, never to return again. In the following months, others did come to stay. Few were bothered, but if the, in quotes, spirit that lived at this facility took a disliking to anyone there, it made their lives a living hell until they left. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Martha
Hi, Martha. Where are you?
in Oak Cliff, and I listen to you on KLIF 570.
In Dallas?
Yes, sir.
Yes, very
I
good.
live in the section of Dallas County where KLIF started out,
All right.
radio station. But my incident occurred in 1964 when they had that terrible earthquake in Alaska.
Oh, yes.
And my 6-year-old boy, I was living in a 3-room duplex at the time, trying to save up money to buy my first house. My 6-year-old boy slept in the living room, or the front room, where we had our 19-inch portable black and white TV.
Sure.
And we came in late that night, it's Sunday night, you know, and I told him, I said, don't watch the TV, you go in bed because we got to get up.
Standard instructions, yeah.
And I mean, on others. So if we had to get up so early, you know, because I had to be at work at 7 o'clock and had to take them to daycare before I got there. But anyway, getting back to my ghost story. Like I said, it scared the pants off of me, and I still have never been able to have anybody to explain to me what happened. But the television came on, and I thought he was disobeying. You know, I could see the flash of the TV, you know, the brightness on the wall. And I went in there and I told him, I said, you turn the TV off, the coach and I watch it. Mother, I didn't touch it. And I went over, turned the TV off. I go back to bed, and a few minutes, the light blinks again on the wall. So the TV's back on. And I was fixing to give him something. And I went in there, and the TV was back on.
Now,
I unplugged that booger from the wall, and it was still playing.
Say what? You unplugged it from the
I
wall?
unplugged it from the wall, and the darn TV was still playing. Well, it scared me so cotton-picking bad that I give the TV away, and I guarantee you I found me another place to live the next week, and I may. And I've yet to find anybody that can explain to me how that TV could be a playing and it unplugged from the wall.
That can't be.
Well, it sure
can't be, and I would have done exactly as you had done. Was the TV controlled by a remote control?
No, this is in 1964, just plain old off and on knob.
Sure, I remember those old 19-inch black and
And
white.
whenever I unplugged it from the wall, that one thing was still playing, and it scared me so bad, I just bundled up my kids and went to my mother's house in the middle of the night.
Good for you. That is one of the most rational decisions I've heard this night yet.
But someone told me that morning in Alaska they've had that severe earthquake,
That is correct.
and they told me that it's possible there's something other about the electrons or something that I don't understand, electricity or radios or TVs. I just know they work. But that scared me so bad. I got the heck out of that apartment and I gave that TV away.
Well, I would be disinclined to think that it had anything to do with the earthquake, and I would be very much inclined to think you did the right thing.
Could it be a ghost or a booger? How in the world could a TV still playing and unplugged from the wall?
It cannot be. It cannot, period. I appreciate your call, and you did the right thing. I am absolutely astounded at how many people will have something like that happen to them, or something even more severe, as we've heard already this morning. And they don't do what I do, and I tell you, I would turn tail, and I'd run. I'd be out of there so fast, and there was a rational lady. Oh, yeah, I bet sure, if I had a TV and it would continually come on, I would imagine first an electronic glitch, and then I would do as that lady did, and I'd unplug it from the wall, and if it still came on, I'd be out of there. west of the Rockies. You are on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I called you last week when you had Patsy on,
Oh, yes.
and I asked her to help me make a deal with the devil. You remember me?
I remember you, yes. I remember thinking at the time, this guy has lost his mind. Why would you want to make a deal with him anyway?
I don't know, desperate times call for desperate measures, maybe. Anyway, 2 days later, I was indeed visited by a presence.
By a presence. You're talking about after you called the program when Patsy was on.
Right.
Harlan. By the way, we're going to repeat that program Saturday night, Sunday morning.
Well, that's why I don't exactly tell who I am, because I don't want anybody to know who I am.
Oh, that's one of the strangest, scariest programs we ever had on the air, period. But you're telling me, following that program, you had what?
I was in my room that Saturday night after your show.
Yes.
Your repeat show.
Yes.
And I was laying there in the dark, and I had turned off the radio, and I was getting ready to go to sleep. And as I was laying there, I began to feel cold, very cold.
Yes.
And then I heard a voice, and it asked me if I was sincere about what I had asked for.
Mm-hmm.
And at this time, I for some reason, not, asking for something like that, you should be prepared for just about anything. But I wasn't. And it scared me. I mean, it really freaked me out.
Well, and so what did you say?
I said no. I was so scared, I said no.
Congratulations. Good decision on your part.
So I turned the lights on and sat up all night long.
Uh-huh. Good decision on your part, sir. Congratulations. And have a nice life. That man, you may or may not have heard it. We did a show with a self-described witch. I would think closer to a devil worshiper would be appropriate. In the case of Harlot or Patsy, as you will. And this man called during the show and said something that I would never say, and most people would never say. He wanted her to help him make a deal with Satan. He wants, I don't know, better job, more money, success, romance, whatever. And he was in a situation in his life where he was willing to make a deal and requested it. So I'm not surprised that he had a visitation. I do congratulate him on his decision. An important moment. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Fine. Where are you?
I am in Sedona, Arizona. My name is Jeff.
Mysterious Sedona.
Before I tell you my story, do you mind if I make a comment on the last call?
No, go right ahead.
Well, I got to say, I listened to that show, and that was the most disturbing part of the show for me was when he called. And now I have an overwhelming sense of relief for him. That's one.
Well, I agree with that. I don't think it was the most, to me, the most disturbing part of the show, you may or may not have heard at the very end.
With the child?
The 5-year-old.
Mm-hmm. That was rather disturbing.
I'm not going to get over that for a while. At any rate, go right ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, my ghost story, there was one night when I was laying in bed and it was dark, and I looked up and opened my eyes and I saw this sort of green blob, like it looked like sort of a gaseous cloud, but it had sort of the feel of a presence.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked as though it was observing me. Even though I didn't have any eyes or anything, it just sort of had the feel of it was observing me. And probably one of the weirdest parts about it was it looked as though it was floating about 30 feet high, even though my ceiling was probably only about 12 feet high.
Nice.
not good.
Well, the interesting thing was that, you know, thinking about it, it sounds like a scary thing, but I had a very strong feeling of calm with it around.
Okay.
It wasn't until after it left that I got scared. It sort of, I told you, it looked like it was about 30 feet high. It sort of, you know, the feeling sort of came back and then it was gone.
Any sense at all of whether it wanted something of you or anything at all other than it came and it went?
Well, it felt like, well, there's no real words to describe it, but the feeling was that it was observing me. And that was,
You sure you weren't dreaming, drunk, on drugs, otherwise?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm very sure. I stay away from all that. So, yeah, it was very real.
You couldn't have been asleep.
I couldn't have been asleep. And actually, the floor above was where my parents slept at the time.
Yes.
And they said they had felt something.
Oh.
And they thought, they didn't see anything, they just sort of felt something. And so it was rather strange.
As you think back on it, what do you think it was?
I just think, you know, I know as we as human beings, we like to observe small creatures and bugs and, you know, people who are scientists or whatever, like to study other life. I think that's what it was. It was something else studying me.
That's a good answer. I appreciate your call and your story. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it not reasonable to assume that if there are others, and I had occasion to watch the movie Contact. Once again, what a pleasure. I love that movie. I don't care what some people have said about Contact. I thought Contact was a brilliantly done, brilliantly executed, brilliantly acted, brilliantly conceived movie. And one has to recall that line, which you should always remember after seeing that movie. With regard to the universe, the greater cosmos out there, are there others? The eternal question, well, if there are not, what a waste of space. So is it not reasonable to assume that there are others, that through special relativity or through something we don't begin to understand right now, those others can and do visit us and observe us, and therefore may be nothing at all, like anything we would recognize. That makes sense to me. Well, all right. I'm Marcel. I just happened to be in the neighborhood, so I dropped by to extend a special invitation for you to join me Sunday for Dreamland. It should be a great show. My guest will be Dr. Elvis Taylor. The topic, subliminal perception. Don't miss it. Sunday, Dreamland, right here on everybody's favorite radio station.
Hotel is taking your calls in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. That's 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
Actually, it's Ghost to Ghost AM with Art Bell. And you, tonight, and for a bit of tomorrow night as well. Or, who knows, maybe the whole night. Ghost stories, not from guests, I can get those. Many clamor to be on here on Halloween, but we hold it open for you. Real ghost stories. If you have the intestinal fortitude, go turn your lights out, turn your radio up, and buckle in. Hey, Art, one night, I heard my wife, while she was in the bathroom talking to Bart, our white cat. Only problem was that Bart was sitting at the foot of our bed looking at me rather quizzically. The next moment I heard my wife screaming frantically. I rushed into the bathroom to find her white as a sheet and nearly hysterical. You see, when I finally calmed her enough to get her to describe what had occurred, she told me that a white cat, whom she thought was Bart, had followed her into the bathroom. And so she talked to him for a few moments and reached down to pet him and realized as her hand passed through him that his eyes were blue and not gold, as are Bart's. By the way, we didn't have any other white cats at the time. Wild Hardline, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing.
This is Tony in Las Vegas.
Yes, Tony.
This story encompasses a week and 2-day period.
Well, we'll have to boil it down to a shorter period.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. But I'm
Okay.
just saying how long it took to the whole story. One day it started with nobody home, and I had an eerie feeling that day. I've had it before, but I've been saturated by poltergeist-style hauntings before in my early life, and this is just one story. Nobody was home that night. I just got done with a filling supper, and I went upstairs to relax and one of the lounge chairs and watched a little TV in the upstairs sunroom. And there was no storm or anything outside, and all of a sudden, bam! A huge lightning bolt hit right outside the window. That I was actually facing it at the time, and it was so big it just encompassed the whole outdoor area. That's how big the lightning bolt was. And off that bolt of lightning came a very small, like about 2 centimeters thick streak right off of it that was blue in color, and it came right through the crack of the closed windows. I got down on the floor because it wasn't immediate. It was really slow, its approach. It entered in, it came in and hit the top lamp of the lamp inside that room, and hit it. As it did, I crawled out on all fours, scared the living daylights out of me, as fast as I could.
Sure.
The next day, of course it blew out the light bulb. The next day, I went up there to change the light bulb, and went in the room. It was all dark. There was a little light creeping in from the other room. I went to put the light bulb in. As I started screwing it in, it slipped from my hand and fell down to the ground. Just enough light to see it bounce like a foot. And that was about all the kinetic energy it had to roll, about a foot,
Sure.
And so I went and got a flashlight. At first I looked with my hand on the shag carpet to
Right.
feel it.
Right.
Then I went and got a flashlight because I was frustrated I couldn't find it. Nobody was home that day again. The flashlight unveiled no light bulb. The room was literally basically furnishless because we were remodeling the house at the time. So I was like, oh my God, where did this light bulb go? The room was only about 15 feet by 10 feet.
Right.
And so the only other place it could be is like in one of the floor cabinets. I looked in there and it wasn't there. And then finally, about 2 hours later, I was in tears because I couldn't find this light bulb. I decided, well, why not look under the radiator? Look under the radiator. Well, I looked under the radiator. If the light bulb was to go under there, it wouldn't have fit anyway. These are these East Coast radiators. You're familiar with them?
Oh, of course. Yes, of course.
A light bulb simply hardly barely fits under them. And then, finally, I found the light bulb, and believe me, it put chills up my spine. It was crammed behind the radiator, literally up in the middle section where the cover goes, the cover that fits over the radiator.
Impossible.
Yeah, impossible. And I checked it for dust to see if it had been sitting there for months, and it wasn't. I got over that situation. That's just one poltergeist incident that was connected to another. Then about about a day later, we went out to Rockwoods and Ballard State Park just out of St. Louis with some friends of mine, and we were going to go around night hiking. What you do is you just go out there with no flashlights and start running down pathways. It's kind of eerie. And we went out there and we got out of the car after we got done parking it. We went out and started doing some night hiking. After we got a little weary, we sat down and, just wanted to relax, catch our breath. All of a sudden we heard all these dogs and stuff barking. We were out in the middle of a state park. There's virtually hardly anything around. If you do hear dogs barking, they're barking real loud and they're in the distance. They were barking everywhere. And we got kind of eerie feeling, and we were just sitting there, and all of a sudden, over the top of one of the hills, we thought maybe there was an escaped convict or something out there, how we get, how the kids get, kind of think of anything. And this light popped over the top of the hill about 200 feet away. The light was about the size of a basketball from our vantage point, and it was completely white. When it came over the hill, we had figured it was a park ranger. He was going to kick us out of the park. So we, stood still and were hoping he didn't point it right at us. And the light apparently started moving down towards us at a kind of diagonal angle. We didn't hear any leaves crunching or anything. This was in fall. It's kind of odd,
Okay, gotta hurry here, Tony.
Okay. And so we were getting paranoid. There was no reflective surface from the light beam itself, and it was completely round, which was actually like it was pointing at us. When the light got to the bottom of the hill, and meanwhile, these dogs were still barking, like with their heads up, like they just got hit on the back or something. And we, we're getting a little paranoid. When we got to the bottom of the hill, the light turned off, and then it turned back on. We got up, and we thought, what's this guy doing, And then the light started going back up the hill. We noticed this light kind of floated. It didn't look like a normal flashlight, somebody holding a flashlight. So we were getting ready to get up and take off running. When the light got back up to the top of the hill, it didn't stop there. There was just enough moonlight. You could see the black tree lining and then the starlit sky above. This light rose above the tree line and stopped about 20 feet above the tree line and stopped. As soon as it did that, of course, we all got up. And, we're getting ready to run, but we were still frozen, with just shock.
30 seconds, sorry.
Yeah, and we took off, racing down this pathway in pitch blackness towards our car. This thing started moving, took a right hand, started panning us as we were running. And we were hoping it wasn't going to meet us at the parking lot below. But I decided to call and share that story. We didn't see the light when we got to the parking lot. We left the park safely, and everything turned out okay. But I'll tell you something, Art, that was a very scary experience.
All right, well, I appreciate it. 2 stories of light. I like the light bulb story better. Now, that's impossible. That really is impossible. If you're familiar with the kind of heater he's talking about, the East Coast type older heaters, the radiator type heaters, they literally went right down to the ground. There wouldn't be enough room. You would just have to jam something physically up in there, and there's no way you could drop a light bulb and that it could suddenly lodge itself up in there. That's totally impossible. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi there. Terry in San Antonio.
Yes. Oh, San Antonio. Oh,
Yeah.
there's a wonderful ghost story from San Antonio. But go right ahead, sir.
This occurred in 1973. I was 13 years old. Summer of 73. A year before that, my father had passed away. And in January of 73, my brother had committed suicide. My other 2 brothers who were still at home were out for the night. It was just my mother and myself at home. I was in my bed near midnight and looking out the window at the stars. At the foot of my bed was a chair that my mother had placed some freshly laundered pants in, folded and laundered. And about midnight, I felt like someone had walked into my room and was watching me.
Sure, I know the feeling.
And just the idea that it stayed there. I was not brave enough to turn around and look by any means. If it was my mother, I didn't want to scare her by moving suddenly. And if it was anything else, I didn't want to get scared by moving
right
suddenly. And after about 2 hours, just I could hear the clock in the front part of the house chiming of the different hours. After about 2 hours of that and attention, I went on to sleep.
God, you laid there for 2 hours in that state?
I wasn't about to turn around. This was an old house that was built from an older house.
Okay.
The lumber was older than the house itself.
Understood.
Got up the next morning, and on the way to do whatever I do in the summertime. Looked down and the pants had been creased like someone had been sitting in the chair. And that's one thing. Another thing was about 7 years later, I was getting ready to go to work, and the bathroom was near the front of the house where we could see the driveway. We had a circular driveway, and it was gravel. And my mother was in the back of the house where the TV was. She heard the same sound I did. It was the sound of a horse clip-clopping into the driveway, like someone was riding into our driveway. Well, a horse is not unusual out in the country where we live.
Right.
But at 10 o'clock at night, it is quite unusual. Looked out the window immediately. We had a outdoor light out there. Saw nothing. Went out on the front porch after I got dressed and saw even nothing out there at all. But my mother even heard the sound of the TV going in the very back part of the house.
Well, I appreciate the story, sir. And I don't know that I should have done that. I don't know that if I felt a definite presence, that I could sit there frozen for 2 hours doing nothing about it. I don't think that I could do that. I think that I would be so filled with terror and that it would build as time went on that I would be forced to turn around or flee, one of the two. When I was 13 years old, my dad was listening to a ball game and eating popcorn. And I remember very distinctly the way a shadow looked on the wall, a man eating popcorn and smoking a cigar. Instead of looking at my dad directly, I was watching his shadow. He said out of the blue that I would make it to America and that he would join me there on his 66th birthday. Well, he died when he was 46. When I met a young stockbroker from America, married her, and moved to America 10 years ago. Some friends of mine had a Ouija board at a party, and when I put my hand on it, they spelled out the word Dad, D-A-D, 13 years later, in the year which would have been my dad's 66th birthday. I woke up at 13:01 hour on my dad's birthday and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. I had a heart attack when I turned around and saw the shadow of my dad eating popcorn and smoking a stogie. My wife was out of town, and when she got to the hospital where I was in intensive care, she demanded, "That's what you get for eating popcorn and smoking cigars in the house while I'm away. We never have popcorn, and by the way, I don't smoke." She smelled popcorn and cigar smoke when she got home 3 days later. I never told her what I had seen that had prompted my heart attack. In fact, I've never told anyone until now. That's from Jim in Kentucky. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Nice finally getting in touch with you.
Glad to hear from you. Where are you?
I'm in Boise, Idaho. This
All
is
right.
Don.
Yes, Don.
I just had an experience back in '89. I was living in Dallas, Texas, and I had a phone friend that, we talked for hours on end. And one night she called me up, and she was just real nervous as, anything. And I asked her what was wrong, and she said that a couple days before, a friend of hers had passed away. And her dad, on that same day that the person passed away, gave her a CD player. Well, 2 days later, he gave her a CD with the song "Think of Me and I'll Be There" on it.
Yes.
And this night she called me. She was crying because that song had been playing over and over and over for hours. And, there were other songs on the CD, but for some reason it would just skip back to that song. And her dad, and I got verification from him, her and him pulled the plug on the CD player, and that song kept on playing.
Even with the plug out of the wall.
Even with it out of the wall.
Sounds like the TV.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what reminded me about that. And, you know, they tried to try and open the CD player to get the CD out and everything, and they couldn't even get it open to do that. And so it was a real strange experience, and her and I talked for all 4 or 5 hours that night, and during the whole time you could hear that song over and over and over again.
These things just are not possible in the real world. I mean, there is one area that I know about. It's electronics. TVs with plugs pulled from the wall and CD players without power don't play.
Well, common sense would tell you that. I mean, but I don't know how to explain it. All I do know is that, you know...
Well, I know, but if you listen to that lady, I mean, people are inclined to attach whatever explanation, you know, their mind is willing to accept. For example, the lady said, well, there was an earthquake in Alaska. Well, earthquakes don't cause TVs to go on with the plug out of the wall.
Right. I just couldn't explain it, and it, you know, it seems kind of strange that was hearing that other lady talking about that, you know, with her TV. It just reminded me of that, what happened down there. And, you know, I'm still to this day trying to explain how or what would cause that, you know.
Did you two have a big emotional attachment to each other?
Well, we were real close, but to be quite honest with you, I'd never met her in person. We just knew each other from a chat line.
Oh, I understand. But you can form emotional attachments in all sorts of ways.
Well, it got to the point she could finish my conversations and I could finish hers too.
Well, there you are.
And, you know, just to, you know, hearing the lady on the TV deal, it just brought back memories of that other incident.
I understand. All right, my friend, thank you. Yeah, oh, yes. Human emotions. People attached at the hip and the brain, you know, that kind of thing. Brings on all kinds of strange things. From the high desert, this is Ghost to Ghost AM. International callers may recharge in the Kingdom of Nye by first dialing their access number to the USA. Then 1-800-893-0903. 1-800-893-0903. And you may fax art by calling area code 702-727-8499. That's area code 702-727-8499. Please limit faxes to 1 or 2 pages. Now again, here is Art Bell. Ghost to Ghost AM underway. And that's true. It'd be fun to get some international ghost stories because these things, these strange things, are not limited to our country by long means, by long shot. So, no matter where you are in the world, get hold of the AT&T operator. Give it a try. It will not cost you a penny. It is free from anywhere in the world outside the USA. Get hold of the AT&T operator and have her call for you in the U.S. 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. Wherever you are around the world, it'd be fun to hear some stories from elsewhere. Well, all right, to the international line, and where are you, please?
Hello, how are you tonight?
Hi, my name's John. I'm calling you from Kingston, Ontario, Canada.
Excellent. Welcome to the program. Do you have a story for us?
Oh, yeah, I have a story, but it's not what I'd call a scary story at all. 3 years ago, I bought a house in Kirkland Lake, Ontario, Canada, and my daughter, who at the time was 8 months old, she was diagnosed when she was about 4 with asthma. And one night, I'm a truck driver, and I got home from California. I just finished doing a California run, and my wife, she'd left, gone to work. And I put my daughter to bed, and I went to sleep myself. And I was sound asleep, and all of a sudden, it was almost as if somebody came up and gave me a good hard shake. And I woke, and there was almost a smell of that somebody had been baking in the kitchen. And I listened, and I heard my daughter there. She's having trouble breathing in the next room. So I went in, and I tended to her, and later on, I guess it'd be a week or so after that, we bought this house. It was an estate sale when we bought the house there. We bought it, I guess an old woman had lived there and passed away. And so we got furniture and that with the house, like a sideboard full of dishes and that. And my wife had arranged the dishes in the sideboard according to the way she wanted them. But we came home one day and went into the sideboard to get some dishes up for dinner. And we found the dishes had been rearranged in the way that I suppose that the old woman who lived in the house before us liked to have them arranged or something like that. But she was a sweet old lady, it's just weird things happen in the house all the time.
And you think it was that old lady, her presence remaining?
Well, yeah. Like, I know it was the old lady because my daughter, when she was 2, she was in her room and she's talking to someone, and I entered the room and I asked her who she was talking to, and there's this smell again of like as if somebody's speaking, and she said Oma.
Oma.
And I said Oma. She said yeah, Oma. And like I got to know the neighbors in the neighborhood there, and I was talking just small talk with my next door neighbor there.
Let me guess. The lady's name who had lived there was Oma.
No. It turned out that she was a sweet old lady always baking for the children in the neighborhood, and all the children in the neighborhood referred to her as Oma. I guess she was a Dutch old lady, and in Dutch, grandma is Oma.
I understand. Thank you very, very much for the call. And let me say this. Not only is it my belief that cats see things that we don't see, but I believe that children do as well. And do you know why I believe that? Because they have not yet been conditioned not to see them. And I think the reason a lot of adults don't see them is because they have been well conditioned not to see anything that their brain is not going to accept. Does that make sense to you? It certainly does to me. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm in Honolulu.
Oh, Hawaii. All right.
Yeah. KHVH.
Yes, of course.
I have a real short story and then a better one. The short one is kind of funny. When I was a teenager, my girlfriend and I were staying at my grandma's house, and in the bedroom there was a beautiful picture of Jesus on the mount in this gold gilded frame, beautiful old frame, and it hung above the bed. And the bed was one of these glass, it had a glass headboard and so forth. And my girlfriend and I were laying on the bed, and we were teenagers, and we were joking and laughing and calling each other names, and we were trying to think of names to call each other. And we were just firing names back and forth, and pretty soon swear words started coming out, more and more frequent swear words, and, we were really using filthy words because we were running out of things to call each other.
Yeah.
And we were laughing hysterically like teenage girls do. And all of a sudden, this picture of Jesus jumped off the wall and hit her in the head.
Well, there's a lot of stories about teenage girls. Teenage girls have a certain energy and power that seems to make things happen around them. Okay.
Yeah, and we looked at the picture, and the wire that hung it was intact, and the nail was at an angle. So we had to jump up, to get off that nail. So
Well, I don't see how you could get a more clear message.
we stopped laughing immediately.
I understand.
And then the next thing, this happened to me just maybe 2 months ago. I'm a light sleeper, and I was asleep one night, and you know how you toss and turn sometimes, and rearrange your pillow, and I had just done that, and I wasn't quite asleep, and I felt like somebody was watching me, and I turned around to look, and there was nobody there, and I always have this small fluorescent light on in my apartment, and so I could see, and there was nobody there, but I couldn't get over this feeling of a presence, and it was a real evil feeling.
Yes.
And so I turned my back to it, and I covered myself up, and I said a prayer, and it wouldn't go away. And I said a prayer, and I just turned it over to God, and I said, whatever this is, I'm sure it's my imagination. And I thought I went to sleep, and I started dreaming. And as soon as the dream started, it was like a window screen, those roll screens being pulled down.
Sure.
It was like the screen was being pulled down over my field of vision, and on the screen was a geometric pattern. And I thought about this last night when I heard Brad Steiger talking to you about, the geometric pattern.
Many have talked about that.
Right. Only this one was, it was mainly black with real dark colors in it, and then it had these bright sparks of gold flashing off of it.
Yes.
And it's real hard to describe, but, it's hard to put it into words. But when I looked at it, and I couldn't stop looking at it because it was, like I said, it was like a screen being pulled down over my vision. I got these horrible feelings of dread and just impending doom and horror and terror and ugliness. And I thought to myself, oh my God, this is what ugliness really looks like. This is ugliness. And then I realized I couldn't make this vision go away. And I realized this isn't a dream. And so I started to say the Lord's Prayer. Well, every time I would stutter a little bit on the Lord's Prayer, the screen would start being, start going up. But then when I would stutter and get scared and forget what I was saying, the screen would start coming back down over my eyes. And I realized that something was trying to take over my brain. That's the way I felt. And I thought, no, this is a dream. So I sat up and I stood up. And I walked around my room, and the feelings of dread were still there. And, I was terrified. And so I walked around my room, and I was saying the Lord's Prayer out loud. And the more I said it, the more scared I got. And even though I was walking around, I could still feel the screen being pulled down in front of my eyes. And finally I thought, I'm going to be possessed. And I was terrified. And so,
something was trying to take you.
right. And so finally I just said, I can't fight this. What am I going to do? And I realized that it was probably feeding off my fear, and the only thing I could do was to let it go. And I've never been very good at that. I've always been a worrier and a fearful person, and I've really never been good at letting things go. But I just told God, I said, send my angel down here right now. I said, I can't fight this thing, and if you don't stop it, it's going to take over my mind.
And at that moment?
And, well, the feeling of fear was still there, but I laid down, and I said the prayer 2 or 3 times. I said, please let my angel be here. And I fell asleep. And as soon as as I repeated the prayer, the fear started to go away, and as the fear went away, the vision stopped. But when I woke up the next morning, I was fearful. I thought, what's going to happen the next time I go to sleep,
Sure.
And so I went out and I got some sage to cleanse the air in my room, and, I got some sea salt and put it by my bedside and just some of those protective things. But as time went on, as I talked to people about this, and I heard some other people who say that things like this had happened to them during the night.
Yes.
I realized that, well, to me, I take it as it was like a test of my faith, and it's only made my faith stronger. And I'm not afraid anymore.
All right, well, I've got something that will go right with that. Gerard, back in the early 80s, I was living in the fast lane in Miami, the fast lane. At that time, I knew my lifestyle was morally unacceptable. Nevertheless, I was young and foolish and thought that I had the tiger by the tail, of course. Don't all 21-year-olds think that way. Anyway, as I was drifting off to sleep one night, I saw something which will remain with me for the rest of my life. I awoke to the vision of a face in my darkened bedroom. The face was coming toward me, mouth wide open with teeth showing. The eeriest part of this whole experience was that I could hear kind of an electrical discharge coming from the face. Well, I'm not a particularly religious person, but I did the first thing that came to my mind at the time, began to recite Psalm 23, you know, the one that goes, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall fear no evil." The face disappeared. The sound of an electric discharge echoed in my mind. I jumped up, turned on every single light in the house, didn't go to sleep again until it was daylight. I did not sleep at night for several weeks. Within about a month or two, I had left Florida and began a new life, one that has never caused the face to return, if you follow me. And I thought that sounded similar. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Colin from Wichita.
Yes, sir.
Well, I've got a couple weird stories. I don't know.
Well, give me just one. Your best one.
All right. Well, I guess when I was about, my parents, for some odd reason, when I was a child, every house that we lived in, for some odd reason, had ghosts. Or somebody had been killed in it, or, you know, it was something was weird about the house. And this one house that we lived in, me and my sister, our rooms were about 10 feet away from that, down to the basement. And our parents' room was at the other end of the house. And, you know, every night we could hear, you know, steps coming, or like footsteps coming up, you know.
From the basement?
From the basement.
Not
Well,
good.
and, you know, that was kind of weird, and that scared my sister a lot. Well, and for some odd reason, the ghost, they loved me for some weird reason, but I remember one night, I don't know, it was really late, but my sister started screaming and yelling, and so my dad comes running out, and she was saying something about something at the bottom of the steps. Well, my dad, you know, he didn't care, yeah, he went and turned on the light, and he looked down at the bottom of the steps, and his shotgun was laying at the bottom of the steps with shells like all around it.
Yeah.
Which, you know, he kept it, you know, way away from where anybody could ever get to it.
Sure.
And, you know, locked up and, you know, all that. And it was just laying right there at the bottom of the steps like something was coming after us. And, you know, and this all happened more or less when our parents would fight when we were kids.
Yeah.
And so, you know, weeks went on, this and that, and then next thing that happened was when our parents were out to dinner one night, and me and my sister were watching TV in the room, and we heard something in the kitchen. And, you know, we didn't really, you know, think anything of it. We thought our cat knocked something over. Or,
Sure.
You know, just a normal thing.
The obvious, yeah.
Well, we went in, and the knife drawer had been pulled out, and there were knives scattered all over the kitchen floor. I mean,
not good.
Just everywhere.
Yeah.
And, you know, my parents, they never thought anything about it in any of the houses we ever lived in, with anything ever happening. They just blew it off, figuring that it was our imagination, or, you know, that we were just getting into something and just messing with them. But every time, that house was really the worst about it, but after that, man, my sister ended up moving to the other end of the house. My parents moved right by the steps because she couldn't handle it.
Okay, well, what I would tell you is this. Frequently, hauntings, you may have been somewhat mistaken. And it may not have been that you continually moved into haunted houses, but rather that hauntings followed you and or your family. I would consider that far more likely than the very unlikely possibility that you continually moved into haunted houses. Indeed, the haunting probably followed you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, where are you?
I am in Elyria, Ohio. Good, Missouri.
Okay, Larry, welcome. Do you have a good story?
Yeah, it's
Regarding my father, he passed away about 10 years, in 1988. Of course, it was the 1st of January. After we buried, the day we buried him, the sun was out, but it was still kind of cold, and he always loved, snow. No matter what kind of day, time or night, he always went to the window and watched the snowfall.
Right.
Well, when we buried him, when we got to the gravesite, the sun was shining and it was snowing. So I thought that was kind of nice.
The sun was shining and it was snowing.
And it was snowing.
Okay.
When we buried him. This is more, and then about me and my mom both had a funny feeling. We had a feeling of presence, but we didn't know who it was in the house. So one day I got up early and I went downstairs. There's my dad sitting on the couch.
Not good.
I kind of stopped. I wasn't afraid. I stopped and I looked at him. I said, "Hi, Dad." He answered me. And I says, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "I just come back to make sure to tell you to take care of your mother." And after he said that, he got up, he walked into the dining room, and he disappeared.
Incredible. All right. Well, thank you very much. Story after story after story after story. Can you really ignore them collectively? I don't think so. Is there life after death? Well, keep listening. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Ghost to Ghost AM. 5033. That's 1-800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. Call Art at 1-800-618-8255. That's 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers dial Art at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art. I am here. This is a special night, as tomorrow night will be Ghost to Ghost AM. And how can you listen to story after story after story without beginning to wonder, even the most skeptical out there? The following from Marcia in Gig Harbor, Washington, says she's too shy to call. On one night I woke up with a start, wide awake. I sat up in bed and looked out into the hallway. I could see the door to my kids' room, and I thought my oldest daughter, then about 10 years old. I saw her wearing a long white nightgown, sleepwalking. Looking back now, she seemed to glide rather than walk. She came toward our room and then turned into the kitchen. I got up to get her and put her back into bed. Went out into the kitchen, into the living room. No one there. Went into the kids' bedroom, and there she was, sound asleep, wearing dark-colored pajamas. Baffled, mystified, I went back to bed and began to forget about it. Didn't say anything to anyone, thinking they would think I was crazy or seeing things, not sure, myself, if I had just perhaps dreamed it. Well, several days later, at about 8 or 9 o'clock at night, I told my youngest daughter, then only 2 years old, go get into bed and get your pajamas on. She ran happily off, only to return a few minutes later, white as a sheet. I sternly said, I thought I told you to get your pajamas on. She looked at me with big eyes and quietly said, I can't. The lady in the white dress won't let me. Well, my heart stopped. I took her by the hand and casually walked back to the bedroom. To show her there was no one there when we walked into the room. Sure enough, there was no one there. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Morning, Art.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Montreal, Canada.
Montreal. All right, welcome.
I listen to you every night as I'm driving around.
Excellent.
Tonight I got home a little early and I thought I'd call it's not a spooky story per se, but it shows me that there is life on the other side.
Okay.
I was at a Native American church ceremony, which is a grandfather ceremony. It starts at dusk and goes until dawn the following morning.
Right.
And when I come out there that the morning after it was over, I walked down by the lake and just wanted to go down and meditate. And as I was down by the lake, it was like a whirlwind came. Not strong or whatever, just like came around me. And as I looked, I seen this young girl coming out of the mist. And as I got closer, I recognized her as my sister, but as she got closer and closer, she started growing up and becoming a beautiful young lady.
Wow.
And then as she came towards me, she just kept on growing and small. But as she got on the other side of the lake, she turned around and said, "Thank you, I love you, and I'll see you soon." So I got scared out of my wits with that. I ran back to the teepee and I told the elder, I said, "Listen, I don't want to die." And he said, "What do you mean?" So I relayed the story to him, and he said, "No, you're not going to die. She has come back to thank you for letting her go to continue her journey on the other side. And for her to say that she will see you soon, to her there's no time. All she is saying, she'll be there to meet you when you come over onto that side."
Oh, that's quite a story.
And and this happened. My sister died in 1961, and this happened 2 years ago. So it took me 34 years to let her go because we went through the residential school. And in our culture, the oldest one is to take care of the youngest one.
Yes.
But as kids, we don't understand that too well, and I took that too, that I let my sister down because when we were in the residential school, we made a break for it to escape, and I stole the truck, and as we went down the road, maybe a quarter of a mile, we had a head-on collision, and she died in that accident.
Oh, my.
And I carried that guilt and shame and whatever for the next 34 years. And he said, and the way the elder explained it to me is that I didn't let her go until that ceremony. And when I did let her go, she finally started to grow up and continue on her journey the way she was supposed to go.
Boy, do I appreciate that story. Thank you.
You're welcome, Rick.
You take care. From Montreal, Canada. Do you believe? Do you believe him? Do you believe the others you're hearing? Can you really doubt there's something after all of this? Wouldn't it be kind of a cruel joke if there were not? Do we know the nature of it? No. Does it seem sure? Yes. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, this is Scotty from Fairbanks.
Fairbanks, Alaska?
Oh, yeah.
Is it getting cold up there yet?
Right now it's anywhere between 5 and 10 below.
It's getting cold.
Oh, yeah.
All right, welcome to the program.
Hey, a story I've got, one that my father told me that happened to him when he was about 4 years old. He's 72 now. So this happened 60-some years ago.
Sure.
When he was living in Canada growing up. Him and his couple of his sisters, they were in bed, sleep, 2 o'clock in the morning, something like that, and all of a sudden his one sister took an elbow to his room and said, "Hey, look at this, look at the foot of the bed." And he looked up and there's this figure standing at the foot of the bed, looking at him. No noise, quiet as a church mouse. Well, he just first he looked at him, and the door to the bedroom was to their left, and the wall to their right, which would be second story, dropped to the ground. And this figure just looked at him quietly and turned towards the wall and walked straight through it. And go after the phone.
Wow.
And to this day, he can't figure it out. Who or what?
Well, one thing's for sure. Physical adults in this world don't walk through walls, at least not ones that I know of. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. I lived in California. Well, I live in California now. My name is George. When I first moved into this apartment, it was a duplex. I had a young couple move in next door to me. At that time, I was 21. And I was kind of scared because the place, I didn't know the area or anything like that. And I went next door to meet the new neighbors, and while I was sitting on a couch, I heard things falling at my house. And I couldn't understand what was going on.
And you were sure it was back at your house?
Yeah. because the duplex on our kitchens were all the walls.
I understand, yes.
And so I got up and went back to my office to see what was going on, and things were just coming out of the kitchen cupboard.
Coming out of the cupboard?
Yes, it was literally coming out of the cupboard.
You could physically see them coming out of the cupboard?
Yes. And she came over to see what was going on.
Uh-huh.
And it stopped at my place. It literally stopped. And when I stood there and started picking things up and putting them back in the shelf, she came over and was helping me. And it started in her house. And it was getting to us. So for quite a while, we spent our days during the daytime together because it had really gotten scary. And one night when I was sleeping, I got shook wide awake and was told to get up now and come over here. And I couldn't understand what was going on. I knew I was the only one in the house. And I thought, this is crazy. And I turned the light on, and I looked at the wall, and there was a man sitting there. And I thought, who are you? And he said, come here. And I walked over to him, and all of a sudden he just disappeared. Well, it was kind of weird to me because I felt literally scared to death.
Yes.
And yet I knew he wanted me to do something. And it sounds strange, but it's actually documented in the newspaper. I kept seeing myself in the mirror, and then all of a sudden, I could see his face. And I thought, this is not right. And I found it on my neighbor's wall. He came over, and her husband came over, and I moved the mirror. I literally moved the mirror, and there was a room behind the wall.
Oh, my.
And there was all these guns and knives, bow and arrows, Confederate money.
Really?
Flags hanging all over the wall. And it was kind of, I was just kind of freaking out at that point. I'm going, what is this? This is not right. And there was gun cleaning kits. I just could not believe all this stuff.
Yeah.
And the next thing I know, I called the police. Of all the odd things to do, I called the police. And the police come to the house. And they said to me, do you know who lives here? And I said, no. They said, the old chief of police died here. I said, you gotta be kidding me. They said, no. All this stuff belonged to him. And I told them what he looked like. And they said, you don't happen to, are you joking with us? And I said, no. This is what I saw. And after that happened, after they took the guns and knives out, everything stopped. It completely stopped. The stuff stopped coming out of the cupboard. But I moved. I couldn't handle that no more. I had to get out of there.
That'd be me too. Goodbye, that's it. I'm surprised you hung in as long as you did. But at least you, in a way, got an answer to what it was.
Oh, yes.
I really appreciate your call, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, here's one for you. Dear Art, my uncle is a cardiologist, and we were discussing near-death experiences, and I asked him if he ever had clinical experience with any of his patients. I wished for some time I would never have asked that question. He gave an account of a 23-year-old male patient which was waiting a pacemaker implant operation. My uncle asked, he was experiencing repeated fainting when a heart block, conduction failure for beating, suddenly recurred. The periods of unconsciousness were becoming more frequent, suggesting a poor outcome. The patient did experience an NDE, and my uncle documented the patient's account. This is my uncle's exact notes. The patient recounted, quote, you were watching the television monitor to guide the pacemaker wire inside my heart. That's when it stopped. I was blanking out, and then you hit me on the chest saying, excuse me. Then your fist came down like a hammer. I saw that scared look in your eyes. Someone was yelling. Something crashed over to my left, and everybody went crazy. You started shoving on me with both hands, and then I was out of it. I was floating, pitch black, moving fast, moving through a vacuum,
as if life never ended, so black you could almost touch it, black, frightening and desolate. I was all alone somewhere in outer space. I was in front of some type of conveyor belt which carried huge pieces of puzzle in weird colors that had to be fitted together rapidly under severe penalty from an unseen force. It was horrible, impossible. I was shrieking and crying. I was deathly afraid of this force. Then I saw a being of light. The wind whistled by, and I rushed toward this beautiful blazing light. As I moved past, the walls of the tunnel nearest the light caught fire. Beyond the blazing tunnel, a huge black lake, but it felt like fire. Something like a burning oil spill. A hill on the far side was covered with slabs of rock. Elongated shadows showed that people were moving aimlessly about like animals in a zoo enclosure. An old stone building was on the right, mostly rubble, with different levels, an opening crammed with people trying to move about. Down the hill, I saw an old friend who had died. The last I recall, they were dragging the river for him. He had been involved with gambling. I yelled to him, "Hi, Jim." He just looked at me, didn't even smile. They were taking him around the corner when he started screaming. I ran, but there was no way out. I kept saying, "Jesus is God." Some way, somehow, I got back as you were putting in the stitches. Obviously, we just heard an experience, an NDE of somebody who did not go to heaven, but went to hell. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
No, I don't. This is a scary story, and it has to do with, but it actually has to do with you in a way too. My father died about almost 2 decades ago, and I've always felt real close to him. Over the last few years, I've felt particularly close to him because I had been real close to death myself, and I had some neurological surgery, and I've felt real close. I felt real, sensed him really close and stuff recently, and it's sort of like I talk to him and stuff like that now and then. And anyway, it was the night that you had James von Fromm.
James von Fromm, yes.
Yeah, it was that night. And I think that was right after the transmitter thing went out.
That's right, yes, oh yes, the famous, infamous Area 51 call.
Exactly. Well, that's what it was. As I said, and I sensed my dad, and I talked to him all the time. Well, everything that James said that night was stuff like I was just captivated by him. I mean, it was all stuff like, when you know something but you don't know why you know it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was the whole thing, everything he said was like that, and I thought, I know that. And it was just, and so I wasn't prepared when you opened the lines for the callers. I just wasn't prepared, and I suddenly got all flustered because it's like I just knew. I felt my dad was with me. I really felt it was on. And so I said, so I was racing, looking for the phone. I couldn't find the phone. I couldn't find the phone numbers. I couldn't find anything. And it's like, the more panicky I got, the worse I got. And then finally, when I did find everything, I started to dial when the first time. I just dialed the 800 number for West of the Rockies, and it was busy as usual, and I tried that a few times. And then suddenly, it's like I turned back on the radio because I was, want to hear what was going on the radio.
Okay, we've only got a moment.
Oh, really? Hold on.
And what happened?
Oh, well, there's a lot more. I mean, I was like, it really is nice. It's a really nice story.
All right, well, it's going to unwind pretty quickly, though. I'll hold you over through the news, and we'll finish up the story on the other side, all right?
Oh, I appreciate it.
All right, hold on. Stay right where you are. We're right in the middle of a 2-day fest called Ghost to Ghost Air. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell.
1295. That's area code 702-727-1295. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222.
This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Actually, it's Coast to Coast AM tonight, and then at least a portion of tomorrow night as well, so don't despair if you've not been able to get in. Lines are going nuts. We're taking ghost stories. The scarier, the better. But only those that are true. There's a reason for all this, because if you listen to the program collectively, it begins to get to the point where you cannot ignore the obvious, and that is that we are more than our physical presence in this short cosmic blink of a mortal life. Anyway, we'll get back to it in a moment. All right, back now to our caller who's going to finish a story for us. Go ahead.
Okay. Where was I now? Can you help me out with this?
Where were you?
Well, I had to repeat myself.
Well, you were trying to call me. You were trying to dial me, you said.
Okay, yeah, that's right. I was trying to get through to you, and so I tried the 800 number and just got the usual busy. And then I tried that several times, and it stopped. I stopped getting anything. I stopped getting a ring. I stopped getting a bit. There was nothing. It was so dead.
Right.
And and so I just kept trying that, and the same thing. It never would ring, never would do anything. And then finally, I just had a sense, and I said, "Dad, you there, Dad?" And suddenly I heard these bells ring in the phone. I mean, this is really true. I heard these bells. And I thought, oh, this is really kind of strange. And so I thought for sure, right at that time I turned back the radio on to see what was going on the radio.
Yes.
So at that point, he was saying how spirits can contact through, they can use electrical phones and electrical sources and stuff.
Yes.
And so when I tried again, I flipped back the radio, and the radio was flipping with the recording. It was called the wild card line was on there, but it didn't seem to fit in with what was being said. So I just thought maybe that's the signal. So I tried the wild card line, and I called, and during this whole period of time, I was getting very, very strange things on the other end of the phone. In other words, it rang, it wouldn't ring, but not the usual times of ringing and not ringing. It was very, very strange. And
okay, we've got to get to it here.
Okay, finally, by the very end when he was off the air.
He is me.
No, when James was off the air.
Oh, James on top, yeah.
That's right. When James got off the air, then I started to dial these same numbers over and over again, and they were all perfectly normal. They responded to the busy signal was there. and then suddenly it was like, wow, after the whole thing was over with and I settled down, you can tell I get so excitable. When I settled down, there was this thing that I remembered, the very first lady who called in, when she talked to James, when they were talking about her person that she wanted to contact, there was this point where James said maybe it's just because it's over the phone or something, but he was having difficulty because he kept hearing this. He said I kept getting Joey, something like that, and something said when you were little.
Okay, listen, you're not coming to a point here. What is the point of this?
The point is, the things that he said were about me, that didn't fit the lady, were exactly about me and my past and my dad. And at the very same time that I was thinking all these things, that's what he was saying. And then after I got off the phone, the point is that there was an old picture that I have of my dad that was always in the drawer, never was anyplace else but the drawer. And as I was walking away after the program was over, I found this right in the middle of the hallway.
Oh, well,
with my dad.
I see. All right. Well, thank you very much. I don't know how something like that, a physical manifestation of that sort would occur. All right, about 12 years ago, my mother discovered my 11-year-old sister's stuffed animal, an Ewok. Remember those from Star Wars? Return of the Jedi? In the outside trash can. She thought this to be very odd, for it was in mint condition, not to mention very cute. So, Mom brought it back into the house and put the stuffed animal in her bedroom closet. If my sister didn't want it, she figured she'd hang on to it for a while or give it away to someone else. Well, later that night, after my mom had gone to bed, she woke to hear a rustling, splashing sound coming from her closet. Ugh. This obviously frightened my mother, for it was coming from the exact spot where the stuffed animal was, needless to say. The next morning, it went back into the trash can. Well, this is why I keep my closet doors closed. This is why I don't keep things of this sort in my closet, because everybody knows things like that hang out and do things in closets. On my international line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Phil. Ross from the Australian UFO hotline. I have two matters for you tonight. The second matter is relating to a strange event that happened a number of years ago with emergency services personnel going out to a place in Clayton, Victoria. Some strange events there, but first of all...
Okay, before you get started, where are you in Australia? What part?
We're in southern Victoria.
Victoria, all right.
Yes. That's south of New South Wales and north of Tasmania.
Okay.
Now, you asked me last time we spoke to report back to you on this an amazing fireball event that happened earlier this month.
Yes.
Do you want me to cover that tonight? Or
No, actually not tonight, because tonight we're doing, as you can hear, ghost stories. So,
Right. Well, we had a report sometime 10 years ago where a distraught family rang emergency services and the police went out to a place in Clayton, and the family was distraught about this revolving sound that was going around the perimeter of a wooden home, a fairly large one at that, and the police, when they turned up, thought everyone was a bit crazy. They said, look, come in and have a cup of tea and I'll start in 15 minutes' time. And this sound started, and the wall started shaking and bending as the sound was revolving around each of the perimeter walls. And he called other police in and ended up having a whole stack of police there trying to figure out where this sound was coming from. And to this day, no one knows how the sound was produced. It wasn't coming from the outside of the wall. It wasn't coming from the inside of the wall. And it was just one of these strange events.
and the walls were actually buckling.
The walls were buckling, and there appeared to be moisture oozing out of the walls as well.
Oh, I'd be out of there real quick.
And that place hasn't been occupied since.
And I can understand that.
I'm ringing on the emergency incoming line, and I should go. I'm sorry to cut you short.
That's quite all right. Thank you very much for the call all the way from Australia, not far from Tasmania. Yes, indeed. If you're outside the country, someplace or another, Australia or Europe, wherever, South America, North, I suppose all the way to the pole, you can reach us internationally toll-free by getting hold of the AT&T operator, the friendly AT&T operator. I don't know how you do that in your country, wherever you are. Ask for AT&T operator, you'll get it. And then ask her to call 800-893-0903. And the call will be free. You will not be charged at all. Totally free from any country in the world. That number again, 800-893-0903. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm calling you from Static Oak, New York, which is, believe it or not, the burial ground of the Aykroyd Indian. I'm 1 mile away from their burial ground.
Okay.
That is not my story. I was in the funeral business for 7 years and nothing ever happened. Then I divorced my husband and lived alone in this,
I take it you were in the funeral business.
funeral business.
With
They
your,
came and went. Huh?
I understand. With your ex-husband?
Uh-huh.
Yes, okay.
So everybody always thought, oh, you have both stories for nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Well, the story began with the two people that were next door to my parents. when I was little girl, I used to go over there and bother them. And a lady used to talk to her son. He was dead, and she would never accept it, and her husband was ready to put her away, you know. And then when I had moved back by that house 2 doors away, she died the year I moved there. And she left me his little chair. So I had the chair in the corner in the parlor. And this one night, it was August 2nd at 10 after 11. This was Eastern time. I was watching the news. And it smelled like mold. Okay?
Like mold.
Mold. And this little gray thing about, I'd say 4'2", 4'2",
Oh.
come running through limping. Honestly, I never believed in ghosts. And I had a great day, and he started growling, and he ran up the stairs. And I was thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me, I'm tired. And that was that. The next night, my clock at 10 after 11 chimed 13 times. If you go by Army time, it'd be 1 o'clock,
Right.
which would be 1 a.m.
Right. 13, no. 13 times would be 1,300.
Right, $1,300.
Okay, that would be 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, 1 o'clock. Okay. So what happened was, this little thing happened again, same time. Same smell. Everything was almost the same. So at this time, I'm like, this is not, a dream. So I told my mother, and they thought it was nuts. My sister comes over that night with her boyfriend, the policeman. And they sat there, and all of a sudden, 10 after 11, they came through again. Only the light bulb, now, you have people call about light bulbs.
Yes.
What happened was it flashed, but the bulb did not break. It was showing it split in half. They ran out. I stayed. I want to get to the bottom of it.
Sure.
Replaced the light bulb. Next night, same exact same light bulb. And when I went into the kitchen, I'm a nervous wreck. I'm ready to move. There's this little book on my counter. It's called The Mechanics of Chocolate Shop. I'm thumbing through it. It's from 1932. Never stopped. Swear to God.
Yes.
It ends on August 26th. It's a little kid's diary of Little League.
Right.
And birthdays. So there's a name there, Roy DeLuca. I write it down. And from the funeral business, I had a lot of ties with the churches. And I went to see a minister first. And he said he could touch kind of odd because he wouldn't help me. So I went to see a Catholic priest. He says, we don't want to really talk about it. He says, but it is possible. The soul that does not rest.
Yes.
He says, let me come over the following night, which he did. It came through. He says, you had a young child. I couldn't, Anyway, he said, you had a child who was not resting, and there's got to be a reason why, and he didn't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thumbing through this book again, and then I find Roy DeLuca. Okay, he lives in the neighboring town of Mechanicsville. I bring the book. This man, he does some things. He says, where did you get the book? And I told him. And he's looking through it. He says, this book belongs to Bobby Jones. I said, he drowned. God, we were kids. And I said, Jones. I said, my next door neighbor was Sadie Jones, and she died this year. So I go to my mother's next day. I said, how did she die? I don't know. So I don't know what to do. So I go to bed that night after all this happened to me. And I had a dream of a bicycle with a bent wheel, a little old-fashioned bike. So the next morning, I'm down at City Hall looking through the records. I signed his death certificate. And his adopted child that is really published arrived by newspaper. You could buy a kid through the newspaper back then.
Okay, we've got a hurry here.
Yes, I'm trying. So what happened was the father bought him a bike. He rode it down to the river, got caught in a railroad track, slipped in at 6 p.m. They raked the river, and they recovered the body at 1 in the afternoon, the following afternoon.
Huh.
So the priest told me, when he comes back, show him his death certificate, I had a copy. He says, tell him he has to go and his mother is dead. I did this. He never came back.
Well, that sounds exactly right. Thank you very much for the call. The Catholic Church does not like to admit that these things occur, but any of you who have ever heard Father Malachi Martin, who freely talks of these things, he is an exorcist and has been for a long time, many years. Father Martin will tell you without equivocation that they absolutely do occur. Now, I think that priests who are not used to dealing with these sorts of things are perhaps frightened of them, and perhaps with good cause. But soon you will hear Father Martin on the program again. He is presently writing 3 books simultaneously, so he's pretty busy. But you will hear Father Martin again, and when you hear him, there will be no doubt in your mind, none whatsoever, that evil exists and inhabits the bodies of those who live on this earth, until somebody like Father Martin comes along.
Art Bell is taking your calls in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may recharge area code 702-727-1222. That's 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
Okay, this is from Pam in Anchorage, Alaska. Art, this is my story. It's a true one. I was a young 24-year-old stationed at Whitman Air Force Base in Knob Noster, Missouri. I hope I got that right. I was living in an old house that had been remodeled. The house about 150 years old. Now, I'd been living there for about 3 months when one night I woke up because of a terrible stench. It permeated the entire house. The smell, a combination of dirt, rot, and alcohol. It was so bad that it woke me up out of a deep sleep. I got up, went throughout the house to try to find the source, couldn't find a thing. Next night, again, awakened, the same smell. This time, I went across the hall to my roommate's bedroom and woke her up. She woke up asking what the awful smell was. So it confirmed in my mind I wasn't dreaming. The third night, again awakened by the smell, but this time, an old man was sitting at the foot of my bed. He had distinct features, but he was transparent. He smelled of rot, dirt, and alcohol. He just sat there. I was so startled, I sat up in bed, afraid to move for hours until daylight. I went to work the next day, exhausted because of the lack of sleep. I worked with a woman whose father owned the house that I lived in. And so I described the old man to her that I'd seen at the foot of my bed. I told her about the awful smell of dirt and alcohol. She had a strange look on her face as I described it all. She began to tell me about the couple who'd owned the house before her father. They were an elderly couple, married for 50 years. The woman got sick, and he took care of her until she died in the house that I am now living in. The old man became so lonely and distraught that he began to drink, never leaving the house. They found the old man dead. He died in what was my bedroom. This, of course, disturbed me. I had to do something about it because I was not getting any sleep. That night, I resolved to take care of the problem. Again, I was awakened by the smell. There he was at the foot of my bed again. So I looked at him. I told him I wasn't afraid of him. I told him he was dead, and this was not his home anymore. It's mine. I told him I was taking very good care of his old house, and that he needed to leave me alone and go away. He just looked sad, stared at me for a moment or so, and disappeared before my eyes. He never came back again, and neither did the smell. Art, it really happened. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Tish up in Stanaway, Washington.
Hi, Tish.
And I got a story for you.
All right.
I had a 97-year-old aunt 2 years ago died. And the funny thing was, is before she died, we were called up to the hospital that morning. They said, oh, she wasn't going to live. So we all went up there.
Sure.
We all sat around, and of course, she didn't pass on. She kept saying, this is Saturday night, you don't die till Sunday. So we're all sitting there all real nervous, and everybody says, well, you, your brother, and your husband all stay behind, and when she gets ready for that point in time, you come get it. Before going out the door, they had taken her wedding ring off, which her husband had made just out of a tube piping. And they'd been married a great many years, you know, Christian people.
Sure.
So they left, and pretty soon the nurse came in, and I usually went over during the day and did my Aunt Sarah. And this night I laid next to the bed. My brother was reading a passage as I laid beside Stillwater. And I looked down at her and I said, you know, this is a hell of a way not to get your hair combed. And she looked over at me and she drew in this breath. And you have a vein, a particular vein that goes up and down during your breathing process.
Sure.
It had stopped. And I looked at her and I said, I can't believe this. You just died on me. So I looked over at my husband. I was really upset. My family came in. And I was distraught over the fact that they had taken her jewelry off of her before she had died. Especially the ring. It didn't mean anything. Went downstairs with my husband, cried hysterically, went back upstairs. I wear gold rings on my fingers. I looked down, and the ring that they had taken off her finger was off my finger. It was gone. My ring had disappeared, and I'm checking all over the place. I couldn't find it. So that night we went home, and we had located it. That night we went home, went to bed. Next day got up, was gone. Had a dream that my family was trying to take my jewelry. So, of course, I had swallowed the ring. So, obviously, I'm never going to get this ring back. Next day, they're setting up for the funeral, and they said, well, we're going to bury her. And I felt very bad that they had taken the ring in the first place.
Yes, of
So
course.
I'd taken another ring from out of my jewelry box, and I placed it into her pocket, which at the grave, when we got ready to bury her, ended up in her hand. Nobody knew how it got there. And once their hands are together, they're stiffened. I can't explain it, but they're very hard. You cannot pull them apart.
Right.
The ring was in between her fingers.
Oh, my.
How would you like to wake up to something like that?
No, thank you, but I appreciate the story.
You're welcome. One thing before I go.
Yes.
My husband says, that guy that was on about the submarine?
Oh, yes.
He said, have you ever seen Kristen and Tide?
Oh, yes, of course.
The two stories match very closely.
They're similar but different.
Yeah, my husband he's too chicken to call you. we love you to death, and we take you all over the world. Have a good night.
Thank you. Take care. That was quite a story. Obviously, that woman had to have that ring. Understandable. I wonder why. After death, we seem to complete things that are uncompleted in life. Last acts. First time caller line, you're on the air, huh?
Well, hi there. This is Janice, and I'm from Oregon, California.
Hi, Janice.
And this story happened quite a few years ago when my family was living in Miami. One day, and my mother, I have to back up to say that she was quite the psychic. And one day, my brother was preparing to go frogging in the Everglades during that night.
Mm-hmm.
And she begged him not to go. She said, please don't go, you can't go. And he said, what's the matter, Mom? And she said, there's going to be a plane crash.
Oh, my.
And he was not as much of a believer in my mother's powers as I was, of course. And when his friend came to pick him up to go frogging, she also begged him, please don't go out. There's going to be a terrible plane crash. And sure enough, there was. This was the very famous flight. I believe it was Flight 410 that crashed in the Everglades many, many, many years ago.
Oh my, yes, I recall that.
And as you will recall then, if you're familiar with that one,
I am.
it is a haunted airliner.
How
actually airliners of the same airline are haunted by
that crew.
that crew. That's exactly right.
Exactly. Well, this even goes on that it became a book, and then it later on, my father was hospitalized, and he had a very nice crew taking care of him there in the hospital in Miami. And my mother had mentioned to the one nurse, and says, "Are you going to be on tomorrow as well?" And she says, "Oh no, tomorrow's a big day." She says, "We have all the family coming over. We've rented a large TV. They're premiering the movie of the Ghost of Flight. I believe it was 410. And
it was either 410 or 401, I guess.
401. I think you're right. I think it was 401. And she said, you know, it was my dad was on that crew. And
well, look, I can answer this. I can tell you, I have friends in the airline industry, and they will not talk because, you know, it's a good way to end a career.
Oh, yeah.
But they tell me there's no question about it. Stews and crews, pilots, co-pilots, have reported seeing crew members from that flight on flights, and this has been going on, not told generally outside the airlines now for years. Eventually, when some of these people retire, we'll get the stories. I know some of them, but I promise, you know, it is definitely going on.
Well, I have heard about that when they recovered certain parts and put them into other airlines to recycle different parts that were salvageable.
Yes.
That any plane that received parts from that flight ended up with crew members of the downed plane on it.
Well, I don't have any comment on that, but I thank you for the story, and I can verify without giving details that crew members of that flight have indeed been showing up on current flights. The following comes from somebody who calls himself Bum in Sitka, Alaska. Dear Art, I thought I'd fax you an experience my family had when my father passed away in 1992. The Alaska Native way is to have a 40-day party for the deceased. You prepare their favorite food, drinks, and so forth. My family was cooking turkey and seafood. Approximately, there were about 15 people present. When the root beer came down the stairs, leading into the kitchen, looked as if someone was carrying a single six-pack. Just as suddenly as it occurred, it stopped on the bottom of the stairs. This, folks, is the root beer coming down by itself. We still have things occurring, like kitchen cabinet doors opening, as if someone is getting a cut down, doors opening and closing, footsteps, just the feeling of being close to someone. We're not scared by it, but we believe and understand my dad is still taking care of us. Enjoy listening to you. A true story. This to the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Ah, you're talking to me now. I've been listening you talk to the other people.
That's true.
That's very interesting.
Where are you?
Lynchburg, Virginia.
Lynchburg, Virginia. Okay, go right ahead.
Well, the story I've got me to thinking all these years about the energies involved in life and death processes because I saw a newly formed ghost. And I had a partner with me that saw it also. I was a respiratory therapist working in big city hospitals in Houston, Texas at the time.
Yes.
And we were on the code blue team. You know, we saw a lot of death, I'm afraid.
Sure.
It's hard to say. And this one night, this gentleman came in. He was in his late 60s, early 70s. He's very tall, very, distinct-looking fellow, wearing blue jeans and a black and red plaid shirt. So, I mean, he was stand out in the crowd, you know.
Sure.
And he had a heart attack. And we were in the CPR on him. After about 45 minutes, the physicians in charge called it. And my partner and I were cleaning the tubing and all the paraphernalia we used to resuscitate someone off. And we were going out into the hallway in the emergency room. We looked down into the lobby where about 20 the 30 members of his family had come, and the doctors were explaining why he died. And we looked down there, I guess the lighting was just right or something. We could see this guy who just died standing there, waving his hands in front of the faces of all his family members, going from one to the other, trying to get them to see him.
Oh,
And
my.
you could see them mouthing the words. If you could read the lips a little bit, you could see them mouthing the words like, what's the matter with you all? Why are you all crying? It's like you didn't know he was dead. And you could clearly see he was still in that ghostly see-through kind of image. He was still wearing the clothes that he was still laying in his bed in. So that makes you start thinking about ghost clothes.
How could you handle that?
Well, I just puzzled over it. My little lab partner was a smoker, and she freaked out and lit a cigarette, and she still so freaked out she lit a second cigarette, not realizing she still had the first one lit. And, you know. And
I can relate to that.
you need to quit smoking. Yeah. It's bad for you.
I know, all right.
Yeah, I know.
I know, I'll be waving at my relatives. I'll go with a cigarette in my hand. I'm here. All right, thank you. Take care. That bothers me. That, and I've heard so many stories like that. People who don't seem to understand that they've died. It doesn't seem to have registered on them that they've died. Consider how frantic you would be. You're dead, but you don't know it. You're translucent and cannot be seen except perhaps by a few. Emergency medical workers, doctors, nurses. And I wonder if you finally get to disappear when you realize you're dead. Dog's Hardline, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes, hi.
Yes, hi. This is Helen from Chicago.
Hi, Helen.
Yeah. Well, my husband died quite a few years ago, and then about 2 years after he was gone, I was watching TV one night, and I was laying on the couch in the front room, and my dog was by my feet, and he seemed to be asleep, and my husband knew this dog well when he was living, and suddenly my dog sat up. He slowly got off the couch, and he sat down in front of this chair next to the couch where my husband always sat. And he started to wag his tail. And then he stood up, and he put his paws on the chair, and his tail was still wagging, and his head went down a little bit, and his ears went back, and he looked like he was being petted.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
And I slowly sat up. This went on for, I'm watching my dog for about 5 minutes. And I slowly sat up, and I softly said to my husband, I assumed it was him. I said, Johnny, if that's you, I'm very happy that you're here, and I love you. Then after another minute, then my dog got off from the chair, and he lay down by the chair, and he was looking in the kitchen with his ears perked up, and his head was going from side to side, like my husband was in the kitchen, and he's watching him walk around. And I was really happy. That's kind of spooky, but I wasn't afraid. I was happy. I was sure that was my husband was here.
Well, he probably was.
Yes.
I believe these things occur.
Yes.
I really appreciate your call. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you.
Take care. There you go. I believe that, and I, of course, mentioned cats earlier, but I believe that our animals see things we don't. I rather suspect we see things they don't. But I think they have a unique ability to sense or feel or see. I'm not sure which, because I don't really know. But they feel things and know things and perhaps see things that we don't and can't. And so that lady's story makes a whole lot of sense
to me. All right. I think we're going to end it here for tonight with regard to Coast AM, and we are going to continue tomorrow evening. The lines continue to ring relentlessly off the hook, so I know there are many, many more of you with similar stories. And this year, because of the fact that Halloween is actually on Friday, All Hallows Day today, it will continue to be All Hallows Day as I come on the air in some time zones for Friday night, Saturday morning. So if you didn't get in, don't despair. We are going to continue this to some degree tomorrow night. And again, I say to you what I said earlier. As you listen through the evening, some stories better than others, but the majority certainly convincing. Collectively, I find it nearly impossible to ignore the evidence that there is something certainly very significant that lies beyond this very simple and short, cosmically very short existence, mortal existence we have on Earth. And it is programs like this, if you listen carefully to them, that will convince you. At any rate, it has, as always, been interesting, and I invite you back tomorrow night for more, if you have the intestinal fortitude for it. So that's it for tonight. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Wherever you are, in whatever time zone, or whatever time, or whatever place, good night.
From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's prolific time zones, every single one of them covered by this radio program, Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell, honored, and it is indeed my pleasure to be carrying you through the weekend. And what a night it's going to be. Coming up in the next hour, Peter Cochran and some uncommon sense. We'll talk more about that. On my webcam tonight is a shot of me at 13 years old. 13 years of age. And I just started thinking about this a little bit tonight. I am going to repeat something about my hobby all my life since then. I mean, go look at that photograph. I was 13 then. I will be 60 years of age in June. So I just computed that I have been a continuously licensed ham radio operator since I was 13, or almost 47 years. I remember how I used to look up to old-timers when I was, when I was liking that picture there. And now I is one. So I've been around for a while. At any rate, to repeat what I did last night, and I know this is somewhat of a narrow cast. It's for a lot of you ham radio operators out there. And by the way, for a lot of you who would like to become ham radio operators, there is the American Radio Relay League, and you can contact them and they will help you find a local club or something like that. It's the very same organization I'm about to chat about a little bit here in a way. There's been this giant advance in ham radio. And by the way, through the years, all the years, ham radio has led the way. Ham radio, you might want to know, ham operators were the first broadcasters down on the broadcast band. Did you know that? The very same AM broadcast band you're probably listening to right now. The hams were there first because the government thought it was worthless territory, worthless bandwidth. But it wasn't, and we proved it, and when we proved it, they took it away. And now you have the AM radio band, and we have been cast into the shorter waves that they thought, again, were no good. But the hams, again, proved they were good, and that you could, in fact, hunt around the world on the short waves. And then, of course, came the influx of shortwave broadcasters and everything else. So hams have always been first. And they're first, again, there's something new under the sun. It's that simple. Big advance. It's a gigantic advance in single sideband communications. We used to have AM, like you're listening to on the AM band, and they decided, well, that was too wide. Still some do it, but they decided that was too wide, and single sideband would be the way to go. And frankly, single sideband has always sort of sounded like Donald Duck. You've probably seen it in movies, you know. And they a lot of times will show ham operators in movies, and it sounds a little like Donald Duck, right? Single sideband. Well, guess what? It doesn't have to. It can actually sound good without taking up anywhere near the bandwidth of the old AM signals. Hams have found that it can sound really good. It's called ESSB. That's what it's called, ESSB. Better sideband, if you will. And indeed, to just the average ear, and I'll ask you all, you're about to get a demonstration, and you tell me which is easier to listen to. Which would be less fatiguing to listen to if you had to listen to it for a long time. Both of these demonstrations, just for clarity, are me, my voice, recorded by the same station who's located about 900 miles away from me in Salem, Oregon. Ben recorded this. The first is standard, old-fashioned single sideband at 2.4 kilohertz. And frankly, it sounds a little tinny. A little Donald Duckish, right? But then the second one you're going to hear is this new ESSB, which, oh, granted, takes up a tiny bit more bandwidth. Not much, a little. But it sounds so much better. In fact, so much better it may induce some people to want to get into ham radio. Listen to the difference. Here's, again, this is recorded 900 miles away. My voice. Here it is, the way it usually is broadcast.
All right, this is W60BB in Crop, Nevada, with a brief recording at standard bandwidth of 2.4. Hello, test 1, 2, 3, 4. Once again, this is a recording at a standard bandwidth generally used at 2.4.
I think you get the idea, right? Tinny.
W60BB.
All right. Here now is the way it can sound.
Good evening. This is W6 Oscar Bravo Bravo, located in Crop, Nevada, where it is a beautiful evening at about 65 degrees right now on a Saturday night. Absolutely wonderful, and I'm giving you a demonstration of what audio at 3.6 sounds like. So there you have it. From Pahrump, Nevada, I'm Art Bell, W60BB.
There you have it. All right, so that's how it can sound, that way or better. That was 900 miles away. So it's quite remarkable. It's exciting, and it has the whole ham community kind of jumping up and down, to be honest with you. In fact, it's such a big advance that already, as usual, hams developed it, but now the FCC just authorized the shortwave broadcasters, you know, like Radio Brazil or whatever, Radio Moscow, whatever. They're going to start using it now because it works so well. Plus, you know, the FCC in a recent ruling said that it would not regulate ham radio by bandwidth, so we hope it doesn't. I mean, what we want to happen here is nothing. Here's the bottom line. Ham radio is and has always been, and must always be, in my opinion, an experimental radio service. Hello out there? Experimental. And so this American Radio Relay League proposal to regulate by bandwidth is going to handcuff amateur radio operators. Come on, folks, we're experimental here. If you regulate us like you do broadcast stations or two-way services, then we can't experiment. It cuts off part of our ability to experiment. We don't want that. So well-intentioned as it may be, the American Radio Relay League, this proposal to the FCC to handcuff the hams by cutting off their bandwidth is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And I hope they think better of it and just don't even submit the proposal. That would be best of all. But if they do, I don't think the FCC is going to pass. They've already said they wouldn't do it. Anyway, anybody interested in knowing more about this? Here's one more thing, just before I leave it. In this proposal, it sort of forgets we're experimental. I mean, what if 2 or 3 years from now we come up with this really cool new voice digital mode, but it takes 4 kilohertz? Then we would have shot ourselves in the foot. So all we're asking for is no new law, no new regulation. Leave things as they are. Ham operators have always gone along just fine on the bands, and they're gentlemen, they'll find a way to do it here. And additionally, we're not talking about much more bandwidth, but just a little more bandwidth, right? Just a little more makes so much difference. And what you heard was recorded on a standard ICOM receiver, 3.6. And the difference between this and between this.
Good evening, this is W6 Oscar.
There you go. So that's the difference. And it's striking. And hopefully you can hear it on your AM or FM radios. One last thing, for anybody wanting to know more about ESSB, the better way to do sideband, I would like you to go to a website. It's NU9N. That's Nancy United 9 Nancy.com. Very easy. You can do it right now. NU9N. Nancy United 9 Nancy. NU9N, and when you get there, you'll see NU9AM and ESSB Hi-Fi Audio. And just click on MPEG-3, MP3, and it's a pull-down menu, and you can hear different examples of how much better sideband really can sound. So again, like so many things these days, all we're asking is that nothing happen. No new draconian rules or regulations or any of that be imposed. And so I hope the average person was able to bear with me through this, and I hope the hams out there who heard it get excited and give it a try. And again, if you want to and you want to learn more about what it takes, NU9N, Nancy United 9 Nancy.com is the place to go. We'll be right back, and we'll explore the, well, not wonderful world news.
Pittsburgh.
Again, and one last time, amateur radio operators' hams are experimenters. Don't change that. A lot of technical advances have come our way because of experimenters, and people who would change that, I don't know. All right. Let's see. A car bomb. Almost always, when you start the news, you start this way. A car bomb obliterated a tent packed with mourners at the funeral of a Kurdish officer in northern Iraq on Sunday, killing 25, wounding more than 50 in the single deadliest attack since the insurgents started bearing down on Iraq's newly formed government last week. It's been several really bloody days in a row in Iraq, and one wonders when and if this will ever end. On what was supposed to be her wedding day, Jennifer Wilbanks wore not a white veil, but an orange towel over her head to prevent the media from taking her picture. Instead of being led down the aisle by her dad, she's led by police to an airplane that flew the runway bride home. Now, officials say the 32-year-old woman's cold feet may have gotten her in hot water on Sunday. Gwinnett County District Attorney Danny Porter vowed to look into whether she had violated the law by reporting a crime that didn't exist. I guess she said she was, kidnapped and couldn't get married as a result. Cold feet. Bad move. South Korea on Monday played down the significance of a North Korean missile test the day before, saying it involved a short-range missile without nuclear capabilities, and warning against linking that issue to a dispute over the North's atomic ambitions. North Korea apparently test-fired a missile into the Sea of Japan on Sunday, raising new fears about Pyongyang's nuclear intentions just days after a U.S. intelligence officer said the secret of Stalinist state could arm a missile with a nuclear warhead. So they're still at it. Every now and then they fire one off into the Sea of Japan. Massachusetts' highest court hears a bid Monday to halt same-sex couples from marrying until voters can weigh in on the issue in the contentious matter of gays getting married. A lawsuit filed by C.J. Doyle, executive director of the Catholic Action League of Massachusetts, claims The marriages interfere with voters' ability to participate in the debate on a proposed constitutional ban of same-sex marriages. Around 5,000 same-sex couples have married in that state since the Supreme Court issued its landmark 4-3 ruling. That was back in November of 2003, allowing gay marriages. The ruling took effect May of 2004. Now, last night, I made a very brief comment about Social Security, and I said it was my understanding that the President said that we would begin to means test for Social Security. And I said, well, you know, that makes it sound like a welfare program. Oh, that brought plenty of response. In fact, like this. One of them, anyway. Mr. Bell, you sounded like a totally ignorant jackass with your reference to President Bush's Social Security program. It has nothing to do with welfare. You might want to understand what you are talking about before you start your mouth flapping. My 12-year-old son understands the plan better than you do. Robert in Tulsa. Robert, you should have your son call, and he can explain it to all of us then. You see, here's perhaps what I said was an exaggeration, but maybe not. They, you know, when they began Social Security, it was kind of as an insurance policy for your older years. They used the word insurance. That makes one think of insurance. And to be sure, you pay into it all your life, right? All your working life, you pay all of that money into Social Security. So it's your money, right? And now they're thinking that when people get to retirement age, they should be means tested. And if they don't need the money, they don't get it. If they don't need it, then they give it to someone who needs it. Well, that turns it, well, if you take from those who have and give to those who do not, then what is that? Well, that's a welfare program. By even a fairly strict definition, that fits, right? I think that's a poor idea. Actually, you see, there'd be plenty of money for everybody in their retirement years if the government hadn't been stealing from the fund all the time and putting it into the general fund was sort of an IOU that nobody ever intended to pay back. Come on. That's why they're having trouble with Social Security, because they stole money from it. And then you get these cockamamie ideas about putting money into the stock market, people's retirement money into the stock market. That's a great idea. If you're an elected official, it's a great idea, because if it fails, then you can say, oh, gee, see, you made a poor investment. And you're off the hook. Otherwise, when the whole system collapses, will anybody think about all the money stolen from it by our government? No. They'll think, oh, you made a poor investment. Your fault, sorry. So anyway, maybe I don't understand Social Security property, and perhaps this 12-year-old needs to get on here and explain it to us all. Hey, Art, how about you put out a request for an alternative energy or a X prize when somebody comes up with some sort of free energy device? Well, let me say this. It's an interesting idea, but you don't need to have an X prize for somebody who comes up with a free energy device. If they come up with a free energy device, then they're going to be an instant billionaire. And so they will indeed get their reward. Some scientists say humans can read minds. I thought this was most interesting. Empathy allows us to feel the emotions of other people, to identify and understand their feelings and motives and see things from their perspective. How we generate empathy remains a subject of intense debate in cognitive science. Some scientists now believe they may finally have discovered its root. We're all essentially mind readers, they say. The idea has been slow to gain acceptance, but evidence is mounting. In 1996, 3 neuroscientists were probing the brain of a monkey when they stumbled across a curious cluster of cells in the premotor cortex. That would be an area of the brain responsible for planning movements. Now listen carefully. The cluster of cells fired not only when the monkey performed an action, but likewise when the monkey saw the same action performed by someone else. The cells responded the same way whether the monkey reached out to grasp a peanut or merely watched in envy as another monkey or human might have done so. Because the cells reflected the actions that the monkey observed in others, the neuroscientists named them mirror neurons. Mirror neurons. Later experiments confirmed the existence of mirror neurons in humans and revealed another surprise. In addition to mirroring actions, the cells reflected sensations and emotions as well. Wow. A mirror neuron suggests that we pretend to be in another person's mental shoes, according to a neuroscientist at the University of California, Los Angeles School of Medicine. In fact, with mirror neurons, we do not have to pretend, we practically are in another person's mind. So in other words, we're on to the beginning of what might be mind reading. And it may well be that, here's another example. Science beginning to close in on what the rest of us have always, considered to be something freaky, parapsychological, off in the world of strange. And now all of a sudden science is beginning to go, aha, there may be something to it. Remember yesterday I read a report indicating oil could well go to $380 a barrel by the year 2015. Several people computed, almost all of them coming up with roughly the same figure of $14. It would be $14 or so at the pump. That's rough, but several people came up with that. Oh, here's a good one. A state Senate committee approved a proposal Tuesday that would put serial numbers on every handgun bullet made or sold in the state of California. The measure cleared the Senate Public Safety Committee on a 4-2 vote over opposition from manufacturers, firearms dealers, and sports shooters. The technology exists to, listen to this, laser cut the bullets with a number that police could then use to trace who purchased bullets used in a specific crime. Purchasers would pay up to half a cent per bullet, half a penny for each one of your bullets to fully record the number. Vendors would pay about $50 a year, and of course, Attorney General Bill Locklear says we're going to solve a lot of crimes if this becomes law. So there you have it, bullets with
Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is indeed. Top of the morning, everybody. Listen, I've got a lot of requests to do it, so here it is one more time. That website on ESSB is nu9n.com. Very simple. nu9n.com. Nancy, United 9, Nancy.com. Go on over there and go to the MP3 pull-down menu and listen to some of that stuff. It's pretty cool, all right? We'll be right back. No map. All right, let's rock with open line, shall we? First time caller line. Seems like a good place to start. You're on the air. Hi.
Oh, hi, it's Gary from Pomona, California.
Morning, Gary.
Love your show. Thanks for all the intellectual stimulation.
Well, thank you.
My question has to do with something you talked about. You were very, interested in as a ham operator. It hasn't come up lately. It has to do with the broadband over power line, which
BPL.
Yes, which my understanding was approved by the FCC.
That's right. It was approved by the FCC. Now, it would threaten all of the shortwave bands. If the power lines were radiating broadband internet everywhere, it would threaten all of the shortwave bands. No question about it. Now, here's what's happened since it passed, essentially. A lot of companies have done startups. They've tried. And they've had so many interference complaints, and it's been such a... We think that broadband over power line is going to fail for a number of reasons. It's not, we don't think it's economically feasible, number one, because there's so many things in place now. I mean, God, you can get cable, you can get satellite, you can get microwave, you can get all kinds of services. And so I don't know that you need it over the power lines. And two, it creates havoc. So a lot of companies, I think, have chosen not to proceed until the atmosphere clears a little bit. Let me put it that way.
Okay, well, I think you've answered my question. I wondered how that would affect how the average, if that became reality, how that would affect how the average person interacts with the internet and so forth.
Well, that's a it's really a good question. There are even intrusive issues to talk about with it. Thank you very much, BPL. That would mean that there would be internet on in all your electrical outlets, and they would make machines that would be smart and would report, when you needed more milk or something, and you'd get an email. Your refrigerator says, please get some more milk, that sort of thing. It would also be incredibly, possibly intrusive in that all kinds of things could be reported from inside your house that you might not want reported. Put it that way. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, is it Art Bell?
Yes.
Hey, I finally got through.
Yes.
Real quick question. It's kind of off the beaten path tonight of what you're talking about. It's a supernatural question there. The Amityville house out there in Amityville, Long Island. What do you know about that?
Well, I know it's still standing, sir.
It is still standing?
Yes, and the rest of what I know about it will be broadcast May 7th. We're going to have the George Lutz show on May 7th. Now,
May 7th.
That's really important. That's going to be what? I think the 7th is a Saturday night, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I heard someone say that there was the man that owns the house now is conducting tours through it. And I guess pretty wild stuff happens, while you're in there. So I don't know if there's any truth to that, but maybe we'll find out there on the 7th. Huh?
Well, I don't know about that. I think there was some reference to the current owners, but the show, the real Amityville Horror, the movie is out again. It's a big deal. I had the good fortune to interview George Lutz, the guy right in the middle of the real McCoy, the real Amityville Horror. And so we are going to re-air that show next Saturday. That's something you want to make note of. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Yes, hello.
Oh, hi, how you doing? This is Joe from Michigan. A few years ago, you had two pictures on your website. One picture was of their crop formations, and I think it was either in England or here in America. And NASA had sent out a signal into space in the mid-'70s, and if decoded, it would resemble a picture of a man, our DNA structure, and then dots along the bottom representing how we viewed our solar system.
That's right, yes, right.
And, well, when it ended up coming, the crop formation showed up, I was almost certain I read that the DNA structure, that it was changed just a little bit, and also the solar system was, and I was wondering, maybe that had, anything to do with like the DNA God code thing, because that was a very fascinating
It
show.
surely was. Thank you very much. I don't know is the answer to that question. He refers, of course, to the crop circles that manifested and appeared to be an answer to the Voyager business, if not the transmitted signal from Arecibo. Really, really fascinating stuff, no question about it. Well, west of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
First thing, that 12-year-old, before he explains it to us, maybe you should explain it to the president. After that girl you had on about the girl that was talking about her near-death experience.
Which one?
Named Sarah.
Sarah, of course.
The problem I had with her, I heard your first interview with her, and the problem I had was she said that after the accident, she was in the hospital with the trache tube in, and she had to write
her responses
messages down to the nurses.
Right.
And then after she got out, she had to learn how to read again, like starting with Dick, Jane, and whatever the dog's name was.
Right.
How could she write notes to the nurses if she had to learn to read and write again?
Afterwards. I don't know. It may be a lot of times, sir, people have when they're in the hospital for something as serious as she was in for, you know, and nearly dying. While you're in the hospital, all kinds of things can happen. You can have a stroke or a series of mini...
That's not how it came across.
Or a series of mini strokes. Well, we didn't ask about that part, so that's the answer to your question. But that's very common in a situation like that. That if you're in for something very serious, you can experience a series of strokes, mini strokes or a big stroke, and have trouble for some time. Now, Sarah, I thought, was, without question, the most interesting near-death story. Or actually, I guess it ought to be called a death story, because clinically she was deader than a doornail that I've ever heard, bar none. It just, you know, it just riveted me to the seat, and I hope one day you'll get a chance to hear it. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please? Hello? Going once, going twice, gone. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi. Am I not pushing something? Here we go. All right, now you're on the air. Hi.
Oh my gosh, Art Bell, it's so good to talk to you. I've been a listener for the last 11 years, and I'm finally getting to talk to the man.
Well, here you are.
So I just wanted to, I caught a little of the show last night, and it's kind of funny because I started to get interested in ham radio, and I set foot into a ham radio store yesterday, and
oh, you did?
the gentlemen in there were a little startled to see a woman
it's true.
interested in this, and I'm wondering what the deal is with that.
Well, you're absolutely right. First of all, women are fairly rare. However, I operate on 3840 on the 75-meter band, and we have quite a number of regular women check-in. So the answer is more and more women are getting into ham radio. Don't let them intimidate you.
Actually, they were quite actually glad to see me. Even the customers were helping me find books and everything. So
there you go.
It was fun, but it's good to talk to you. One last question. Are you able to reveal the name of that PC game that your voiceover is on?
Pray.
Pray?
Pray.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
Okay.
Nice talking with you.
Good talking to you, and good luck. Go get that license. And that goes for the rest of you, too. You know, everybody says, well, you know, there's the internet now. Oh, no, baby. It's not the same as the magic. Radio, to me, ever since that picture of me that you see there at 13 years of age, has always been magic. You know, the magic of signals going through the air. Signals going through wires, that's easy. But signals going through the air to the ionosphere and back to Earth, again and again, all the way around the world. The magic of that just simply doesn't stand up to the internet at all. So if you want to explore the world of ham radio, by all means, please do so. Contact the American Radio Relay League or ham groups in your area or whatever, but get involved in it. It's one of the most fun hobbies you'll ever do in your whole life, and it's been with me my whole life. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Yeah, this is Dan.
Yes, Dan. Yes, Dan.
Phone kept cutting out on us.
Yeah, it's doing something weird now, as a matter of fact.
Okay, well, I'm in my office here now, so I got a strong signal.
Okay, so what's up?
Well, I'm the one that fact blasted you probably about 3 months ago or so. I was telling you about I was just waking up that morning, the morning of November 30th.
And?
A deep, strong voice spoke, and I woke up and it said you had 910 days left.
Oh, so how many does that give you now?
Well, I don't know. I haven't been counting down. I got a little over a year. But I knew that, I instantly knew that it meant to live. And it worries me. And I guess pretty much what I'd like to know is, even if your callers could call in through the week, I listened, during the first hour. And if anybody knows anything about that, I'd appreciate it if they could comment.
Well, how could they know about your dream?
Well, with the experience I had.
You mean if they had a similar experience?
Yeah, or if they would know possibly what it is. And if I can mention to you, I'm a Streamlink member. And I downloaded that hour because you read my FAPS class.
Okay.
And right before you started speaking, something was captured, and it said, "Here's Art."
Okay. I don't know about that, but because there's nobody to say, here's art. I'm just here, all by my lonesome. Save my beautiful wife in the adjacent room. I'm all by myself. East of the Rockies, here's art.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Up this old mine in television broadcasting, and this word just crops out of my mind. I don't know if I'm saying it right. They have vesicle sideband transmission. Is this similar to what you're doing?
Well, in a vague way, it is, in the sense that it's a sideband. But no, not precisely. It would take quite a bit of an explanation to bring you up to speed, to bring a non-technical person up to speed. But here, I guess I can try. Originally, we had AM, amplitude modulation. That's what hams use, just like you're on the AM band now. And then it was discovered that if you eliminated the carrier in one sideband, that you ended up with something that was called single sideband, just one of the sidebands. And it took up less space, and it was more intelligible over a greater distance, and it was a pretty neat way to go. Trouble with it was that it sounded kind of like Donald Duck. Made everybody kind of sound like Donald Duck in the demo I did a little while ago, right? And now we have this new thing called ESSB. It's an experimenter's dream, and for the first time, I mean, it's very exciting. It's incredibly exciting. For the first time, sideband, instead of sounding like Donald Duck, really can sound very good at a very tiny, larger amount of bandwidth, or space, if you will. When I say the word bandwidth, you can think of it as space, just like bandwidth. You've got bandwidth on the internet. The more bandwidth you have, boom, the faster you go, right? Well, it's the same with radio spectrum. You can think of it as space or bandwidth. And so with just a very tiny amount of extra bandwidth, or in some cases no extra at all, you can sound good, really good, on sideband. It's reminiscent, frankly, of the old AM amplitude modulated days. And nobody wants to see it get stifled. And that's what this is kind of all about. The American Radio Relay League has a proposal that is, I believe, misguided and would stifle this experimentation. And again, we're a hobby. We're experimenters. We need to learn new things, and you don't put handcuffs on experimenters. Not historically, and I hope not now. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, Art.
Hi.
Hi, this is Steve in San Diego, listening on the big one, Kogo 600 AM.
It is a monster. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And if you would, please, check into San Diego State University's website. They have the fastest and most efficient hybrid car now in the United States.
Really?
Oh, it does 0 to 60 in 4.3 seconds.
Holy mackerel.
And it can go from San Diego to Washington, D.C. without refueling.
That seems so impossible. And what method of propulsion is it using, pray tell?
It's a hybrid electric with fuel, alternating and rechargeable, but does not need refueling between here and Washington, D.C.
We have so got to get onto this, folks, and quickly too. As I mentioned a little while ago, we don't need an X Prize. Because whoever invents the more efficient way is going to get their own reward. Billions of dollars, no doubt. Somebody discovering essentially free energy is going to be an instant billionaire. So we don't really need an X Prize, but we do need to get going. If our government, in my opinion, is responsible for anything at all, they're responsible for our safety and welfare, right? And our safety and welfare, in fact, our whole existence is based on the state of our economy. And if we run out of energy, the state of our economy is going to be very bad. And it's now past time, meaning peak oil and beyond, when we should be devoting almost a Manhattan-like project toward alternative energy, towards something new. If we don't get it, there's going to be a period of great darkness descending on the country. Not a good economic time at all. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, my name's Amy. I've listened to your show for years. Me and my friend Bill listen to it all the time.
Where are you?
I'm in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh. All right.
Yes.
How old are you?
I am 22.
22. All right. Well, good to have the young ones. So what's up?
Well, actually, well, we didn't watch your Peter Jennings show.
Oh, I forgot to mention that. The Peter Jennings ABC show ran on National Geographic, didn't it?
Yes, yes.
Right.
And we watched that. That was quite interesting, I have to say.
Then you know where I live, because they had shots of my house/compound.
Yes, yes.
They called it a compound. Anyway, so what can I do for you, huh?
Well, I'm just very curious in the whole, UFO thing, and, we both actually had a question for you,
Okay.
and, it's a little off the subject,
Okay.
but, we were wondering if you were a wearer of boxers or briefs.
I'm aware and familiar with both.
Both?
Well, sure.
Okay.
That's it, huh?
That was it. That's what I've been waiting for
Just-
forever to get through to talk to you about.
Really?
Yeah.
Why would you have expended that much energy to ask such a question?
Oh, well,
Nothing better to do, right?
well, no, I do have nothing better to do. Your show's quite interesting. No, I'm serious. We listen to it all the time.
All right. I'm a brief guy myself.
A brief?
Brief.
I pictured you as like
A boxer?
boxer brief kind of guy.
All right. Well, back to whatever was occupying you before you decided to call and stir up such intense controversy.
Well, I was still listening to your show. We're listening to it right now.
All right. Have a good night. I gotta go.
Okay.
Later. Code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? One last time, because I'm getting so many requests on the past blast. This ESSD that I've been talking about in the first hour. If you want to know more about it, go to a website called NU9N. That's the letters NU9N as in Nancy. Nancy United 9 Nancy .com. So it's easy. NU9N.com, and go up there to the MP3 area. It's pull down menu, and you can listen to what some of that stuff sounds like. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, coming up in a moment, Peter Cochrane was head of British Telecom Research. This will fit right in. From 1993 to 99. Then, in 1999, he was appointed chief technologist. In November of 2000, Peter retired from British Telecom to join his own startup company called Concept Labs, which he founded with a group of people from Apple Computers. In 1998, Peter is a graduate of Trent Polytechnic and Essex University and was the Collier Chair for the Public Understanding of Science and Technology at the University of Bristol from 1999 to 2000. Peter is a fellow of the IEEE Royal Academy of Engineering and a member of the New York Academy of Sciences. He has lectured widely on technology and the implications of it, and was awarded an OBE, that's not out of body in this case, an OBE in 1999 for his contribution to international communications, the IEEE Millennium Medal in 2000, and the City and Guides Prince Philip Medal in 2001. The fellow knows a lot about technology, and that's what we'll talk about in a moment. And indeed, for this interview, we go all the way across this land and across the Atlantic to Peter Cochrane in Great Britain. Peter, welcome to the program.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning. I understand we are to talk of technical matters, and I guess RFID. RFID is very interesting. Maybe you could begin by explaining exactly for the layman, if you're able to do it, what RFID is.
When you go and purchase anything today, it has a barcode. If you have a passport, it has a barcode. Most ID cards have a barcode. All of those barcodes are going to be replaced by little radio transmitter receiver units that allow the item you purchase, the passport you carry, the ID card that you're wearing, to be addressed. And that is, remotely, you will be pinged. When you go to the cash out, the electronic point of sale, instead of having to have that barcode scanner, a little radio unit will say, you've just bought a shirt, a t-shirt, a pair of jeans, or whatever. It will be logged, and you will be charged. Ultimately, that money may well be taken directly out of your mobile phone or out of your electronic wallet or directly from your bank account.
Huh. And this is accomplished by, I would take it, a little tiny receiver and transmitter unit in all of these items?
Indeed it is. We can now print these things, believe it or not, using ink. We have inks that allow us to produce electronic circuits in the crudest sense, and in the most sophisticated sense, those circuits look pretty much like the chip that you very often now get on credit cards. And they are so small and flexible that they can be just put into the collar.
Well, I have a question. Are these devices active? And by that I mean, is it actually transmitting a signal, or does it simply possess a signal that another device can scan?
Well, for the most part, they're passive.
Okay.
There are devices that can transmit all the time or at will, but they tend to be used for things like the seagoing containers and rather large items. The things that you and I purchase in the stores are totally passive, but what you do is you energize them with a radio beam, and then they ping back a message to you.
Well then they're not really passive. They're only passive until they're addressed, and then
Correct.
And
yeah.
I've got you. Okay, that's something I did not know.
Yeah, so this is pretty much like you're going to walk around like an aircraft with an IFF system, identification, friends and foe. When an aircraft is flying, it has a transponder, and the radar system pings it and says, who are you? And the aircraft says,
I'm so-and-so, I'm flight so-and-so.
And I belong to, and it gives you all that data, and it gives the height and direction. So it's the human being equivalent of being an aircraft.
Okay. So you're going to walk around with all kinds of possible identifications, perhaps in your money, in your credit cards. Some people say one day embedded in your skin.
Yep. We already have an awful lot of people, and I mean millions of people on this planet now, that have got embedded electronics, which includes artificial respiratory stimulators, artificial hearts, all kinds of pain relief modules. Some of these have to be addressed anyway electronically to be tuned. So if you have a pacemaker, for example, it has to be set up for your body, so to hit some reasonable medium whereby it can cope with you jogging or walking fast or doing a bit of manual labor. You no longer have the sophistication of a real heart, so you can imagine that you're now starting to get the opportunity to place all kinds of chips in people. It's not widely known, but I think people would be able to imagine that, shall we say, diplomats and people who are really worried about things like abduction can have small transponders fitted so that it's relatively easy to locate and find them.
So you're saying, now let me be straight on this one. You're saying you could be implanted with a device that, should you be kidnapped or lost, I guess a satellite, or exactly how would you be located? How would this device
Let's draw a direct analogy. Right now in the United States, if you've got a very expensive vehicle, for $350 you can have a small device fitted and secreted in that car, whereby the police can ping the car and they can find it and therefore avoid it being dismantled and taken abroad.
Is this accomplished by a satellite or what means?
For human beings, not a satellite, it has to be more local. But if you know, say if you know approximately where someone is, you can find them. If you have someone with a mobile phone, you can locate them. So everyone that has a mobile phone is locatable to a very small area.
Yeah, if you've got a cell phone, sure, they can pinpoint virtually wherever you are, and that cell phone doesn't have to be on making a call for that location to be made, right?
Correct, it just has to be on, because when it is on, it does communicate with the base stations, because the system has to know where you are so that you can receive calls at all times. And so it depends on the sophistication of the system. You can tell where someone is within a few tens of meters or 10 kilometers. It depends on the sophistication.
Yes, I was going to ask about that. In other words, is it making use of some sort of GPS signal in combination with a cell phone location?
As a general rule, not yet, but the telephones with GPS on board are coming rather rapidly.
They're coming, and that would, of course, pinpoint your location right down to a
meter or so, yeah.
A meter or so.
Yeah. If you're inside a building and you can't see the GPS satellite system, then it would give the last known location, which would be on the entry of the building, of course.
Do you view all of this technology as a good thing or bad thing or neutral? Are you neutral? How do you feel about it?
I think that providing that we have got the trust in our governments, then I think it happens to be a good thing.
You're saying, wait a minute, if we trust our governments, it's a good thing?
Yes, I think there are some regimes on this planet that you would be very worried about them knowing absolutely everything about you. The reality is none of us have had any privacy or secrecy for a long time. If you're determined to do so, you can always find out where someone is, you can always find out a lot of data about them.
Sure.
This raises the specter of knowing that you and I buy the same running shoes in combination with the same shorts and t-shirts and things like that. That could be useful marketing information, but hey, that kind of information is actually available today. You have loyalty programs, you have credit cards, and you have electronic tills. The difference being, you could imagine having an RFID scanner in your mobile phone and being able to sit at a table next to someone and think, I like those shoes, I wonder what they are, and you could scan them and you could get details of their shoes.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. Now that kind of thing worries people a lot. So where this seems to be going is in the direction of breakable RFID transponders. That is, when you purchase the goods, either the chips are taken off because they're on a tag with a piece of string, or they're glued on and you rip them off and throw them away, or you snap them and that breaks them. But if you look at this on several dimensions, when companies in the United States have manufactured, shall we say, trainers or clothing or anything else, when 1 million are shipped from South America into the U.S. or from Southeast Asia into the U.S., there's a thing called shrinkage. And a large number of items disappear out of those orders.
Stolen.
So there is now, on the other side of the coin, a tremendous crime-busting capability.
So they were stolen. You're talking about stolen.
Yeah, well, and they've been stolen, sure.
Yeah.
And now you can trace goods and say, where did they go? Where are they now? That kind of thing.
Okay, well, how? In other words, let's say you had a shipment of shirts.
Yeah.
And 500 of these shirts were stolen.
Yep.
even if you had the RFID in the shirts, it would be a very localized thing. I mean, it's not like you could say, well, those shirts are now in Mexico City.
Yep.
Isn't that correct?
Let me paint you a picture.
Paint me.
Here's a picture. The U.S. government in particular are going to, at some point in the near future, lay down a minimum standard for all containers entering the United States. And I'm talking about these 20-foot standard ship-going containers that you see on the back of trucks, and you see them stacked at the dockside. Now, what you really want to know is who shipped this box, where from, when was it opened, what was it loaded with, in transit, how did it arrive in the United States, by what route, were the doors opened, was it tampered with, was anything extra put in, was anything extra taken out, is there anything in there that is making a noise, exhibiting peculiar chemical behaviors, does it contain nasty substances or anything else? So you then have a very interesting situation that you've got the entire history of the container to hand, and the container will have the ability to communicate with the goods inside. So if someone is able to break open the container, you will be able to identify when it was and what was removed and which items. At the moment, if a couple of thousand shirts or a couple of thousand trainers are removed from a container, you don't know when it was opened, where it was opened, who was taken, and where those trainers have gone. Now, you will be able to say exactly where those trainers were removed or those shirts were removed.
All right, so it wouldn't necessarily track them down individually, but it would tell you when they likely got heisted.
Sure. Now, when they appear on the black market, most likely they'll come onto the black market and they'll either enter stores or they will enter the supply chain somehow. Then you've got the possibility of being able to detect them being sold at an electronic point of sale, or the people in the UK, like the Customs and Excise, or the Coast Guard in the US, or whoever, would be able to scan those items and say, aha, they've been stolen. We know where they were stolen from, what shipment, and you can then close down on the people responsible for that shrinkage.
Well, I don't have any problem with any of that so far. You know, I understand there's sensitive areas with this kind of IDing, but in the sort of thing you just described, I don't see a problem. It's just going to make it harder for the terrorists and bad guys, so I'm all for that.
Absolutely, that's the upside of the technology. The thing that people worry about is losing their privacy and their security, or indeed being tracked. I mean, there are opposite, you know, there's an opposite side of the coin, and that is if the technology is not sufficiently thought through, if it's not sufficiently well engineered, if it's not controlled, then of course the bad guys could get an RFID reader and use it to identify Art Bell in the crowd, and that you might worry about.
Well, I might. So why shouldn't I be worried about that? Why isn't that a big hole in all of this? That it might be used for bad guys, or for that matter, bad guys might figure a way to mislead the authorities about where those shirts got lifted from that container by changing the information. We all know. I mean, you know, we've got the people writing the nasty worms and viruses for computers, and we've got people fighting it. It's a war going on. The war would be involved in that kind of thing too, wouldn't it?
Absolutely right. The thing is to be, if you can, one step ahead of the bad guys. And sad to say, sometimes we don't manage that. We lag behind a little bit, and very often that is because our fear about our civil rights and our freedoms actually get in the way, and we, I think, have to get a little smarter in the way that society makes the decisions and the way in which we engineer systems. We have got far smarter people on the good side of the line than the bad side of the line.
the thing that tends to get in the way, dare I say, is liberty, bureaucracy, freedom. We're loath to give up a lot of things, and society is slow to make decisions about really important issues like this, whereas the terrorists, the bad guys, have no problem making a decision about what they want to do to us. So
I understand that, but Peter,
sorry,
Peter, look, if we give these things up in favor of security, then in some ways the bad guys have achieved their goal.
You could say that, yes.
I did.
Yep. And I happen to agree with you. On the other hand, if we do not do something, then the damage may be even greater. So there is always a cost benefit to everything. And it is a question of getting an acceptable balance.
And where do you think that acceptable balance lies?
I have an awful feeling it's going to be absolutely different for every society, which is going to make it rather difficult. For example, right now in my country, we have more cameras in the streets than any other nation in the world.
I've heard that.
Yeah, they're all over the place. It's difficult not to be on camera. The British population in general, to my great surprise, don't seem to take any notice, don't bother, don't want to worry. The American population, on the other hand, are kind of alarmed by this Big Brother view. But it has had a phenomenal effect on clamping down on petty crime, shoplifting, and violent crimes in the UK. The sort of thing that people really object to over here are things like speed cameras on the freeways, which start off as being a safety feature of the road system, and then rapidly turn into being a money-making enterprise where fining drivers for going over the speed limit seems to become some kind of sport, which is, I think, very detrimental to the whole scheme.
Peter, hold on. We're here at the bottom of the hour. Well, yes, and I can certainly agree with that. Peter, we'll talk about that. I mean, facial identification and cameras everywhere. Peter says in Great Britain they do now have cameras everywhere, and it's hard not to be on camera. I wonder if that's where we're headed, and I wonder if the American psyche can handle that. You know, being identified wherever you are, having your picture taken wherever you are. Could you all handle that? We'll be right back.
Code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Top of the darkness, everybody. From Great Britain, Peter Cochran is here. He tells us in Great Britain there's cameras virtually everywhere, and it's hard not to be on camera. And we're talking about, I guess, privacy issues, the state of electronics, and it's amazing what they can know about you. And more every day, they know more and more about you until eventually they'll know it all. Is that where we're headed? Yeah, probably so. We'll be right back and talk more about it. I wonder how many of you are aware of that your cell phone IDs you. It tells you where, it tells the company, if necessary, where you are. And that occurs whether or not you're actually making a phone call. It's always staying in a sort of a ping-type configuration with the cell site. So it does indeed identify where you are. And if it were combined with GPS, which in some cases it may already be or is on the way, then they know exactly where you are. Now, is that a problem? Well, no, not really. Not if you're not doing anything wrong. But there is this privacy issue business. And so the further we go with this, the more of a problem we're going to have with it. Peter, welcome back to the program.
Thank you, Don.
Yeah, you know, on the one hand, it's always easy to say, well, you know, I'm not doing anything wrong. I don't care. But on the other, yes, Americans are, I don't know, we've been rebellious ever since you people over there have noticed.
That's where you came from in the first place, right?
That's right. That's right. So we do protect our privacy, and yet we live in a day and age where it may be necessary, really, to violate it, or our concept of it, to remain safe. It's a constant tug of war and battle.
Yep.
So are you in on the design of these things, and can you tell us where it's going from here?
Well, let me turn the coin over again. There are people who, in the UK, are paying for the information of where their children are from their mobile phone. You have to imagine a population in the UK that is only 60 million people on a piece of land that is smaller than Texas, where 90 million mobile phones have been sold, and 45 million mobile phones are operational every day.
Mm-hmm.
So you have most children above the age of 5 have got a mobile phone, and now we have the parents of teenagers in particular are now looking to track their children actively so that they know that they've gone on the same route every day to school, they've not deviated from the route, they are in school, or in the evening they have gone to their friends and what have you. This is a function of the, if you like, the occasional abduction or crime against a young person. And it gets heightened by society, and people get anxious, and now you have a service being offered where you can pay to have your loved ones tracked. So there's another extreme view, if you like, where people have the choice. And I think, in my mind, it is about choice.
Oh, well, it doesn't seem extreme to me. If you can know where your children are, then you have some peace of mind. I mean, that's
your teenage son and daughter might not like that idea.
Well, that's a very good point. But you know, the heck with them. They're not 21 yet. I think the parents' right to know trumps the teenage raging hormonal situation.
Perhaps, and then perhaps the need for a government to protect its citizen trumps the individual's worry about, shall we say, trivial privacy matters.
Well, I'm not sure that trumping is as easy for those of age, those who have full constitutional rights.
There is another element to this in the UK, and that is, shall we say, middle-aged sons and daughters who are worried about their older parents who may go out and get lost or be ill or have an accident, who can now be located, can be found, who can be monitored, so that you know that they're not in some kind of trouble. So we now have houses being equipped with monitoring devices that says every morning between 7 and 7:30, this old lady who lives on her own opens the refrigerator door, she switches on the kettle, and she switches on the TV or the radio. So if she departs from that routine significantly, someone gives a call or pops round to see her to make sure that she's alive and well.
Again, it seems innocent enough and very well might save lives.
Correct.
So it sounds good. The downside to it being?
I think individual worries. It depends on your psyche whether you actually worry about this kind of thing or not. My personal view is I am very happy for my children and for my wife to be on camera when they go into town at night, so that I know that they are under observation and that they are well and
not at any kind of risk.
Well, let me ask this. You said that in Great Britain, or certainly in, where are you in Great Britain? Are you in London?
Oh, well, right now I'm at a delightful place called Colleton, which is in Devon. If you think of the UK, you'd have to go south to the coast from London and then head out west from London, that is towards the United States, by about 150 miles. It's on the leg that's starting to head out towards Land's End, so it's a bright, beautiful day, and I'm in sailing country.
All right. Well, I would assume then that most of this totally on-camera business is probably in London and then spreading to other cities. Is that correct?
It's in the major towns and cities. In this place, I've not seen a camera at all, but then again, I've not seen a policeman or a police car either, because the crime level is so low. It's a community of just probably about 3,000 people, not very big at all.
Well, how long has this on-camera living been going on in the cities?
It's been going on for a long time. It's been building up over the last 20 years. For any of your listeners who get to the UK and they walk down Oxford Street in London, for the entire length of Oxford Street, you're always on camera.
Well, what has it done? I mean, what's the record? Has it caught criminals?
Oh, yes. It has a tremendous impact on stopping crime. But here's an interesting thing that happens. In the same way that the zero tolerance programs on crime in the cities in the United States has pushed the criminals out of the cities, and they're now moving out into the suburbs, guess what happens with the cameras? It tends to displace crime from one place to another. The only upside to that is that it displaces it to a place where the opportunity for crime is actually reduced. So instead of all the shoplifting and car stealing and high value items from the high street, it tends to push the problem someplace else. But overall, there is a reduction.
Well, I'm sitting here trying to think, would I object if in American cities, if virtually everywhere there were cameras? And personally, really I wouldn't. Peter, I don't think that I would object. I know that they're already working on sophisticated facial recognition programs that a computer will be attached to the camera, and it will look for people who are wanted for crimes and that sort of thing, and alarms go off and buzzers sound when that person is found.
Yep.
Now, I guess the only thing I would want to be sure of is that the technology is sound, that it wouldn't be IDing me as somebody who just did something awful when it ought not.
I think that's my worry too. I think it is possible to do all of this, and it all works. But at the end of the day, you finish up with human beings at the end of the decision-making chain who may decide that you are the criminal. Your face is recorded by camera as you go in to the United States.
No kidding, they're now fingerprinting.
You now have your fingerprinting.
I'll be darned.
Yeah. So and by the way, it's really slick. It only takes a matter of seconds. There is just an electronic pad, almost like a little liquid crystal display. You put your forefinger on and roll it. You take the forefinger of your other hand and you roll it. You stand in front of the camera. The agent just lines up the camera, presses click, and you are in the record. They've already scanned your passport, so your passport is on record, and now you've got a photograph and a fingerprint associated with your passport. So the next time you come in, that system is used to recognize you. My only complaint about the system is you still have to wait in line to get into the US. I would just like a system that said, all right, Peter Cochran, he's here again, he's on business, he's not being a terrorist for the last 100 times he came into the US, he's not a terrorist today, let's just let him in.
All right.
And that would be my idea of heaven when I'm traveling.
Well, I understand. It's interesting, the fingerprinting. They were not doing that when I last traveled. At any rate, Peter, that's great. Now, maybe you could tell me what technology we could use to equally secure our southern border, about 2,000 plus miles of border with Mexico that is like a sieve. In other words, It's nice that we can know that Peter Cochran's a good or a bad guy as he comes into the country with a passport, but what if Peter just wades through the water and jumps the fence? What do we do about that, Peter?
Well, the range of technologies, one thing's for sure, the U.S. doesn't have enough agents to patrol that border and seal it off, and so you're going to have to rely on electronics. So you can put, you can start with cameras and infrared cameras. You can have remotely operated aircraft with cameras that fly up and down the border. You can also use a range of sound and people sensing devices. These are can be overt, they can be made absolutely visible like fence posts, or they can be made covert like rocks that are scattered on the ground. They will detect people walking, they will detect people talking, they can detect thermal changes due to human bodies. So that allows you to deploy your human resource to the point where the actual insurgents are actually coming across.
So you're saying we have plenty of this technology. So what's the deal? We just haven't deployed it?
Correct. It's just a question of investment, I guess. The technology exists. A lot of it is being used by the U.S. military already. An awful lot of it is the so-called, what I would call the spy shops in town. There are those electronic stores in most of the cities where you can buy miniature cameras, infrared cameras and everything else. And you're not talking about a lot of money. You're talking about $100 or so, or a couple of $100 for a small electronic camera that runs off a battery for a long time. It's got a little radio transmitter in it, so you don't even have to lay wires. You can just lay out a network of these things. And all of those technologies are around, so it's not a big deal to do it.
So it's only a matter of will, then, that we would control our own borders.
Correct.
Well, I wish we would give as much energy into doing that as we do people at the checkpoints.
Well, you have to imagine also, I mean, my country's got a very similar problem. You've got a border with Mexico, we've got a border all the way around. We're an island.
Sure.
It's impossible to protect that coastline and people coming in and out by a small boat all the time. We have considerable problems with drug smuggling and other things where they come in and bypass the port. You just get a small motor launch and you can be in and out of the coast anywhere from Scotland to Land's End very, very easily.
Peter, I want to ask you about something else. Actually, a number of devices sort of update us on what the latest is on some of these things. And the first thing I want to ask you about is cell phones. Now, as a radio talk host, Peter, I many times take, just random calls from the audience, open lines. And I would say it's getting to the point where about 50% of those are calling on cell phones. Now, it's not the fault of the user, Peter. However, we've gone from analog phones, which sounded, frankly, pretty good, and we've taken this giant leap forward, which actually is a giant leap in reverse. And I've got to be honest with you, Peter, most cell phones these days sound like dog poop. Now, I want to complain bitterly about this and ask you what's coming, whether anything is going to change for the better.
This is all a question of investment. It's not a fundamentally technology-based problem. It is all a question of choice. I have to say that to my great surprise, the U.S. seems to be the most cost-conscious country I've been to almost anywhere with regard to mobile phones.
You're saying we're cheap.
The emphasis is on how much is it going to cost me, not what kind of quality I'm going to get. So if we look at the US network and the UK network, for example, a mobile operator in the United Kingdom, which is less than half the size of Texas, will install just over 30,000 cell sites. Okay, 30,000 cell sites. In the United States, for the whole of the United States, they install 22,000 or thereabouts. So instead of having mobile phone cells that are of the order 1 to 15 kilometers max, that's sort of, shall we say, half a mile to 10 miles across. In the United States, you get cells that are 40 miles across, and so
quite right.
The signal becomes much more variable, and if you're in an automobile or indeed walking, you find a lot of blank spots where the signal disappears.
Well, yes, but even when someone's close to a cell site, in many cases, the digital signal is so poor here that I can't understand why people put up with it and why there is not more of a scream for better quality, because it could be done.
I have to agree. If any of your listeners have used voice over IP, that's voice over internet protocol, and there are a lot of companies out there that are providing that service, the one thing that you notice is that the quality of the connection in terms of the speaker, when the connection is established, it's like talking to someone on the radio, on the FM radio, or on a hi-fi circuit where you've got lots of bandwidth. And I always say of my own industry, the one thing that the telecommunications industry have still not figured out, that Hollywood figured out straight off the bat, and that is the emotional bits are the most important bits. And what happens is, in Hollywood, they go to an awful lot of trouble to give you the full voice, the full music, the whole 9 yards of the fidelity, so that it's a really good experience. In telecommunications, they throw away that fidelity. They throw away that value.
Oh, you're so correct.
More money.
Peter, you're so correct. We're at the top of the hour. You hear that in telecommunications, they throw away the quality, throw away the bandwidth. And that relates to what I was talking about in the first hour. It all relates to bandwidth. Good morning, everybody. In the middle of the night, which is where we do biz.
Call the wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is. Most of these wondrous new things that we're going to talk about, the conveniences of modern life, mobile phones, cameras, camcorders, PDAs, MP3 players, laptops, that sort of thing, they're coming more and more, and there's really not a whole lot we can do about it. Some of us enjoy the technology, some of us fear the technology, and I guess that's kind of what it's all about. Peter Cochran is here talking about all of this. We'll get right back to him. It's really quite remarkable. That is to say, what I was talking with all of you about in the first hour, bandwidth, such an issue in this modern day and age, and how it related to ham radio. Now, how it relates to cell phones. You see, the way it works, folks, is this. With a very skinny little bandwidth, with just a very little bit of room in which to send your signal, you have a sort of a squeezed together, poor sounding result. And if the American people would kind of get together and say, look, we want quality, we demand quality. After all, it's a market driven by what people want, right? And if they're sick of the way cell phones sound, then they can go to their cell phone companies and say, you know what, your cell phone sounds like, choice of words there, and you would like better quality. And if more people did that, then by golly, we'd get a little more bandwidth or a better digital encoding method, and pretty soon it would sound like the good old days. That's what I would wish for, Peter.
Me too.
All right, I've got a question about cell phones while we're at it from Miller in San Diego, who says, Art, my cell phone has a camera on it that can take pictures. And I was wondering if Peter would comment on whether somebody could be viewing me, using my own camera remotely and viewing me. And if they could, do I have a right to know about that?
As far as I'm aware, the only way anyone could do that would be to get your mobile phone off you and modify it without your knowledge. And certainly you have a right to know about it if they did. I'm not aware of any way of actually doing that right now without some kind of intervention in the phone. That's not to say that it can't be done. I'm just not aware of it. I guess the sort of thing you have to watch out for in the future is that these devils, literally, who do the viruses and infect our computers, are now starting to attack mobile phones, because mobile phones have an operating system and they're starting to look more like computers and mobile phones. So in principle, there's no reason someone wouldn't be able to infect your mobile phone through a download and then have some kind of control over it at some point in the future. I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah, I know. I mean, after all, if the mobile phone is connected to the internet, which it is,
yep,
and has the capacity to take photographs, which it does, then heavens knows you might even be able to stream, which means they could watch a virtual motion picture of where you're going and what you're doing. Now,
yep, the inside of my pocket's not very exciting, but
no.
If I take the phone out, it gets interesting.
Well, or could, yes.
And a lot of phones now have a camera on both sides. You know, it's kind of interesting that the clamshell phone and the chocolate bar that's used in Europe are now arriving with two cameras, one pointing to the user and one pointing to the outside world. So it's kind of an interesting prospect.
Okay. The camera/camcorder, we now live in a very different world, Peter, that I guess was punctuated as beginning with the Rodney King trial here. I mean, camcorders are just everywhere. Where are we going with this technology? It's getting smaller and cheaper, and where's it going?
It's going everywhere. And a lot of automobiles now that you buy at the top end, in Europe certainly, and going out of Japan, there are several cameras in the cars for spotting people who shouldn't be in the car, recording their actions so you can film the thieves. Systems are being worked on where you have cameras at 6 points in your car. There's a sideward-looking camera on each side. There's a forward and backward-looking camera. And then there's a camera on each corner of the car looking outwards. And we're heading towards the black box, the flight recorder, black box in the automobile that records the last 15 minutes of the journey and the next 15 minutes after the accident. So if you like, the half an hour
that is bridging some traffic incident, your driving is recorded, the actual incident of the accident itself is recorded, and then what ensues immediately after the accident is recorded. So I think that it's not just in buildings and it's not just for pedestrians, but for drivers in every aspect of life. These cameras are starting to arrive and will be deployed, and the reason is they don't cost thousands of dollars anymore, they cost $5, so they can be placed everywhere.
Little CCDs that just...
Little CCDs, yeah.
That can go anywhere, all around your car, and all of that then gets recorded in some kind of black box in the car. Oh my.
Yep. Also, there are systems being developed that will allow the police on a chase or on trying to apprehend a driver, being able to look at the number plate, go onto a database, call up that car on a network and disable that car progressively and bring it to a halt. The hand of Big Brother.
The hand of Big Brother, indeed. Are cars now rolling off the assembly line in Great Britain with that capability?
No. The systems are being engineered, prototyped, and dimensioned right now. They would be put, of course, in the most expensive of vehicles because the boxes are going to be expensive in the first part. But if you think in terms of GPS in automobiles, we started off with several $1,000s for a screen in your car so that you could see a moving map, and gradually that facility is coming down into cheaper and cheaper cars, and ultimately all cars will have GPS, and I think the same will happen with the black box. It will go into the Mercedes and the Bentleys and the Cadillacs, and then gradually it will come down and down to the cheaper and cheaper vehicles as that technology gets perfected and the cost starts to fall.
Well, as all of this matures, and it's happening quickly now, is our privacy just going to disappear? I mean, we're not going to understand, really, I guess, one day what real privacy as we know it, sort of, now, existed. I mean, we just won't remember a day when we weren't monitored.
Absolutely. I always think now in terms of driving, for the listeners' benefits, let me reveal that I'm in my 59th year. I've been driving in the UK since I was 17. I've been driving in the United States for the last 30 years. And I've always felt relatively relaxed about driving. I try not to break the law. I try to be a reasonable driver. But increasingly, I'm finding it difficult to drive, I think, within the law, in that as more and more cars, more and more automobiles have been put on the roads, especially in Europe and the UK, it's become more and more crowded. There's more and more signage on the roads, there's more cameras, there's more restrictions, there's more controls, and I'm personally finding that it's getting increasingly difficult to drive within the letter of the law. The new drivers coming along, the young people who are 17 who are coming on, that is the norm. That is where they start. So there are a lot of things that are analogous to that, where you say, well, when I was born, there were no cameras. Am I worried about cameras? For the young people, they've never known a life without the cameras, so what's the big deal?
The big deal is that...
No, what I mean, Art, is for them.
Yes.
Is what the big... You and I know what the big deal is, but the question never actually prompts in their mind, I don't think. That's what I'm trying to point out. Because it's
a good point. It's a good point.
The norm for the society to them.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, they will grow up understanding that certain rights simply don't exist anymore on that old ancient document.
Correct.
The PDA now, the PDA in America is becoming, well, it's everywhere. I mean, it's your personal little connection to the world. And where are we going with that? Are we eventually going to have PDAs that virtually work everywhere?
Oh, without doubt. I think at this point I should point out that there are now two worlds. There's North America and there's the rest of the world. North America, 4%
of the population of the planet, 4%. North America is besotted by two technologies, the personal computer, email, and the PDA, the BlackBerry kind of device that allows you to do your email on the move and have your diary with you and all of that kind of thing.
Yes.
The rest of the world is absolutely besotted by the mobile phone and text. You will not find many people with a PDA in Europe compared to the United States.
And why do you think that is?
I think it's the speed at which the mobile phone got out into the environment in the rest of the world, and the mobile phone got a foothold, it took over. The United States has been slow with mobile phones, but then the PDA has arrived. The PDA has arrived in Europe and the rest of the world at a time when the mobile phone is dominant and text is actually dominant mode of communication. I use a combination of a mobile phone and a laptop computer. I don't have a PDA because it doesn't do the job for me. Now, it depends on your business. If I could run my business with a pencil and a piece of paper, I wouldn't touch technology. Believe me, I'd use the absolute minimum. But it turns out, for what I do, that a laptop computer is essential and a mobile phone is, but a PDA isn't. It doesn't do it for me. So I'm very much a believer in appropriate technology. What is it that does it for you? Then just use it. But I don't like using technology for technology's sake. Where we're actually headed is what I call the Swiss Army knife solution. We're going to finish up with a mobile phone that's a PDA, that's a camera, that's a movie camera, that's a mobile music station, it's an MP3 or an iPod, if you like, all in the one box. My fear is, exactly like the Swiss Army knife, it'll do absolutely everything really badly. And what intrigues me is, at the end, what's the end point going to be? Will we really give up our good quality camera for a camera that's not quite so good in the mobile phone? Will we give up our iPod for an MP3 or our mobile phone? I suspect that we may do that.
Well, we've already given up what I consider to be good quality phones for cell phones. The trade-off being the convenience, obviously. And that's one, apparently, we've been willing to make. So again, do you think that people will demand quality along with the convenience?
Well, it's a real good question. I mean, let me tell you that no engineer, no scientist, no marketeer or manager in the telecommunications industry could have guessed how much people would be prepared to pay for so little and such poor service as they do with a mobile phone. After 100 years of worrying about the quality of connection and the clarity of connection, all of that was abandoned at the shake of a stick for the mobile phone, because what people really value is the mobility. And you see it everywhere. That if they're in an office, there will be a telephone on the desk and they've got their mobile phone on their hip. They will reach for the mobile phone, always. They never pick up the phone in the office. The mobile phone call is more expensive, it's poorer quality, but they will use it because it's more convenient.
Well, you're my kind of guy. I feel exactly the same way about them. There was just a survey done. I mean, we are in the computer age after all. My wife is a computer gamer. She loves games. I'm not a gamer, but she loves them. And you've just done a survey, I think, in Britain about computer games, right?
Yep.
What is it?
Well, it's interesting. There's a couple of reports out now that say and it's causing quite a stir over here, that actually people who use computers and mobile phones a lot are actually smarter than people who read books.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is an excellent outcome. And boy, there's a lot. It's causing a little bit of a stir. And I always worry about these kinds of surveys because you can never actually get down to the bottom of what was the basis of the survey. But they're claiming that people can get an extra 10 or 15 IQ points because they use a computer and a mobile phone. Isn't that great?
Have you looked at? Oh, it is. Have you looked at the survey? Does it appear to be properly done? And I have not had time. It only came out actually 2 days ago.
and I've been traveling, so I've not had time to dig down and find out what it is. But
does it make sense to you? Does it make sense?
It does on one level. I have to say, when I work with and collaborate with young people, they're extremely sharp. They think quite quickly. They've got this, mind, eye, thumb agility for texting on mobile phones. On computer games, they tend to think not two-dimensionally, but three-dimensionally.
Yes.
They've got a tremendous spatial awareness that I don't possess. So they come at things differently. I would say that perhaps on the downside, they're very, very reactive. They tend to resort to the keyboard instead of resorting to thinking sometimes. But as I look back in history, we've had to abandon, shall we say, sacred ground of education time and again as the technology has progressed. And I now find it very, very difficult to say, well, this is right and this is wrong. I don't think that's applicable. But just a couple of weeks ago, I was judging a competition here of 16 to 18-year-old school students who'd done engineering projects. And all of them super projects. The teams were excellent. And what really amused me was that despite the fact that the students were taking advanced math and physics, in their projects there was absolutely no quantification at all. It was all flying by the seat of the pants engineering. They built all kinds of things by trial and error, but had done no analysis whatsoever, whereas if you like, an experienced engineer or scientist would sit down and think, they would do some calculations and some estimates, and then they'd build something. And these young people had done exactly the reverse. And I thought, well, this is kind of interesting because this is the computer games kind of mentality. You know, you don't sit down and analyze, you react.
So that's why I'm trying to figure out why computer gamers would come up with a 10 to 15 point increase in their IQ. What is it about computer games, do you think?
I think it makes you think metaphorically on your seat. You have to be really responsive. You have to be intuitive. And I happen to think that this is where it wins. In games where strategic thinking is required, where you have to allocate resource, where you have to make commitment really, really quickly on the basis of scant or no information. And so what we're really talking here about is almost the virtual warfare kind of situation. It turns out that the kids are really, really good at that. And that is where they score, which, funnily enough, kind of mirrors the modern business environment, because, believe you me, in business at the moment, we seem to be at war every day. It's a very, very fast, responsive, reactive kind of place, and it's very, very little time given to, if you like, rational thought, reasoning, or deep consideration. It's usually reaction. And that's where they seem to score. They are really, really fast at looking at a situation that's very complex and making a good value judgment. They don't get it right all the time, but on average they get it right better than most.
Well, still, that is spectacular. The fact that, Peter, hold on, we're at the bottom of the hour. The fact that those playing computer games are scoring a 10 to 15 point higher IQ is absolutely remarkable and kind of good news in a lot of ways. Are you a computer gamer? Does it make sense to you that such survey would come out that way? Want to increase your IQ? Play computer games, is what that survey says. From the high desert in the middle of the night, which is truly where we do our best work. This is revolutionary. 10 to 15 points in your IQ. Just play computer games. This is Coast to Coast AM. Do not touch that dial.
May recharge by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is, with RFIDs on the products you buy, to tracking on the cell phone you use, and cameras in your face as you walk down or drive down the street, to all of this and all this technology we have today in the world. Can you opt out of it? Or is it here and you have no choice whatsoever? And how do you feel about it? In a moment, we'll be taking questions for Peter Cochran, allowing some of you to supply a little of your own input and questions. So pick one of those numbers and line up, and I'll put you together with the man on the other side of the Atlantic. Doug in Colorado Springs asks a pretty good question of Peter, and it is, I guess my question is, does playing computer games actually make you smarter, or do smarter people tend to play more computer games?
That's an excellent question. Causality, you're absolutely right. Also, does the nature of the IQ test actually lend itself to towards people who play computer games?
Well, then it wouldn't be a good test.
It wouldn't be a good test. I worry a lot about IQ tests in general. They just tend to prove that you're good at doing IQ tests. A lot of people who are very, very high intelligence quotient, IQ, don't seem to do well in other spheres, and vice versa. It's an interesting observation. I look at the society I live in, and I look in the United States, and I certainly see young people who don't mesh well with technology and don't get on well with computers, and indeed tend to avoid using them. They do other things. However, I would say that the majority use the computers freely, without thought, without any worry about getting into a problem area, and they have them as a tool.
Personally, Peter, I don't see how I could live in my world. In fact, I could not live in my world without them. I use them to control all kinds of things, and I say that I control, not controlling me, but I control them. Now, Pat in Phoenix, Arizona asks a relevant question. Art, pressing an 800 megahertz cell phone transmitter, identical to a microwave oven in some ways, as you know, up against your ear may fry some precious brain cells, but will not raise one's IQ. I'm sure you've had questions about this, Peter. What about microwave radiation and the brain?
Well, I've yet to see any very definite evidence that there is a problem with a mobile phone and cooking the brain, and I have this problem. The same listeners who worry about cooking their brain with a mobile phone most likely use a cordless phone in their home, and they don't worry about that, and the power coming out of the cordless phone is 10 times greater. They will stand in front of their microwave oven with a power output that is 10,000 times greater, and look through the mesh to see if their food is cooked. And they never check if the door leaks. If the door is not a good fit, microwave radiation gets out. They will hold up a camcorder to the eye. They will wear a Walkman or some other electronic device on the hip. All of these things emit radiation of one kind or another. Certainly, the microwave oven will do you a lot of damage. If you were to do something silly like take the door off and stick your hands in and that kind of thing. So it's a relative risk. I look at it like this. If there was a problem with a mobile phone, you would have thought that it would have shown up now, because people have been using mobile transmitters in the police and in the military of much greater power, and we're talking a mobile phone at a maximum of half a watt compared to a military man-pack radio or a police radio at something like 10 to 100 times more power. And we've had no incidences
usage of mobile phones, we really ought to be seeing a problem if there was one. We've got now a history of using mobile radio devices that goes way back before World War II, and certainly after World War II, it's been a very intense and rapid growth of mobile devices. So we've got about 50 years, almost a generation's worth of experience with no certain proof that we have got a problem.
So basically you're saying we have...
Sorry.
Well, I was going to just say, no, you're correct. I mean, generation, we ought to know by now. You were about to say, on the other hand, though...
lots of people have been saved by mobile phones. If you look at the incidence of lives saved by having mobile wireless technology, it is vast, either through police and emergency services or through private individuals now with mobile phones. People's lives are saved every day with mobile phones.
True statement.
The upside of the technology is you save lives. The downside of the technology is people worry about the inconsequential.
All right. Wild Card Line, you're on the air with Peter Cochran. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, you guys are in a position to know if there's any way to frame some of the things that's happening to us. And I'd like to comment on that, so I hear your comment on what we might do to change some things.
You mean to get away from it all?
Well, yeah, if you get away from it, I'd change it.
All right, well, Peter, suppose somebody like that doesn't want to be tracked, doesn't want to buy items with RFID tags, doesn't want to be tracked and photographed and all the rest of it. They're just out of luck, aren't they?
Well, I think sort of you are. There is no way that you can get a mobile phone and the mobile phone company not know where you are. I think if you're a good citizen, you've not got a problem, because it's equivalent to a wiretap. At the present time, to get the information on someone's location, it's the equivalent to the old wiretap. The police and security services have to actually make an application to get the data on where you are from the mobile phone companies. The mobile phone companies per se only use the data from a control point of view so that they can contact you when someone is calling you. They need to know where you are in their network to be able to connect you to a caller. So I think that there is that security. Now, in the RFID space, it's only being deployed right now in trials. There are millions of these tags being tried in Europe right now. And really, they're on high-value items like suits of clothing that are like $200 or $300, or entertainment items, that kind of thing. And the tags aren't taken off. The tags could be embedded. The tags could be left in. So I would not be at all surprised that you and I will have the opportunity to purchase RFID sniffers, and we'll be able to find the tags and break them if that is the case.
Do they yet make an RFID sniffer?
They certainly do. I've not purchased one. It looks like a lot of the mobile phone companies, the phone makers, are going to put them into their mobile phones so that you can actually use them in the stores and the supermarkets. One, to check out the goods that you're looking at, and two, even locate the goods that you're looking for. Imagine going up to a rack of clothing that's got men's pants on, and you say, well, actually, I'm a 36 waist, 29 side link guy. Is there a pair of pants on this rack of that size? And you hold up your mobile phone and it says no. you can walk on by, go and play Bill.
That's all right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Cochran. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir. There was a young man, he was 10 years old, California, that got third-degree burns on his leg and his groin area from a cell phone exploding in his pocket.
Ah, yes.
And
the exploding cell phone thing.
yeah, and that was kind of bizarre to me. And is this a frequent type thing?
Yeah, let's talk about that. Peter, thank you, ma'am. That's right. There have been a number of stories recently of exploding cell phones. Now, what's really exploding, I presume, is not the cell phone, but probably the battery.
It's the battery.
In the cell phone. It could be very disturbing, and they explode with quite a bit of vigor.
Yeah, you're walking around with a hand grenade on your hip, more or less. I mean, these things have got an awful lot of power. It's a very, very rare occurrence. I can't think of an incident reported in the UK press, but I know there have been one or two incidences worldwide where this has happened. I'm not at all sure what fault has caused this to occur, but I do know that the mobile phone industry do have a test they call the rapid disassembly test, which is where they effectively drive a nail through the battery and they have a look at the explosive force. But what you've got is an awful lot of energy in a very, very compact space.
Well, people will notice, Peter, for example, when you have a long conversation on some cell phones, you will notice the cell phone gets hot.
Of course.
Now, that's because of the very heavy current draw on the battery. And it may be that if you have a defective battery under a very heavy current draw, yes, there could be an explosion, right?
There could. But as I understand it, the really worrisome ones have been where people have actually had the mobile phone in their pocket. Or it's been on.
Worry me.
Yeah, and that's a real worry. Yeah, I mean, God forbid which pocket you've got it in, but you can imagine that if it's in the pants pocket, hopefully they've got it in the back, not the front. If it's in a jacket,
I get the idea.
Yeah, in the breast pocket, the implications are really quite profound and very, very worrying. But when you look at the millions and millions of mobile phones that are manufactured, it's a very, very small number.
Why, there's probably a greater chance you'll get hit by lightning.
Yeah, or certainly if you try and cross the road. I mean, the chance of being killed crossing the road in the UK is only about 1 in 6,000. So every time you cross the road, there's a 1 in 6,000 chance you're going to get hit, which is a very, very high odds. So the odds of the mobile phone hurting you are very, very small. But that's not to say we shouldn't try and fix whatever problem that there is there with that. But I don't know the details of the individual cases. And I don't know how many cases there's been, but I've certainly heard about it in the US.
Any idea why the frogs there in Great Britain have been exploding?
Too much radiation, I guess.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Cochran in Great Britain. Hello.
Hello there, Art. How are you, Peter?
Oh, just fine.
Good. I have a question that I think might be very interesting, and I'd like to hear his opinion on. If he's familiar with George Orwell's 1984.
Of course. Absolutely.
Okay. Then I cannot believe that the Congress of the United States passed a law that high-definition TV was going to have to come in and nothing else after 2006. And the possibility that the government, as George Orwell said, was going to have a chip in there that would be able to intrude and record anything being said or done in the household.
Okay, well, these are separate items, I think. With regard to high-definition TV, Peter, there is something about, in the next few years, I'm not quite sure, they may have put off the date, but they're essentially going to turn off regular television in favor of digital television, or high definition, if you will. And that change is due to occur here in the States, I think, pretty soon. Do you know about that?
Sure, we've got the same rush in the UK. They want to do the same thing here. People are gradually being levered into buying extra boxes or new TV sets to get digital as quickly as possible. And one of the reasons is there's a hell of a rush for the fixed spectrum that's been allocated to television, which is ideal for use for other mobile applications. And so there's almost a gold rush for the spectrum, and they want to move TV out of the way and put it someplace else so that they can get the spectrum for mobile applications. That's one of the things that one of the driving forces, and it seems to be fairly universal. One of the big problem is there's been a bit of an arm wrestling contest about the international standards for high definition TV. The Europeans, the Americans, and South
possible. Do you?
Well, I think a lot of it is market protection. You know, what actually happens is these rather large international companies that we have that manufacture all the boxes have just invested a whole lot of money in R&D to develop their version of high-definition TV, and they want their version to be the international standard, and so you've got these forces all vying for different standards.
Well, Peter, without being too nationalistic on me here, which standard do you like the best?
I can't, to be blunt, I can't tell any difference when I look at the pictures. There are some technical differences. I don't think it makes a whole lot of difference. It's kind of interesting as I look back in history. People say, hey, you know, the trains in the United States, they run on the same tracks as the trains that run in India and China and in the UK. Wow, we got the standard right. Well, the reason was, if you go back over a couple of hundred years, there was only one nation in the world making anything, and that was the UK. So we sold all the railways to China and India and Russia and America, and the world got the same standard for railways all over the world, and it's stuck. So everywhere you go, all the railways are the same gauge. Brilliant. Well, unfortunately, fortunately, it's got a little more complicated. You come up to the radio era, and you find that pretty much the standards are the same because one Marconi and the early developments of radio spreading, and we got more or less a uniform standard. Then you get the intervention of a period coming up to World War II where an electronics industry started to blossom in the United States. It was really starting to blossom in Europe. And so you've got 2 or 3 or 4 standards for television. And the US was fast off the mark. And they came up with the NTSC system, which the Europeans euphemistically call never twice the same color. Because that's a little bit of an elbow dig, because the system depends on the amplitude of the signal, and in the United States you see color variation with the signal amplitude changing. In Europe they went for a different system, which was PAL, phase alternate line, which is based on not the amplitude but the phase of the signal, if you like, the time or cycle position of the signal, and therefore you don't get this variation.
Well, perhaps not, Peter, but I might say, from my American seat here, that when I watch PAL, I get a headache. It flickers.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and why? The reason is that the scan rate in Europe is 50 hertz. This is another interesting standard story, and in the United States, it's 100 hertz. That is... the wave generating, bringing the power to you, the rotation of the machinery down in the generation center, the power station, if you will. In the United States, it's going faster by 10 cycles, if you like, compared to Europe. And that was, again, about market protection. Europe went principally to 220 volts, 50 hertz. The United States went for 110 volts, 60 hertz. And immediately you can protect your market because goods in Europe won't go to the US and vice versa. You can't export.
Right.
And those kinds of things give subtle differences. And so what has happened in Europe is that they doubled the scan to 100 hertz, the second harmonic of the 50, and therefore you get rid of the flicker. You're absolutely right. These are really sort of just subtle changes. And of course, when you go onto the internet, what do you get? You don't get 50 frames, you get 35 or 25 or something, and it's really bad.
Well, there you are. And hold tight, we're at the top of the hour. We'll be right back. I'm Art Bell.